Well, well, well.
Hey, swipe up. Today we're streaming from lotterwithcrowder.com/live because I've been banned from YouTube. And this is the exact pose of Floyd and Chauvet. Look, look, no choke, no choke. We're going to run some experiments today that we can't on YouTube. Taking advantage, no choke. Hey, swipe.
Why do they think he died? Wait, I'm actually so curious. How long does it take to... I'm trying to look this up. If you do fentanyl, how long does it take afterwards for you to overdose? How long to overdose on fentanyl? Did you take enough for a side? Well, so the thing is that like there's this whole interaction that they have. I don't know how many people have watched like the full video. There's like this whole interaction that they've had before they try to get him into the car. He doesn't go in the car. Like they do all this stuff where he fights here outside the car before they finally get him down here. Is it possible that could he have taken fentanyl like 20 minutes ago and then you OD later? Like, is that possible? I don't know what a fentanyl overdose like. EMT here, it's almost impossible to tell because people can build up such tolerances to opioids that they don't OD at any estimatable level. I'm not asking how much they need to OD. What I'm asking about is that, like, if you were going to OD, when would it happen? So for instance, I imagine for me who has no tolerance, I could shoot up a lot of fentanyl. Would I die like immediately or would it be in like 20 minutes? Like, that's what I'm asking. If it was a legit OD, you would die quickly, but fentanyl distresses your respiratory system enough that you die to choking easier. Just Google it. I try to Google it, but it's just giving me like suicide hotline or fentanyl hotline shit. I'm not getting good information. Oh wait, did he? I don't. Okay. If ODing, you'd show certain symptoms such as loss of consciousness, slowed breathing. Well, I think that's standard for, yeah, but I think that there's like a standard like opiate death that happens, which is, oh, I remember this because I looked this up a few days ago. There's like there's like your pupils get super dilated. I think your breathing slows down, and then you get like rigid, and you enter like a loss of consciousness. I understand this. But the only thing I'm asking is when would it happen? That's from the point of ingestion or from injection or whatever to when you would actually die. Peak respiratory depression can occur in 5 minutes or less. A rapid response is imperative. Oh, and then on the NHS website it says 15 to 30 minutes. Wait, hold on, wait. Where does it say 15 to 30 minutes on this site? Meiga. Where does it say 15 to 30 minutes? What section are you looking at here? He said on the FAQ. Yeah, I'm looking. Where? Oh, there it is. Oh God, please stop. Oh, fast-acting fentanyl tablets. This isn't about ODing, this is just how long they take to work. Although we could maybe surmise that the OD time would be similar to the effective time. Are you doing a guide or figuring shit out for yourself? I'm probably just gonna play, and for people in the backseat, they're getting the 1024s, baby. Wouldn't that mean he would have had to have literally done it before he walked into the store? Yeah, I don't even know if we have evidence for that. I know there was some presence of fentanyl in his bloodstream, but I don't think he was exhibiting any of the symptoms of an overdose. Did you ever fuck with opioids at some point in your life? No, I don't think so. Man, I don't know. I even tried looking up stuff for cocaine because I always wanted to try. I wanted to try like cocaine at some point. It seems interesting, but I don't know, man. Reading the addictiveness on even shit like that seems like pretty scary, but it also seems to counter a lot of like what I've heard conventionally. So I'm not. But I don't. The problem is that druggies are just so stupid when it comes to drug information. That conventional wisdom can be wrong so often. Like I've read like in multiple places that crack is supposedly more, or not crack. Sorry. That just cocaine, like even powder cocaine, is more addicting than meth, which I thought meth was supposed to be fairly addictive as well. You have a decent amount of self-control, though. That's all it takes. I think I have really, really, really good self-control. But after trying other drugs, I don't think I would just trust my self-control. I think drugs can do a lot of stuff to you that it's easy to assume that you would be fine with it. But I think that's really disrespectful to the drug. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I would just trust myself with it. I'm taking MDMA and cocaine, and I've had zero addiction to both. I mean, I've done MDMA. I think I'm reasonably controlled at MDMA and not trying to take more while on MDMA. But I don't think MDMA is anywhere near as addicting as cocaine, right? MDMA just has like one minor stimulant part, right? But I don't think MDMA is on the level of addictiveness as like... Fuck, we need to... I don't know. I'll do more research on this later. I never take a druggie's advice on anything, though. I have to... I'm sorry, but a lot of druggies are real dumb. What do you mean when you say addicting? So MDMA is the only drug that I've done that when I did MDMA, I immediately had a very good understanding of why somebody could become addicted to a drug. And MDMA is probably not even as extreme in terms of the euphoric feelings produced by things like heroin. But like if you've never experienced like a drug that can just make your entire body feel so unbelievably good, like the desire to just re-up on that and to do more and more and more and to chase that feeling is, I don't want to say this to make you think if your life is great, that you wouldn't have to worry, but especially if you don't have other great things in your life. Like I can totally understand why somebody would chase that high over and over again. And my understanding is that like the feeling that you get on MDMA is not going to compare to how unbelievable like heroin or something will feel.
With all the ice on in the booth at the gate outside, when they pull up they get me Lucia jump out boys, thus Nike boys hopping out coops, this shit way too big when we pull up, gimme the loot. Gimme the loot. Ooh. Made this here with all the ice on in the booth at the gate outside, when they pull up they get me.
Cool. The euphoria from opiates is totally different in character. Personally, I'd say there's no substance on earth that makes you feel as good in the moment as MDMA. You don't think heroin or any type of opiate can give you a high that is comparable with how you feel like on MDMA? You really don't think so? Oh yeah, not to mention that for me, MDMA, that's literally just like a psychological addiction too. Like it just feels really good. There's not even like a physical addiction baked into that, or at least not that I'm aware of. I guess if you did enough of it, there could be, but... I've never tried heroin, but I've done plenty of Oxy, and while it's awesome, it's nowhere near as all-encompassing and lovey and fuzzy as MDMA. 36% of fentanyl deaths had evidence of an overdose occurring within seconds to minutes after drug use, and 90% of fentanyl overdose decedents were pulseless upon emergency medical service arrival. 91% of fatal fentanyl overdose occurred in a hotel, motel, and private residence. Gotcha. You don't get as active of a euphoric feeling. Heroin is much more of a subtle, sleepy glow. Huh. I don't know. Destiny, only guessing, but don't you get resistant to MDMA, so it's hard to get addicted to it because you stop getting any feelings from it? Well, that's every drug, right? If you do enough of it. Wow, F5 Sharknado, what's up? Cocaine is really expensive, probably not worth it in the long run. Crack is a lot cheaper though, right? Crack cocaine. What's up, Fancy Slow? Yeah, MDMA is a heavy upper.
F5
Heroin is a heavy
Sharknado,
number.
$49.99.
Okay,
Hi.
why is it that people say that you're never supposed to combine uppers and downers? Is there a reason for this? Can it kill you or something? Because I've tried drinking with MDMA, and that's like the best fucking... That is like fucking the best feeling ever had in my entire life. Holy shit, it's not even remotely comparable. Because of heart issues, they cancel out and make you sober joke. Okay. Makes it harder to tell if you've taken too much. It's harder to judge your high. Oh, MDMA and drinking will dry you out. It's not about going up or down. I don't think I ever drink or do enough that I'd kill myself. Well, hopefully, but... Sick. Final Fantasy 7 plus Doom cover. What? Interesting, okay. Killer Mike, no name, fighting on Twitter. I don't know anything about Killer Mike. Both MDMA and alcohol cause dehydration and bodily strain. Approach this combination with caution, moderation, sufficient hydration. More than a small amount of alcohol will dull the euphoria of MDMA. Oh, I only drink on the MDMA come down, and it seems to be really, really good. I don't think I would ever mix it during the peaks. Because why would you want to ruin an MDMA peak with anything else? Kill Mike just started a credit union for all that she did, not just parts I like or agree with. You're being argument for tension, understandable given the emperor on, but in all seriousness, I think you promoting capitalism to our people is incredibly irresponsible. If you are happy to be assimilated into white supremacist culture, cool, leave our people out of it. How, has No Name ever sold any album or any merch or anything ever before? What? Do you know you can die from drinking too much water on an MDMA trip? I think that's really, really, really hard to do. But I mean, obviously you should be careful, but... I think the reason why there are so many concerns attached to MDMA is because it's usually used as a party drug. So if you're out and you're dancing a ton or you're like very, very active and everything and you're on ecstasy, especially if you're re-upping throughout the night and shit, which you shouldn't do, then it becomes much easier to run into like big dehydration problems and stuff for sure.
Joker, £10. Not sure if you hear this a lot, but I want to thank you for what you do. Over the past 23 years you've really helped de-radicalize me from most if not all my hateful views. Thank you for what you do.
Wow.
Fucking finally! Oh my god! Thinking about baby.
Why do you guys suck at clipping so much? This is like a 25-second clip. Why did you make this a minute long?
After 3 days.
No opinion on Biden economics. That's a lot of memes. That's a lot of shit. Why do you use Edge for music? I can independently control the volume over here on the right. And it's just a totally different window and everything that won't get mixed up with my other stuff. It's convenient. Was Star Sector only a one-time thing? I don't know. Actually, I think Star Sector seems like the kind of game I would really like, but I don't know. It's too much attention to. I don't know if I can be doing things in the background while playing it. It's a stream killer game too, so I don't know. The United States will be the largest single contributor for global growth for the first time since 2005. As Americans spent their $600 government stimulus checks in January on furniture, laptops, and clothing, the U.S. imported a record $221 billion worth of goods. And that was before a round of $1,400 checks in March. Fresh evidence of the U.S. outperformance appeared on Friday as the Labor Department reported that the economy had gained 916,000 new jobs in March and that the unemployment rate fell to a post-recession low of 6%. It's not bad. 5 being the goal, right? The Institute for Supply Management's gauge of manufacturing activity released on Thursday hit its highest mark since December of 1983. These signs of U.S. strength came as Europe's economic rebound stalled amid surging coronavirus case totals. France last week announced its third national lockdown. Germany and Italy have imposed partial restrictions on activities. Oh, physical harm and dependence. Oh yeah, damn! See, look how far they put cocaine up there, guys. That's spooky. What? How are they measuring dependence, though? Like, can you really develop any kind of dependence on like LSD or cannabis, like physically? Is that actually a thing? Would an amphetamine here include everything, including like MDMA that has an amphetamine in it, or? Damn, and see, like, man, yeah, fuck. I guess, yeah, I don't know. A lot of this is so difficult. So, like, this puts alcohol right here. I guess I go by anecdote a lot, too, though. I'm so much more scared of, like, benzodiazepines, so things like Xanax and shit. I'd be so much more scared of those than alcohol. But maybe it might just be irrational. I don't know. Yeah, where's copamine? How much longer until the boomers are gone? How much are we waiting? Like, is it like 5 more years, 10 more years until we know what things are going to look like in a post-boomer world? Average baby boomer age. Currently between 57 and 75 years. Oh, so we've got like 20 more years of boomers. Okay, never mind. Fuck! I'm going to be so old when all the boomers are gone. Oh no, I'm going to be in my fucking 50s. Boomer life expectancy is like 80. The U.S. role in leading the global economy this year contrasts with the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis when China unleashed a massive stimulus program that funded new railroads, airports, roads, public housing programs. The construction splurge rained money on commodity-producing countries, helping avert a more punishing global downturn. We've talked about this before. Aided by government stimulus payments, Americans have been spending freely on imported consumer goods, foods, beverages, and animal feed, according to the Census Bureau. Thanks to last year's stimulus legislation, consumers have accumulated about $1.7 trillion in savings. So this is because of a few things, right? One, a lot of people kept their jobs and worked from home. Two, a lot of people made a decent amount of money on things like uninsurance and stimulus checks. And three, because of the closure of services in the United States, a lot of people didn't really have a place to spend that money. With bars and restaurants being closed, Americans saved more, like over $500 billion in terms of a reduction in outlays, which could be spent as the economy opens. Even as money suffered over the past year, household net worth rose by $18 trillion, according to the Federal Reserve. Jeez.
Perspective. People go through chat withdrawals from being banned. Addiction to video games, etc. So yes, marijuana, LSD, etc. can be addictive. Okay. Duckers can't ask us me.
Wait, why can't we ask us you?
Play Delta. Pepe wins.
If Biden manages to pass this next massive piece of legislation and the economy ends up performing well above what we would have expected it to over the next 5 years, is it possible that at least for the next 15 years, America radically changes its view on things like social safety nets or funding poor people? Do you think that's possible? Especially with the $1.9 trillion bailout, I wonder, everybody in chat is spamming no, but like we've had like FDR's New Deal and shit. Like this, we have had cultures of better like government spending in the past in the United States. I think it depends on the messaging game. I don't think messaging is gonna fucking matter. I think what's gonna matter is what people feel at the end of the day. I hate going anecdote. I wonder. Average American view Trump bailout. I wonder if when Trump did his huge tax cut for the rich, Democrats spoke about it negatively. But everything that I'd heard from people calling into radio stations to I think even a couple of Rachel's friends, like from people that I talked to in real life, most people didn't give a fuck that these tax cuts helped rich people. All a lot of them knew was that like my job cut me like a $500 bonus check because of the Trump tax stuff. That's what everybody was saying on the ground. Like I don't think Americans know policy or complicated tax cuts or any of that shit. But if people get money, then they're like, yo, this is awesome. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. I'm curious if my experience there tracks onto what the average American felt like. I don't even know what I would look for. I don't remember what the name of that tax plan, because this was like 3 or 4 years ago, wasn't it? Or how long ago was Trump's big like corporate tax cut or whatever, or big tax cut? Was it like 2 years ago? Because this is all like more recent shit now. 2017, yeah. Public opinion on the 2017 tax law. Was this right as it went in, or was this after it had taken effect? I wonder if this tracks over time. Wait, this is from 2019. Oh, okay. So this is Americans file their 2018 income tax. They are now able to evaluate whether they benefited from the sweep. Americans continue to have a net negative view of the 2017 tax bill. 49% disapprove and 40% approve. Okay, maybe it was only right-leaning people or Republicans then that approved of it or thought it was good. Oh, okay. So it started off at 29% approval, I guess, or it's ranged from 29% up to 40%. So I guess as some people started to get checks, maybe they felt better about it. Majorities of Americans continue to think upper income people and corporations pay too little in taxes. Do you think... Oh, I'll just wait for this to get rid off.
Bursting Turtle, $19.99. Do you think we'll ever have another New Deal or Great Society in the future? A popular program like Medicare or Social Security? Supposedly the trust fund for both programs run out soon, so curious. Love you, buddy.
I have no idea. Jesus Christ. How do I find like plugins and shit? Where is that at? Bottom of settings. Oh, plugin hub. Okay, there were a couple of these that sounded good. So somebody said there's one to get rid of every person on the screen. Oh, experimental GPU plugin. Is this the GPU one? No? Those are in the regular settings. Is it this FPS controlled thing? No. GPU? This thing. Should I just turn my draw distance up to the max? Do I care? What is the max? The max is 50, 90. Okay, 90 it is. People said stretching is good. I don't know what. Should I just play stretched mode or? Okay, hold on. I have to like make a new account and everything. Your password contains invalid characters. What? Why? What? Wow, this is really old school RuneScape, huh? Do you guys remember way back in the day? I found this out on accident on the very old Battle.net, at least for StarCraft, if this wasn't for all of Battle.net. The passwords weren't case sensitive. RuneScape passwords might not have been either, yeah. I think I have to subscribe. I don't know where to do this at. Hold on. New user, sign up here. Wait, no. Destiny, that's really bad. If something can compare a password without case, that means no crypto hashing algorithm was used. Couldn't you theoretically have a crypto hashing algorithm that just reduces both to the same character? Couldn't you do that? Like, I could envision, I'm not a comp sci guy, but I could envision that you could have like A in capital A or lowercase a in capital A just are the same figure in terms of how the hashing is done. So you could still have a hash, but... Oh, sure. Or you could do another command where you just convert everything to lowercase or uppercase before doing the hash as well. There you go. If you still have your old account info, you can log into OSRS with the same account. It doesn't recognize my email at all, and my Sage Destiny thing doesn't work at all either, so... Okay, just buy 12 months of membership. It's not gonna... Can I just get this without it auto-renewing, or... Frequently bought together, old school bonds. Is this like a savings bond? You get gold in game? Are you allowed to scam people, or do you get banned for that? I guess you probably can't scam people anymore. Or people probably know most of the scams now, huh? Bonds are sold in-game. Okay, so bonds are like Eve Plex. Interesting. Gotcha. I haven't made like an account name or anything yet, right? This isn't gonna fuck it up, will it? Can you have multiple account names per account? What is this? What is this sound? How Omni Destiny and Neo Destiny are both taken. Gross. Once you create your account name, can you change it in the future or no? Or is this like yours forever? Okay, well, League of Legends style. How do I get rid of this god-awful fucking music? Oh, it's still laggy as fuck too when you click shit. Alright, nice. Wow. A real classic experience. Can I just randomize all of this?
Loving this midlife crisis. He'll break out the surge and bean bags. I got my iPod shuffle ready with some sick beats. Don't worry, my boombox has aux cable. I printed some DB's X-Inuyasha porn from the library for later too. Let's fucking go.
Wow, cool. Looks like a fancy nobleman. Yes, very blue. Oh my god, the colors. Oh my god. Yes. Wait. Please let me turn this godforsaken music off. Thank God. What do I want my cameras in, man? Oh, jeez. Jesus, all these new sound effects. Is there like shit I need to take in here? Oh my God, treasure chest. Oh, jack shit. Cool.
Faust, 50 Swedish krona.
Oh yeah?
Transracial Latinx non-binary streamer POG.
It was a Koibu treasure chest. True! Oh, I see you still run around and fucking random shit. Okay, when you click somewhere. What is weight? There's a weight now? Oh, God. There's always been weight? Was there? Wait. What? No way. How did... I thought you just had inventory spaces. Affects how fast your stamina goes down? It always existed, but Ruinlight tells you. Oh, okay. Maybe it existed. I just didn't say it. Okay. Has anyone ever gotten 99 fishing in here catching shrimp before? Can you? You can't. Oh. It's capped to level 3. Why are people saying yes then? Oh my God. Oh, it's these sound effects. Okay. I mean, if I can get to level 3, I might as well, right? Didn't it used to keep fishing even after you caught your first fish? Did you always have to refish afterwards? Or am I don't remember.
Jenso Kian, $5. Destiny, can you plaza unban me? Help me. Love you, buddy.
Oh, it's a tutorial island thing. Gotcha. Let me just get to level 2. Okay, hold on. I'm excited. What? Wait, I don't get like a thing? I thought you had like a thing that pops up over your head. Oh, there it is. Oh my god. Hold on. You got enough logs for now? It says who? You don't know me. I won't even let me. Oh, okay, there we go.
You gnome fuck!
GZ on level 2 Destiny. GZ on level 2 Destiny.
Thanks.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined this has joined the omniliberal nation.
Oh my god. Look at us go. Oh my god. Level 3 cooking. Wait, I don't want to talk to you, bitch. Click on the gate shown and follow the path. I don't think this used to always be here, right? Didn't they used to just drop you in Lumbridge? In Lumbee? And you were just expected to figure shit out? Or was there always a tutorial island? I'm trying to remember. There might have always been a tutorial island. I have to click. The problem is I can't trust chat because when I ask you guys, was this always here? A lot of you guys are like, oh yeah, that's always been there. But you started playing RuneScape in like 2012. when I feel like I started playing this game in like 2002. So I don't remember what was here like in the very beginning. It might have always been here. I don't remember. Okay. I know it's changed a lot too, though. They released like one big update about it or whatever. Oh yeah, it might have been that the tutorial used to be in Lumbridge, and then they made it a separate island or something, maybe?
You gnome fuck!
Does this mean crop check is back?
Ask your mom.
Cropstiny. Does this mean crop check is back? Cropstiny.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined this has joined the omniliberal nation.
Wait, if you're doing Iron Man, can you PvP? No, you must not be able to, right? Otherwise people could just cheat and give you shit. Wait, yes? Oh, but you can't pick up the items. Oh. Do they still have the thing where you don't actually get to loot the opponent that you kill? I think when they really started to fucking change a lot in this game, they made it so when you killed somebody, you got like random loot instead of actually getting to pick up their inventory. That shit is gone, you can yoink everything. Oh, okay, jeez. I'm your hot destiny. Hi.
Jenso Kian, $5. Loot me
Cool.
Trenton Rab, $5. You can turn your camera with your scroll wheel.
Now that's what I call a story that's cool, bro. Stop. What is this gonna make me? Like a dagger with one bar? Don't you need like 2 or 3 for a sword? Will he let me make something different? I don't wanna make some garbage shit. Oh, he's gonna make me make a dagger. Oh, cringe! Oh, cool. Now I have 2 daggers. Fucking awesome.
Payeth my indulgence for being an asker.
Can I put this on? Whoa! Fucking cool! Oh my god! Ah. Gives you a bronze sword and a wooden shield. What was the point of... What was the point of the... What if my Iron Man character dies right here? Crushed. Call follower, what is that? Oh, wait, I don't remember if I complained about this before or not. Wait, what section do people normally go under? Just RuneScape or old school RuneScape? What was I about to say? Oh god, I totally just lost my brain. Oh! I thought that when you got like a phone, you know how if you're on your phone plan for like a year or whatever, you get an upgrade? I assumed that an upgrade was like a free phone. I went into Verizon because I'm overdue for my upgrade, and the upgrade is just you can buy another phone. What the fuck is the point of that? What does that mean? What the fuck is the... how is it an upgrade? You can just... And he was like, well, one of the specialties you get if you get an upgrade is you can finance a new phone. It's like, well, I can already finance a phone. My credit's fine. I don't need a fucking upgrade to finance a new phone. What? How stupid. Not even costing less? No, there's no discount or anything. It's just that you get the lucky opportunity, the ability to buy a new phone from them. How stupid. Is it on a discount? No, there's no discount. I don't know why it's called an upgrade. It should just be called new phone. Buy new phone. Oh my god, tabbed banking.
Verizon has marketing 99.
Sure. Poll booth. With a skill total of 300. What? Did you see our editor posted an old stream? Nope. Yo, Dustin, if you had 99 in real life, if anything, what skill would it be? Probably motherfucking. Huh.
Jenso Kian, $5. My sprinkler goes like this. comes back like
Vocal Destiny fans revolt. Destiny revisited. Oh my god. Wait, please stop debating. Wait, what game am I playing here? Oh god, is this near?
Destiny, time for some runscape. Vincent Price, no Destiny, no.
Okay. That's near Automata tutorial. Nice. Ah, Brother Moot. Huh. Ultimate Iron Men are blocked from using the bank and they drop all their items and they die. How do you do that? That sounds so lame. How do you do anything? Is it ethical that this guy's recruiting Iron Man from the tutorial island? True.
Hello. I am here to see the Velthara the Velthara portion. Do you mind taking me over there? What is your name?
Of course not, Father. I am Miriam. Priestess here.
What does not father mean?
Of
Sorry, I thought you were just...
Comma, father.
Of course not.
Oh.
I don't mind. Of course not, comma, father.
My bad.
There we go.
Sorry, derp. Okay. I thought she was calling me not father, like she didn't think I was a cleric or whatever. I was so confused.
He needs to run
Mike
nukes
right
on
there.
his mic.
Alright, we'll continue on.
Okay. Huh.
Riveting gameplay.
Thank you. This is what we want. Hardcore Iron Man, right? Why the fuck would you ever become a standard Iron Man when you could just become Hardcore Iron Man and die and get downgraded? Is there any reason? I don't even know why that option is in the game. So you don't look like a loser on the high score page. Gotcha. How many Hardcore Iron Man people have got 99 and everything? Probably like over... Probably a lot at this point, huh? Is it over 100 or under 100? Like 50. Oh. Ha!
The SFX in this game. Jeez. I can do better, watch me.
Okay, Zoomers get automatic bans here, okay?
Pepe wins.
There are 98 people maxed out on Hardcore Iron Man. Gotcha. Nice. Okay, we're good, right? We can go to the mainland. Right-click the spellbook icon. You can turn off the spellbook filter to see all spells. What? Okay. What is this accurate shit? Is this my... Yeah, it is my combat style.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
Well, good job. We got the tutorial. Oh, and you can't see any player characters, so all the fucking losers, you guys are just standing here looking to spam dumb shit on my screen are just not here at all. Oh, feels good, man. Hannibal IRL is offering to give you a bond. Oh, but you can still trade with me? Wait, how do I turn all that off? Game chat. There it is. Wait, what?
Jensokian, $5. Can I be your RuneScape girlfriend? Hum hum.
What did that bond guy give me? Spend 1 bond to enable an early name change. My bonds. Oh, I have 1 bond. Talk to the guy in gray armor, you get free Iron Man armor. Who is that? This guy? To the north. Oh, the Iron Man tutor. Fucking sick. I look like Mecha Draven. Oh my god, yes. Okay, we're good. We made it out of the tutorial island, okay? How do I log out? Okay, we've begun our RuneScape adventure, okay. Oh! Hold on, get a Red Bull, 1 sec. Can you win another argument for us? What's a meme argument we can win real quick? Okay, hold on. Okay, can I just play this game for like 1 hour and then we'll go do the prime case stuff, okay? Prime case starts in 3 hours, okay? I'll give you 2 hours of entertaining stream before prime case, okay? Discussions about... This post is locked. Damn. Why did it get locked? Due to the controversial nature of the subject and lack of extensive definitive evidence, as the extent of the injustice being done to the Uyghur community in Xinjiang, we are blanket banning this topic of discussion. It's going to seem a headache for the regulators and most discussion organizations have been productive in these channels. Discussions about the Uyghur genocide have been banned from Hassan's Discord due to lack of extensive definitive evidence. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, is it? Like, don't we ban discussion of, like, Holocaust denialism? Wouldn't we give, like, a similar reason? Like, isn't it? I can't. Everyone is writing Pepe's like they're fucking retarded. I don't know. Never mind. Okay, we're not talking about this. I have no idea where your brains are. Never mind. Hassan bad. Hassan is garbage. His whole Discord is garbage. Everything in his channel is garbage. There you go. Is that what we needed? There you go. Congratulations. Okay, we're playing Stark Sector. Are they banning genocide denialism or talk of the genocide? I don't know. I could just imagine that anytime it comes up, there's probably, especially because the Suns community is a lot of tankies and shit, there's probably a lot of weird tactics on both sides. So you just blanket ban the discussion. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. It doesn't seem like we ban like are traps gay question. Is it because we hate trans people? Is it because we hate the discussion? It's just because that's like a big topic that just leads to a ton of shit every fucking time. Like, I guess the issue comes down to, was it banned due to no genocide happened, or we don't want to moderate this? Oh yeah, I don't know, but there needs to be more posted than just that one Discord message, right? The full message was in the comment there. Here's the full message in the politics channel. Going forward, there'll be a few changes on here. First, white genocide and kill all white people memes are banned indefinitely. There'll be a zero tolerance policy regarding this. Some examples included nuke America, kill white people. It really would be best if we decided to kill whites, etc. Shouldn't have to tell you why this is wrong. If you want to make a specific joke about how logically white people are probably going to soon breed themselves out of existence due to significant global demographic change, go for it. But anything further than this and you're banned, no questions. Not only is it inappropriate, but it's exclusive against Discord 2S. Second, there will be more benefit to the document than others. Too often the moderators are pinged for what starts off as a trivial statements or light ignorance on behalf of users when one or a few people make the worst possible interpretation of what you're saying. If one third, due to the controversial subject, like extensive definitive evidence extending the injustice being done, or a blanket banning this topic. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Go jerk off somewhere. I don't know. It doesn't seem like that insanely unreasonable to me. Like, sure. Okay. Yeah. You guys need to stop being haters, okay? And now I completely forgot how to fucking play this game. Thanks. Just kidding. Psych. That's the wrong. You guys are cringe. Okay. 5 is long burn. Transponder is on. Okay. What game is this? It's goddamn Star Sector, okay? You wouldn't understand it. It's too big a brain a game for you, okay? Boom. Hello. Solid work. I'll get my technicians working on this right away. In the meantime, you should cover your they should cover your expenses, hopefully with a good amount left over. We got money. And we improved our relationships. How much, what is my relationship with her to be? Unlock the sex scene with Zasma Meadows. $69 out of 100, good. I'll send you the stabilization algorithm when the core works it up. Once you have it, it should be a simple matter of running it using the fleet's drive. Okay, hold on. Should I read this text or not? Should I read the dialogue in this game? Yes or no? We ever get around to your Prime Case 1v1? It's literally scheduled for 2.5 hours. Can you read? No. Oh, well, okay. Well, it's in about 2.5 hours. Oh my god. This pull! Oh, we had a tier 4 subber bed in. Oh. Oh. What's the topic? On whether or not corporations impact voting or some shit. Okay, I'm just reading this shit in my head then, okay? Recover all the ships you can and break the ones you can't for supplies. Oh my god, more ships. Ask the modern day debate guy to moderate it. No, I don't. We shouldn't need a moderator. We're both reasonable people, right? Wait, why is it that my capacity increased to 160? Did I get another ship? F for fleet. Oh, I did get another ship. Okay, so if I buy people on the black market, how does this work? There was like a suspicion tab or something. Oh my god, I bought it. Where can I see the, they're just crew, you also need to pay them? Wait, do I really need to pay them? Look over the black market and it will tell you suspicion level. Oh, it's none, so confirm. Suspicion level is still none. Oh, I'm a fucking god. I'm a fucking god. 28,000 for that, for supplies? Oh my god. You receive 17,000. Oh, no. Damn, why are these so expensive? 420, baby, that's why. These are the good supplies. Wait, how are these so expensive? 334 per unit, local deficit. Oh, does that mean that there's not many? If you're gonna lower your suspicion, buy your stuff from the black market first, then buy a few things from the open market. Yeah, well, that's what I'm doing now. Boy. Yeah, boy. Local, okay, there's a local deficit. That means that they really want these things, right? I imagine. Destiny, click coffee, what? Oh. They're cut off from the sector so they can't get a lot of supplies right now. You know what, bro? Cool story. Okay. Should we get some more fuel? I always find fuel out there. I don't think we need it. Okay, we're good.
Did you see Hassan's Discord banned talk of UIs in China bunnies to lack
Wait.
of evidence pep laugh?
Are you serious? Doobie Scooby? Really? Did that really happen? Oh my god! No fucking way! Oh my fucking god, dude! Oh my fucking god! What the fuck, dude? Are you fucking serious? What? Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Going dark. Transponder off. Excuse me. What is this? Derelict ship. What do I do? The ship is adrift and powered in closer inspection. Oh, I have to get right up to it. Use a story point to make a ship recoverable. Is this gonna cost a thing, even if I... A light support carrier. Lasting damage, malfunctioning comms, faulty power grid. Yeah, sure, why not? Take a look at my chief engineer's report and make a decision. Or wait, what if I just want to find, like, battleships? Nah, support ships are good, right? We can recover this. Ha! Easy, boys! Some of the ships in your fleet are at dangerous low combat readiness below 20%. Deploying these ships combat is likely to cause critical malfunctions, dealing damage. Yeah, we know. Okay. We'll figure it out. Okay, and then, character. Can I level up? Yeah, baby! 10% damage to destroyers, cruisers, capital ships. Damage to fighters, 50% damage to missiles. 10% weapon damage for combat ships. Affects all combat ships. Oh, this is like, so people on my team? White or brown rice? If brown rice has a little more fiber taste, like, I think it's okay. Percent cargo capacity, fuel capacity, personnel capacity. This is more resources. I think this is fine. Wait, requires a skill point to learn. Oh, I have no skill points. I'm a dumb fuck. A light tanker. Oh, wait, does lasting damage means... That means that it'll never, like, be fixed, or... Hot take, sushi is gross. You know what? Oh, it can be fixed. Okay. I think sushi is okay. I can eat sushi now. It's fine. I don't think I would ever choose to eat sushi, but if it's like served to me in a restaurant, I can eat it. It has to be, so for my Midwestern bros out there, okay? It has to be fresh. I think that there's something about, because I anticipate it when I eat fresh seafood that it's not there. Because when you eat seafood that's like not fresh, fishy, I'm sorry, but whatever the fishy taste is, it's fucking disgusting. And I don't fault anybody who lives, at least where I live in the Midwest, for not liking fish, because the fishy taste is just gross as fuck. It is so fucking disgusting. I wonder if that's what, I've always thought it's, well, never mind, that's not related. But like, yeah, I don't know, it's just gross. Oh, fighter. I asked my mom and she said she never had sex with you. Oh, it's usually with a paper bag overhead from behind, so she probably doesn't know. Hy-Vee's having fish stations now boggle my mind. Okay, fighters. I want this. Yes, I do want the fighter. Thank you. And then I can just loot the rest of this shit? Hell yeah, I'll be salvaging all this shit. Oh my god. Wait, is that... Is that... Booty cakes? Okay, when Mutin says 25 levels under level, is that actually possible in Bloodborne? Can he be that under level, or is this like part of the meme? I don't remember. What am I picking up here? PD laser. Okay, so these are all like weapon modules, I guess, huh? I missed the old school RuneScape playthrough. I just did the tutorial line one. 2 story points to spend.
I'm fixing my sleep schedule today. I'm not taking a nap.
Oh no. So you're saying you're gonna be grumpy mood?
No, I'm gonna be alright.
Go get Dan. It sounds like some Call of Duty time.
I would be get tilted. I would tilt myself.
Why?
Because it'd be bad. Unlike my usual god self.
Oh, true.
Oh, me? Yeah, I killed Martyr Ligarius without vials, no armor, 25 levels under. No big deal.
Wow.
Yeah, quite the god gamer.
Now that's what I call a cool
CSP?
story, bro. Wait, I want one of these.
You checking out the XQC drama? It's pretty spicy.
Oh
Well,
god, is it actually?
It's pretty boring actually. For you won't like it. Yeah. It's GTA drama, so.
Okay, hold on. Jude talks about how XQC and Summit affect the server/players and XQC's RP developments.
Yeah, that's not it.
What is it? X encouraging chat hoppers?
He was 10 levels under with the
That's
best
one of them,
sword
yeah.
in the game.
He's
Saw
had a wild
25 from
day.
Yahoo
What is
Answers Omega
a
Wow.
chat hopper?
It's someone who goes to another person's chat to like talk shit. So like say
Don't
like
blame-
you know what it is, right? That
Okay.
makes
Oh
sense.
yeah, I got you. Okay, there's new words for it.
Don't blame chat hoppers for criticizing complete trashy behavior. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. It's like if I blame the chat hoppers for everybody that's against me all the time. That's just wrong though. You're wrong.
Wow, what a great clip. Thank you, LSF. All right, what else do we have?
Man, you
He's
really
just
are
filling mega
Fun.
molding all day.
Fun exchange with cops. All right, hold on.
Man, you really are salty, right? You have to get off duty because you're a fucking pussy. You can't handle the heat. You throw out the heat all day and you can't handle a little bit of brush on your side. You're a hypocrite. Fuck you, piece of shit. Fuck you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I hope you fucking die.
Thank you, sir.
Man, you really are salty.
Wait, what? I don't understand. Why do they get so mad when they get caught? Do they just want to like rob successfully and win every
Yeah,
time?
they just want to get rid of. Yeah, they just
Like,
want to be free.
God, it seems so
permanently, yeah.
stupid.
It's pretty dumb. Yeah.
XQC, bitch. X doesn't care about his rights. X goes off the deep end. Man, I don't ever want to hear LSF cry about my fans brigading this fucking subreddit. Because, oh my fucking god. Holy shit.
Why the fuck is Wyoming a state?
Sure.
It's square. Nobody lives there.
Is it all
Actually,
XQC?
have you ever met
So
always
much
that
of this
big.
GTA shit is like...
No.
Yeah. To be
Full
fair,
set
he does
was
stream
originally
like 24 hours a day every
Yeah,
day.
I know.
Doesn't
I wish it was like
exist.
entertaining like game
Wyoming,
shit and not this
in
stupid
quotation
fucking
marks.
RP
Because it isn't
GTRP
real.
shit. Because none of
Wake up.
these clips
Why the
make
fuck
sense.
is
None of them are
Wyoming a
funny. Like
state?
none of them like you don't
You
understand
have to
anything
be
unless
watching
you.
the GTRP shit to kind of like
Yeah.
understand what's going on. Yeah.
Tulsa. It was originally 125 or
What the
more,
fuck?
So.
So this guy, all he did is argue for an hour and a half.
Okay, goodbye.
What a bitch, motherfucker. What a fucking bitch. An actual bitch. Bitch, motherfucker, big fat ass, bitch.
Apparently, his fans found her Instagram,
Tulsa.
started going
It
and
was
harassing her
originally
there.
100.
By another cop. What the fuck is that? Of course I run. I'm dying out here, dude.
Badge 46, 31 in the active. I was shot.
All right, sir. At this point in time, you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do, candidate will.
La.
Okay. Well, at this point in time, you do have the right to remain
Blah,
silent.
blah, 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 blah.
Why am I being
Sir, at this point in time, you
Blah,
do have
blah,
the right.
blah, 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 blah.
Sir, at this point in
What's
time.
la la?
Had a shooting down the south side.
Sir, at this point in
Zang,
time.
zang, zong, zong.
All right, sir. At this point in
What's
time.
za?
Okay, sir. At this point in
Ba,
time.
ba,
you do-
ba, 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 ba.
All right, sir. At this point in
Da,
time.
ba, la, za, la.
All right. At this
La,
point.
la, 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 la. Sure, says the guy who went off duty when things get hot.
Okay, I think everyone wishes that you would go off duty forever in this city, okay?
Yeah?
Yeah, I think everyone wishes you were out of this city forever, so don't talk about fucking Bayo. At least he's gonna be able to come back tomorrow.
Then he'll be back to the streets real soon.
Alright, X. Think you need to take a shoot pill, my man. Just breathe.
Sure, says the guy.
Gee, okay, yeah, I don't care. Oh my god. Christ, Mooten.
That's all from today, baby.
Yeah?
I think they need to ban him for like 16 hours out of the day, so you can play like, I don't know, like 8 hours a day. I think that'd be good. Probably good for him too.
Wait, why does this say debris field explored? I don't remember exploring this. Or is this like the debris field that I explored when I first entered the game? Oh, it is. Fuck, I'm so stupid. I'm such a dumb fuck. Somebody brings up a good point in chat. I bet the reason why the LSF mods don't like mega thread it or ban the talk is because they're scared that the other subreddits will take their users. I bet that's true. Oh my god. Okay, chill. What are my supplies at? Oh, we're fine. We'll be okay. 7.1 per day. Probably says it when you have like less than 5 days remaining or something, huh?
You done with RuneScape?
Yeah, I just put the tutorial. I might play more later, but I've got a prime case thing in a couple hours.
Oh, maybe PogChamp.
You want to know what's really PogChamp?
What?
When I fuck your mom. Look at how mad he is, guys. He's so mad right now.
That's never happened. And never
really?
will.
You don't think I've fucked your mom before?
No, I know you haven't. I'm the only one who fucks my mom.
Wait, why can't I look at the normal market? Why is it only black market? What's happening? Oh, it's because I left my thing on. Oh, fuck, I'm so sorry. Okay, buying these from the black market does not save me any fucking money. I'm getting fucked.
All right.
What?
Shaming for a little bit. I'm gonna go.
Okay. Yeah, have fun, loser.
No.
No?
I'm not a loser.
Really? How much you want to bet you're
Yeah.
not a fucking loser?
My
you're gonna
whole
take a
life.
nap. He's taking a nap.
I'm not taking
He's
a nap.
taking a nap.
I'm just gonna go hang out on the couch
You're...
and watch.
Hey.
You know what? Here's the real reason. I want to watch my GTA drama. I like it. You know, it's good.
Well,
I'm a
sure.
GTA drama.
I'm glad you're
right?
honest.
I don't go into.
I'm glad you're honest
I don't go
about
into
it.
the chats. I don't go into the chats and type about it. But you know what?
Mm-hmm.
XQC might get banned, and I kind of want to be there for that. It's like when
Okay.
Forsen does a speed run.
Yeah.
I wanted to be there for that.
Well, listen, I'm glad you're honest about it, okay?
All right.
Bye.
Love you all. Bye.
Ordnance points left. That means that I can fit more, like, weapons on the ship? What does it say when there's, like, so small hybrid turret empty? That means that I can put a gun in here?
Did you see that dogshit article making the rounds on Twitter? It criticizes Biden for 1,033 transfers being higher than under Trump but leaves out Q1 2020 and 2019.
Nice.
Did you see that dogshit article
Why
making
are they
the rounds on
repeating? I don't know what my donos are repeating.
You gnome fuck!
Okay, this is a Hammerhead
Undefined has
class
joined the
destroyer.
Omniliberal Nation.
Okay. So light assault gun? Should I start
Hey
loading
Destiny,
on?
did you hear about Hassan's Discord?
What
He
happened?
banned talk about me fucking your mother, woo yeah.
Oh my god,
you
really?
asked.
Anti-armor. I can just like... Yeah. Should I just put like a ton of shit on this? Does it matter? Wait, am I even equipping shit on this? It still has 64 ordnance points left. Use the auto fit option, please. Balanced. Overdriven. Support. Wait, did it just auto equip shit now? Wait, there's no ordnance points left. What did it just use? It bought shit? No, it didn't. It said cost was nothing. It didn't buy anything. I don't think so, did it? Wait, it didn't just unequip my ship, did it? No. Any spare OD you have goes into capacitors and vents at the top right. Oh. Oh, I see. So I'm gonna strip. Wait, whoa. I didn't. No. I didn't want to do this. End simulation. Okay, fit. Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna strip these ships. Okay. This is a light support carrier. This is a close support frigate. I'm gonna auto fit this one. 45 ordnance points left for support. Confirm. It's not gonna buy anything. Okay, cool. So now this one is chill. Do you just have infinite capacitors and vents that you can put on shit, basically? No, each ship has a max cap. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that like I don't have like a limited number of vents and capacitors in my inventory, right? Hot take, olives are just not good? Duh. Olives are trash. Dan, wake up. It's COD time. XQC got banned? Wait, from Twitch or from the RP server? Oh. Uh-oh.
Wait, but why? What happened?
Oh no.
You gnome fuck!
Hey, did you guys know that if you type Ferritello L in chat you get a cookie?
Uh-oh. You wanna know how you know he got
Bonus
banned?
You suck loser. Hey, did you guys know that if you type Ferritello L in chat you get a cookie? Bonus
so
meme you
confused. What
suck
happened?
loser.
Let's watch them flood in, boys.
Wait, I got metagame done and power game done all day. And I just took it. I get banned for holding him up. Wait, are they upset because I called a metagamer a metagamer? I'm so confused.
Which one will rise to the top? This one will. It's already got 10 comments.
Phew.
Well, you can always go beat Forsen, I guess.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, dude.
Oh my god.
I will be back some other time, I guess. Okay. This is what happens when you get close to a W. If you're a criminal and you get close to W, this is what happens when you're banned. If the cops don't have everything their way, in character, out of character, mood, if you're not brushed them, like that, this is what happens. Oh, chat, I'm out. Okay, chat. I'll be back tomorrow, chat. I have to go to bed. It's really, I've been out for a long time now. Yeah, I'm done with this shit. There's not much I could do.
Okay, this is my understanding of how GTRP is, whatever this is basically There are 3 people. This is how I view GTRP, okay? There's 3 people on the server. You've got the cops, you've got robbers, and then you've got some people that make a burger shop called Burger Shot. And I guess the robbers try to rob stuff all the time, and then the burger people just do burger stuff, and then the cops go and kill the robbers all the time. The robbers get super ass mad if they ever get caught, and then the cops get super ass mad if the robbers ever get away. And then it's a constant struggle between the robbers and the cops blaming the other side of metagaming or not RPing or not doing something correct, depending on who wins or loses every single time. Like, that's... Is this what's happening? This is all I get from the few dumb clips that I watch. Oh, and everybody stream snipes, apparently. What about the burger guys? Where do they fit in? I don't know. The burger guys seem like they do funny, cool shit.
Zwen?
But
Zwen?
Terra. Why do I pay so much in Terrace, dude? I'm getting ass blasted over here. These supplies are killing me. Jesus. Is there no way to, like, do the max I can afford or whatever? Ludwig's subathon is sub 10 minutes now? Wait, he's still going from that original subathon?
Are we at day 20? No, today's 21.
Has he been just streaming 21 days straight?
Yeah, it's 21. Yeah, because I started it on a Sunday, and today's Sunday, which means it's 3 weeks.
He has 190,000 subs. Oh my god.
All right, let's do it. Let me get some food first, and then I'll do it.
Oh my god, who's that? Is that second Ludwig?
You can see me? This isn't like Scooby-Doo. Oh. Like hiding behind a tree? Yeah, I don't know. I feel dumb now. What's up?
I had a thought, Ludwig.
Yeah?
So when we gifted for Power Hour, right, and I only was able to gift about half,
Yeah.
We still increased the timer.
That's right.
So any math that you did that would arrive at the Ninja sub record may not account for the amount that we actually didn't gift because it's time that didn't get accrued with subs, right? So because we are starting to approach like this actual milestone, we need to make sure it's accurate. And that means that there's like 10K money worth of subs that is not being accounted for unless you did that. Did you do that?
I counted.
You did?
Yeah.
When did you last account?
Like every day.
Oh, every day?
Okay. Now that's what I call a story that's cool, bro. Oh, shit. When did Destiny Reactor? What? Would you ever do a DGG subathon? Maybe. Well, but now I would just feel like I'd be copying Ludwig, so we'd have to wait like at least like 6 months, right? When refitting a ship while ducted space, you can mount both the weapons in your cargo and what's available for shop. Undoing the changes in ships. Okay, cool. So she gave me new shit basically, right? How can I tell if it's going to change what I currently have? Or actually, well, how do I see what's in my cargo? She said she gave me new stuff, but I don't see anything new. Oh, this is my storage. This is what she gave me, huh? They've got Star Sector lewd pick mods? Did anybody here? How many of you Coomers played the, I know you guys did. How many of you Coomers played the Skyrim mods? Supposedly those are like crazy. Okay, so auto fit on this. It doesn't tell me what it's going to change though. That seems kind of lame. So like if I click auto fit, and I do balance, and I just click confirm, I don't really know what was changed out on this. I'm just supposed to know. Okay, we're not buying shit. One of the front two small things got swapped for a railgun. Well, yeah, like, I mean, I can kind of look. I mean, I can just, like, if I look at it, but what if I don't know by looking? What does a civilian transport do? I have no idea. Transports are for more crew. Does not expect to let you hold more crew. Oh, okay. Okay, well. How do I access the storage again? Open comms. There's got to be like a hotkey that I push. It's not E. Oh, crew and cargo probably, huh? Storage. There it is. Okay. So I'll store all this shit. Confirm. Okay. GA server's crashing. People are saying XQC fans are DDoSing it.
Can you try? It's over. I think the server's fucking city's crashing. Oh, come on, dude. Listen, if XQC's fans are doing this, like, fuck, dude. Fucking fuck my asshole, dude. What the fuck, dude?
Jesus. People are saying loot on the bottom right. It's okay. It's just a swimsuit. It's fine. Chill. Oh my god. Now we're getting into some good drama. Now we're DDoSing servers and shit. Oh, click it? Watch it? But it's just... Oh my god! Okay. Holy shit! Okay, chill. Jesus. Aye, mamma mia. Okay, stabilize the inner jump system jump point. Okay, show
Undefined
on.
This has joined the omniliberal nation.
Who was that? Jeez. All right. Look at all these ships. I got a goddamn armada. Am I able to dock a ship at a station if I don't want to fly around with all this shit and waste my supplies? Rogue miner. Pirate forces maneuver. Wait, oh my god, you have so many ships. Pirate forces maneuver to prevent you from disengaging easily. They're aware of your identity. Your fleet's transponders are being turned on. Fuck it, dude. Flagship? Hell yeah. It's our boy. You can mothball the ships in fleet menu? What does that mean? Okay. There's literally no point in bringing a civilian transport out, right? It's fine. It's on Twitch. You can watch it. Am I allowed to, like, watch it and say somebody looks nice, though? Okay. See, look. She's just in a thing. Okay. Let's just stop. Okay. You guys are making me worried. All right? Jesus. Okay. We're deploying everything but the civilian transport. We can store ships at port. Okay. Deploy. Okay. This is our guy. Okay, we've got a hammerhead, light support carrier, frontier drone tender, and a standard frigate. Okay, I want the frigate and the drone tender helping me. And then I want the light support carrier helping my hammerhead. Is that okay? And then the hammerhead I want to just search and destroy, I guess. And then my ship will be doing what I want to do, right? RTBA. Wait, what are you linking? Oh, please. Please stop. Important context for the Moshvel debate. Or Voshmel debate. Moshvel? Jesus, did I really do that? Super Bernie Bros.
Mamma mia! Oddio la vedo! No!
Wow, who wasted my time with this stupid... Very important context clip for the Voshmel debate. Alright, you're getting an ignore. Jesus. This is a good fucking shirt. What am I watching here? Oh, holy Jesus. Wait, are we nipping on this one? No way is that allowed. Jeez. Whew. Show us? I don't think I can actually show you that one. That person is probably getting banned. No fucking way, dude. Okay. I think we're ready to go. Wait. Where's my... Oh god, I need to stop. How do I go into the thing? Oh, okay. No. Why did I forget how to play this game? Oh, okay, there we go. My drones! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I bumped into you. What does it mean if, like, your drones are getting destroyed? Oh, wait. Okay, shift, and then rotate. Are drones like repaired for free or? Wait. Go the other way. 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 He's overloaded. We're backing out. Drone spiders must come back over time, but this here. Okay. Oh, I can do this like warp shit too. We need to vent. My ships aren't getting destroyed, are they? No, I don't think so. Okay. Shield up. Okay. Locking onto this guy. That dude's gone. Okay. This guy. C to stop. Hitting him from behind. Wait, are my ships dying? When it's saying destroyed, ISS, those are my ships, right? Oh, fuck, we need to... Wait, how many of my ships are destroyed? Tab. Is there like an easy way to see my, check your tactical map? Three ships with a square are your ships. So I've lost 2 ships? 2 of your 5 deployed or destroyed. Where do you see that at? Are my people dead? Your hammerhead isn't doing anything. Why? He should be on search and destroy. Order the selected ship to engage enemy targets at his discretion instead of being assigned to a specific task. Big boys coming on board. This guy's shielded down. We need to vent. Oh, that guy is super dead. Wait, is he? Yeah, he's super dead. 10,000. Okay, he's disabled. Wait, disabled or dead? I think he's dead. Okay, why is my 2 not firing? Am I out of missiles or something? Is that possible? Whoa, shield up. Why am I getting hit by these little guys? 0 missiles left. Oh, so I don't have infinite missiles. Okay, we need to get... Oh, I need to vent. Fuck. F. Why can't I F? I probably can't F one of my flexes. Well, huh? Okay. Oh, my guy's fighting down there. Wait, maybe we can help that guy instead. Okay, because that other big ship is spooky. Oh, I think that's one of my ships. Your flagship is in danger of suffering malfunctions due to low combat readiness. Bro, chill. Whoa, shield up. Okay. Where'd my other support ship go? Pulses are malfunction. Oh my god, this guy's a big guy. Okay, no, never mind. How are you doing up here? Okay. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what these guys are doing. Okay. You go after him. You're still going after him, and I'm piloting this ship. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, my auto fire is on. I just need to get close to this guy. This guy's dead. Easy. Okay. Now, do I need to command my ships to go after this guy? I think so. Never going to be fucking cringe. Netflix random Twitch 2 seconds on stream. You fucking lose. Wait, if it's B blue, shouldn't you? You should ban these people for way longer. This guy should know better. This guy's been here for a long time. You should ban him for 1,024 hours. Stop hitting me. PD laser not fun. Oh shit! That was my guy. No. Okay. Lessons were learned on this day. Wait, oh my god, shield up. This is way too much for my brain. I'm like, this ship is like almost destroyed. Will my character die if the ship I'm piloting gets destroyed? Your flagship is in danger. Okay, just chill. We've got this guy. Okay, the real VIP of this fight was that hammerhead, okay? Because that hammerhead is fucking shit up. Oh my god, I wasn't paying attention. Okay, 270. Oh, but our shield is up. Okay. Jesus. Okay, deployed in lost. Okay, your voice disabled or destroyed. Okay, we lost 3 ships. What are you gonna do? Okay. You can swap controls to another ship if you die. Yeah, but does my character die? Search and destroy AI is literally the worst. The entire time I've played, it usually ends up deciding to stay out of enemies' range instead of being an aggressive fighter. Okay. Consider ship recovery. Difficult recovery or... Okay, light support carrier, combat freighter. Are these all my ships or can some of these be enemy ships as well? Some can be enemy? Cover 3,000 from CPU point select. Jesus. Wait, this wasn't shit that I already had on my ships, was it? I hope not. I hope this is like enemy stuff and not stuff that I lost in space that I got back. Do I really only have 57 crew left? Some of it was stuff from your destroyed ships. Wait, okay, let's slow down. Does a space-based D&D campaign sound interesting to you? Maybe, that'd be pretty interesting. Your fleet approaches a jump point. The jump point is unstable and cannot be used. Stabilize. Derelict, okay.
Indrid Cold, $9.99. Happy Easter, thanks for taking me off the outright pipeline.
This is a strike destroyer. Okay. You probably have to be careful because you don't want to just take like infinite ships, right? Because you've got to pay like the upkeep and everything. Oh, no problem, Indrid. Okay, let's do a long burn. Our transponder is on. I should have turned it off.
Ben MC $5.
Ben MC
$4.99. Happy Easter, you heathen. Unban me, ooh.
Ooh. Okay, hold on, let me... 10,000 cred, and she's getting closer and closer to fucking me every day. Yes! Oh. Hell yeah. Okay. Can I sell entire ships then if I want to? The red bars on ships are permanent damage. The ones you don't want are damaged engine or hull. Oh, wait, so there's no way to repair that permanent damage? So like these red bars, this ship is just permanently damaged? Restore is the bottom left. Apex Legends banning Japanese players are saying get away in their language. Oh, it sounds like the N-word. What is your opinion on crypto? Oh my god, I read something really sad yesterday. Was it on crypto or was it on the Bitcoin subreddit? Asian Tinder girl scam? Oh, this one. Oh, God. Who's just trying to get out of poverty and couldn't care less about the technology? I just want to be able to not have to work for a few years or not be in crippling debt. It's so depressing. It actually wouldn't take much for me to achieve this, but it's impossible with my current job and bills. I don't care about the technology. I just want to live a little bit before I die. I'm already old and have nothing to look forward to. I'm hoping crypto will be the way for me. Anyone else into crypto because of desperation? I'm 31 and only invest in crypto to achieve exactly this goal. Tell my employer to fuck off, buy a small patch of land and live peacefully with my significant other and cats. Fuck, how sick would it be if you could be a trophy husband? Just play video games all day? Hell yes. Okay, sorry. Oh yeah, why doesn't he just invest in GME? How are we doing today? Okay. Moving sideways, boys. Whew. The rocket is feeling for takeoff, okay? It's feeling up. Okay, sorry. Restore. How much is this going to cost me? Restoring the ship will remove all mods. Remove all demods from it at the cost of 94. Is more expensive than buying a new hull and is usually for only the rarest of shit. Oh, fuck that. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, my ship is not permanently damaged. Okay, so we're not restoring anything. Okay, I want the ship that I fly to be the coolest ship ever. So what can we do? Okay, we're gonna remove everything. So I've got 5 hard points for equipping. So we have medium energy hard point. This is where a medium energy gun can go. Okay, these take more ordnance points. So pulse laser. Fires repeating bolts of energy favoring the medium range combatant that has the flux reserves and wants to put constant pressure on the enemy. Energy does the same damage to hull and shields, right? Do we get to keep any of those disabled ships we just knocked out or what? I think I took a few of them, but a lot of them are just really damaged. You can see the damage type on the bottom. I see that. Damage type is 100% for shields, armor, and hull. Okay. Cool. Okay, so pulse laser. So this is for me. Okay, now we have small missile spots. Home center of the circuit's inches. It disables them with a powerful EMP. Okay. How do I ever have to buy more missiles, or do I just have a certain number of missiles I can use per combat, or do they reload, or what? If you're actually, sorry, number for comment. If you're actually impoverished, how much money could possibly be made gambling in crypto? Not much. The only way you're truly going to quote unquote escape poverty with investment is if you're like leveraging. You need to do like options or something. It has to be way riskier than just a straightforward investment, most likely. Each missile weapon has a certain number of missiles used. Okay. Where does it show me like how many missiles per combat? I see range damage, EMP damage, primary role. So far, I've turned $1,000 in options to $560, then to $1,500 tomorrow. I will lose all of it. Nice. If you were poor again and had to restart, what would you do? If I was poor and had to restart, the most important thing you have is your expenses. That's the most important thing you can control. So, cheapest apartment possible, cheapest car payment possible, cheapest insurance possible. Buying groceries, no fast food. Like, budget control would be number one, 100%. It's much easier to control your budget than your income. Jesus, words. Do you think it's ever a good idea to lease a car? If you're rich, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. That's just a mentality that escapes me. I don't know who the fuck would ever lease a car. Why you would lease a car? But I like to have things that are mine, right? That's why I like download music instead of playing it off YouTube. Although these days I gotta just play it off YouTube. But maybe I'll change my opinion on leasing in the future. I don't know. Leasing new cars is legit, so you can constantly drive new cars. Yeah, but you don't get to own it, no? Like, I don't know. I feel like I want my car to be mine. I want to be able to, like, change it or mod it if I want to or do anything, like... Most people just need transportation. If you just want to lease a car, you're probably way out of the things of like needing it for transportation, I would imagine, right? Okay, hold on. Anti-engine, I don't care. Finisher, medium range, high payload, guided missile rack, devastating ships with down shields. Okay, so this we're gonna use for ships with down shields. Harpoon, MRM, okay. And then these on the back. Quickly disable enemy systems engines, or point defense laser small, laser designed for missiles and fighters with great tracking capacity, decent damage from very short range. Cool, okay.
You gnome fuck!
Ooh, I am coming for you. Ooh, ooh, I am coming for you. Ooh.
So we want to auto-fire this and auto-fire this. Is there a way to like auto-fire these missiles but only when the enemy shields are down? Probably not, they'll just fire no matter what, huh? There's one more weapon slot in the middle. Oh, there is. Small energy turret. Oh, another point defense. Oh, I could put an ion cannon here, I guess. I'd recommend not to use PD on your ship since you are fast enough anyway. Oh, you think I can just outrun missiles and shit? Has there ever been a historical event that interested you? Yeah, the first time I came in your mom's ass. Okay. What is the difference between a turret and a hardpoint? A hardpoint only focuses in one direction and a turret can move? Is that the difference? Okay, gotcha. Okay, if I want to sell an entire ship, is that something I'm able to do? So, yes. How do I sell entire ships or hulls? On the fleet screen, fleet. This is the transport. Oh, sell ship, 1,231 credits. Oh, or I could just scuttle it and take supplies. Oh, hold on. So this would sell for 1,231 credits, but I could pull 8 supplies off it, and supplies are like 300 each in this system. So that's probably way better. Most people lease their cars for good credit. My mom doesn't. She has 802 credit. She's pretty poor. I think there are way better ways to build credit. Also, I don't know if leasing actually builds credit. We can find out, I guess. Does leasing a car build credit? Leasing a car will usually help you build or rebuild credit because the payments are reported just like auto loan payments. Oh, okay, guess it does. I still don't know why you would, I don't think leasing for credit. You should be really, 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 really careful not to do things that are bad financially because you're trying to build credit. I don't think that leasing to build credit is a good idea. I'd rather just get a cheap car loan or just pay on a credit card. Or do like those 0% loans and buy like a washer dryer. Make sure you pay it off before the interest-free period is over. More comments than a Destiny. Wait, is that? No way. Wait, does that already have that? Or did you just Photoshop that? 1,400 comments in 40 minutes. Oh my God. Literally, Kyle was on 10,000 viewers and XQC got banned and 30,000 chat hoppers rushed to his stream. A lot of leftists say that you need to have debt to have credit. Is that true? Don't ever, 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 ever take any... Even if you disagree with me on everything, I'm giving you life advice right now, okay? You can disagree on every political point I have. Please don't take financial or econ advice from a lefty. I will give you good financial advice, okay? Do not ever take financial advice from a fucking lefty, okay? The idea that you need to carry a fuck ton of debt or whatever in order to have good credit is absolutely not true. I don't think I've had any debt for like the past like 5 or 6 years of my life. Except for my house, I guess. But I don't even know how much that helps my credit score. My credit score is 825. I didn't even know I could get this high, Jesus. And I don't carry any debt. I pay off every single credit card every single month. I never, ever, ever carry any debt. Okay, hold on. I'm lying, actually. There's two things. I have a car and a house, to be fair. But, like, those are the only two things I would recommend carrying debt for. You don't have to go into massive debt. I think most people would say that for a house, for sure, and for a car generally, you should go into debt for these. But, like, I've had cars and houses for, like, 10 or 15 years. I'm pretty sure the majority of my recent credit score bumps has just been, like, paying my credit card every month. Please turn off the shit music. Maybe, yeah, hold on. Wait, if I sell a ship, will it automatically take everything off of it? Mothball ships can't be used in combat or repair and jump provide a field cargo person. Mothballing a ship will reduce combat and zero, restoring it will require time and supplies. No, I'm sorry, I meant when I scuttle a ship, will it automatically take the weapons off it or no? If you're super broke, payday loans can increase your credit. Don't ever do a payday loan. I think weapons give higher scuttle value. Okay, gotcha. So I want to make sure that I strip these before. Am I able to, Oh wait, I did all this. What can you use a good credit score for after you own a house and a car? I have no idea, honestly. I actually Googled that a while ago because I was curious. My credit score is really good, but I don't think there's anything I can do with it. It's just something to jerk off. If you need a loan, I guess it helps. Add hull features, not vents. Increases maximum crew capacity. Why would I increase maximum crew capacity? Would I ever want to do that? Armored weapon mounts. Increase the durability of all weapons by 100%, but decrease their turn rate by 25%. On civilian ships. Okay, auxiliary field tanks. Maximum field capacity, don't care. Auxiliary thrusters. Increase ship's maneuverability. That actually sounds kind of good. Increases hull integrity. If you want credit to do a business startup, a good credit score might help. Man, I would be really wary of using your own credit to start a business. Usually you want other people's money for that shit. Use your own credit to get business loans, right? I mean, you can, but you don't want to fund a total business on your own. The whole point of business, or one of the nice things of starting a business, is to have a separate entity that removes like financial liability from you if it goes under. If you lend out, if you're the one that's loaning out all the money for your business and your business goes under, then you're fucked. Reduce capacitors by 2 so you can raise vents by 2. Why do I want to raise vents by 2? Is that like more important than my capacitor? Oh wait, do you have a maximum number of vents, I guess? Does the SBA give loans that aren't personally backed? They probably need to be. I'm saying get investment though from outside investors. It's probably better. Flux dissipation matters more than flux capacity. Okay, bud. We'll keep. Okay, oh, so the ISS vertical. Okay, auto fit. I just want to try auto fitting this ship and then see if I get more trying to take it apart. So Zodiac light. So if I scuttle this, I'd get 7 supplies, 7 fuel, 1 heavy machinery. Then if I strip it, and then I try to scuttle it, 7 supplies, 7 fuel, 1 heavy. Oh wait, so you get nothing more for having weapons on it? Or does it must just give you the mods back, right? Did you learn all your econ knowledge from college, or was it a mix of being poor and doing finance on your own? I learned a lot about what not to do for my parents. Okay. Scuttling this shit. Okay, refit. Do I get like other pilots that I can put in these officers 0 out of 8? Oh, I guess you do at some point, huh? Okay, this hammerhead guy was awesome. You did a really good job. I wonder what overdriven means. Like, I'm sure these presets mean something. How do you learn from your parents? I don't know what their financial status. Oh, because I watched them like borrow money and spend money they didn't have. And okay, Venusian. This one needs to be broken down. This is an Enforcer and Cerberus. Okay, I'm just gonna roll with 2 ships for now. Fuck it. My Hammerhead and my Frigate. No, I need 1 more actually, because I need crew to like salvage shit and everything. This is a combat freighter. Okay. So the Venusian and the Cocometly, I'm gonna sell those or take those apart. Venusian. And this one. Cocometal. Turn off the music. Okay, hold on. Let me get out of the screen. Oh, Jesus. Okay, setting. Well, but the music is kind of important, isn't it? Maybe it's not. Fuck it. Okay. Okay, trade. Okay, so I desperately need more crew, but I don't need as many supplies. Oh wait, and I think I have a level up too. 900% combat effect of militarized subsystems, escort packages, assault packages. Maximum 900%. A maximum at 5 or less. Total deployment. Increases turret turn rate? Or industry. More cargo capacity, more fuel capacity, more personnel capacity. Increases burn rate. Plus 50% resources, but not rare items. 20% bonus. Okay, yeah, let's do this one. Fuck it. Can you talk about MLM like Amway and Avon? Awful financial advice our parents got. Oh, my parents did Amway and Avon and New Vision and Mary Kay. Do you think it's smart to get both a Roth IRA and a regular IRA to have 2 avenues of income for retirement? One that is untaxed and another that's taxed up front? I think the type of IRA that you invest in generally has to do with the, if you feel like you're making more money now or more money later. I think one IRA and your 401k are usually the recommended investment vehicles initially. Be careful. Not all of your investment money should go into a retirement fund, in my opinion. There's a strange obsession sometimes. I think I say this on the financial advice subreddit. There's a strange obsession sometimes with oversaving for retirement, but you want to enjoy your life in your 30s and 40s as well. Like the idea that you want to like live like a frugal, poor monster, like a beast, like a goblin, until you're like 60, and then you want to have like all your money for retirement. Like you have healthy, like fun years in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. You want to be able to enjoy that money there too. You don't want all of it to be locked away behind like a gate, a retirement gate. I've been putting away COVID checks into those accounts. Really, all right, nice. Yeah, so like, okay. I don't want to talk about financial shit, especially not with tweets, because I'm gonna get triggered. Fucking Twitter! What a garbage site! My credit score tanked because I paid off my credit card normal country. It is highly unlikely that his credit score tanked, or her credit score tanked. I don't believe that. It probably went down a little bit, okay? When you lend money to somebody, okay, the reason why it's good to carry some percentage of debt is because a credit card company doesn't want somebody that doesn't like, hold on.
So I did Blue do something I
don't care. Okay. A credit card company like wants to see somebody that's able to responsibly manage debt over long periods of time, not somebody that just has no debt, right? That's the whole point of that. Oh my God, this is 270,000. This is just stupid. Isn't the point to get out of debt? Isn't debt bad? Pick one, assholes. First of all, no. So number one, the point isn't to get out of debt. The point is to pay back a loan. That's it. The point, a credit card company doesn't give a fuck. Somebody making you a loan doesn't care if you're in debt or out of debt. They just want to make sure that you can make your payments back in a timely manner. So no, one, that's not the point. Number two, isn't debt bad? No. If debt was bad, then nobody would have any in any society ever. Debt isn't bad. What the point of debt is, what you're saying is there's something that I want right now that's worth more to me than the cash that I have right now. So I'm willing to time discount. I'm willing to pay a little bit more money in the future for something so that I can have that thing right now. Debt is not bad. That's just a different way of organizing your finances now and in the future in order to optimize, in your view, like the things that you have. I'd rather have some object now than wait 2 months or 2 years to get it in the future, and I'll pay a little bit more money in the future to have that object now. Me being fiscally responsible, I'm going to pay my debts. Equifax, hey, asshole, what the fuck do you think you're doing? This has nothing to do with being fiscally responsible. We don't know how you manage your debt. We don't know anything else. Like just paying off one loan or whatever, or paying off one credit card and saying, oh, look, I'm financially responsible, isn't necessarily the case. One of my favorite parts of paying off my student loans is my credit score going off a cliff. I mean, like, chances are you're, I mean, if you have no other debt, like, it's so stupid. God damn it. Why are you... Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to me? I don't actually know why I'm doing this. Never mind. I don't care. Stop. Hold on. No, I don't know why I'm doing this. Okay, I'm not tweeting about this. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Oh god, fuck me. Get me out of this financially illiterate fucking website. Okay. We're doing spaceships. Do you carry over personal debt? I pay off every credit card every single month ever. I don't know if I've ever carried a credit card balance in my entire life, or maybe by accident, but otherwise, no, I always pay my credit cards off every month. Do not do any weird credit card shit if you're carrying a balance. That shit is a fucking ripoff. Don't ever do that. Okay. Okay. Crew under strength. I need more crew. Okay. That's fine. They must have died, I guess, in space. I'm sorry. All of our ships are, okay. Repair it and at combat readiness. Okay. Why use a credit card and not just a debit card? You want to use a credit card because you want to build credit, and credit cards usually have way more bonuses than debit cards. Debit cards are ass. Don't ever use a debit card. You should be using a credit card and managing your credit because you get points and shit for it. How did you manage that when you were broke? Because even when I was broke, I wasn't an idiot. I would have rather lost my house than started to do the payday loan shit or credit card shit. I would have just lost my house and been fuck it. Because the worst case scenario is I can say the worst case scenario is bankruptcy, but technically with credit cards it is too. But why would I even fuck with that shit? Like if the bank takes my house, it's whatever. But I'm not gonna carry around a ton of credit cards and payday loans because that shit is fucked. I watched my uncle get fucked by that payday loan shit. Well, technically, I guess actually he came out ahead. So never mind. All right, black market. Okay, these guys cost 43 on the black market, 43 on the normal market. So I might as well just buy a normal market, huh? Confirm. Give us the uncle story. For some reason, he kept getting more and more credit allotted to him over and over and over again. Like they would always bump his credit. I remember he came to me one day and he had $20,000 in credit card debt. And this guy, first of all, half his money was off the books or more because he did like construction work for people. He was like a carpenter slash electrician slash whatever. I don't know how he could build anything, plumber, whatever. So most of the work that he did was off the books, and but they kept giving. So on the books, this guy worked at like a fucking 7-Eleven. He was showing like it couldn't have been more than $15,000 a year in income, but somehow credit card companies kept giving him more and more and more money. They kept allotting him like bigger lines of credit. So I saw him one time, it was like $20,000 in credit card debt. The next time I saw him, it was like $35,000 in credit card debt. And he, I don't know how they kept giving him more. How did your uncle get out ahead? Because he got in a car accident like 4 or 5 months ago and he got killed. Fuck, him and his girlfriend got in a bad accident. But he must have been carrying like, oh yeah, this. He must have been carrying like $30,000 or $40,000 in credit card debt when he died. So technically, I guess his, oh yeah, him and his girlfriend. So technically, I guess they came out ahead because the companies didn't get any of their money, so. Rip. Will the bank sell off his assets to recover in this case? They probably should, but I don't know. A lot of it was probably hard to value. He had a lot of like old guns and stuff, World War II guns and everything. This is the same uncle you loaned money to? Yeah, but he normally paid me back. Or he did every time except the last time, I guess. Okay, we've got plenty of fuel, although I don't ever use this, I just realized. I don't need money right now. I don't know where you use like the chips at. I haven't seen it anywhere, unless it's like a whole mod or something, is it? Wouldn't they try to get back that debt from his family members? No. You cannot ever, ever, ever go after somebody's family member for debt. If you didn't sign anything holding you to account for a debt, You cannot go out now. People will call you and they'll try to recover that debt, but they have absolutely no claim to that. You have no obligation to pay back any debt, not for a parent, not for a child, unless you co-sign the loan or whatever. Anybody that calls you on that shit is scamming you. You learn mods from those chips and then you can use them from the mod menu. Oh, really? Wait, so refit. Wait, how do you see that? Or how do I learn a mod? Those are fighters for carriers, not mods. Oh. Oh, carrier's nanoforge. Oh, so you put these in and the carrier makes different types of things, I guess. There's, oh my god, and there's a sort button, thank god. Okay. I should just sell the metals, right? There's literally no reason. Sell them for 12. Confirm. Okay, and then store this. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Hey Destiny, your content on YouTube is great. Octopus Network. Oh, cool. Holy shit, I just realized XQC went off the deep end because Forsen took the record back. Maybe. Okay. So we have 3 ships. All of us are fitted. Can I rename my ships? Oh my god. What do we name our ships after? Wait, can we? No, I'm not naming it after you guys. You guys are losers. Okay. What does it mean when you name, like, the class of ship? I guess it can just be whatever. It doesn't, like, save stats or anything, right?
Yee. Neva. Eva. Eva. Loses its virginity.
Oh, balance, destroyer, strike, destroyer. Oh, I understand, I understand, I understand. So if I'm auto-fitting this to be, like, balanced, I call it a balanced destroyer. I understand, okay. If I auto-fit this to be, like, an assault, then it's an assault destroyer. Okay. And then I can name my ships. I mean, we are the Omni, right? We'll just call this Alpha and Beta. We can use our phonetic alphabet, maybe. I'll think about something different for these. Maybe later. Okay. Teresa ship. Okay. Crew, car. Okay. Boom, boom. Okay, we're done with everything. Crew and cargo. Oh, we've got too much of this. Have you ever had a crush before? Yes. When Teresa sits on my face, she crushes. I don't know. I'm sorry. Okay.
As I was saying yesterday, ooh 7 bonus meme, ooh 7 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 ooh 7.
You only need to carry 50 heavy machinery? How can you even see how much I need? And why wouldn't I just carry more in case I come across like a wreck or something that... Okay, deliver report to station commander. $50 is the minimum for Rex. Oh, storing in a faction-based storage costs monthly credits. There's free storage. Wait, this is costing me monthly credits? She said she gave me this for free, I thought. Boom, 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 boom. Is this like faster than light? This has nothing to do with faster than light. It's not even remotely similar, other than the fact that they're in space. Ooh. Fleet approaches a jump point. No, wait. I thought, E. Show on map. Wait, where did I just go to? Where am I? How do I see myself on this map? Oh, it's in another system. Oh. Okay. Well, hold on. Let's go. Oh, you're right. Let's just check this out first. Hold on. Scavenging effectiveness 2%? Wait, what? Crew required and available. Oh, it's unlikely that there's anything there. There's a high risk involved of running a salvage operation. Oh, it's just because there's not likely to be anything good in here? Gotcha. Okay, I understand. Okay, so E. I want to go to this place. Where do I jump to hyperspace? Fleet is entered hyperspace. Ship traveling in hyperspace use fuel in proportion to this travel. Fleets that run out of fuel drift towards the nearest star system may become stranded there. Cool. Wait, you can they intercept me in hyperspace? Did I just get interdicted? No, we're fine. Fleet approach. Jump warning. The jump point exhibits fluctuates characteristics of dry fuel activating short display. Disposal probe sends back a microburst of information. Forces near the fleet are assessed likely hostile and possible threat to your fleet. Do you think I give a fuck? Wait, I don't see shit here. Help them tackled at the gate. Yeah, true. Deactivate your transponder in hyperspace? Oh, okay. Probably want it on here, right? Alright. You have a report for me. True. Percentage is your black pill transformation, like 55%. Local deficit. Marines. Oh my god. Heavily armored and equipped with power armor? Oh, they specialize in planet side operations. Jeez. Okay, so these supplies are sold at 148 each. Could I theoretically just buy all of these and then go sell them at the other place? Yes. I guess that's how some people make money, huh? This population home to millions of people, huh? Prices go up and down as you buy, so don't flood the market. Okay. The prices were only inflated because the warp point was fucked. Oh, so you think that the things will look a lot different now, huh? F1 on any good to see where you can buy and sell it. Oh, Jesus. So deficit is how much I can sell at a given price, right? This is like quantity demanded at a given price. So I'm guessing that this means, so looking at like this here, they're demanding I can buy 1,000 or I can sell 1,500 at this price of 181, and then the next 1,000 will probably be for cheaper. Yes, okay, gotcha. Oh, all of our econ supply and demand curves. So then they'll buy 2,500 total. The extra 1,000 on top will probably be a scaling price down, I would imagine, right? Okay. There's no way to... Oh, cargo capacity is literally just... How much? Okay. So this is where like a cargo ship would come into handy. Or would come in handy, right? You'd have a ship that can carry a fuck ton of cargo or something. Look into black market organs and shit. Wait, organs? Harvested organs. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. Distance in light years, star systems. Okay, okay. Hold on one sec.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
When is the debate? I think in 1 hour. Right? Yeah. Oh boy. Minor lover. True! What's the debate? I think it's on whether or not, like, corporations affect people or something. I don't know. Like how... like politicians, like legislation and everything. Sorry. Are you debating Prime or is it just on a panel? No, it's just Prime. You want a hot take? Okay, I did a little bit of reading last night. It doesn't seem like that Georgia voter shit is really that bad. Has anybody read into this at all? Bold of you to assume any of us read. So it seems like the biggest deal, is that, the getting rid of voting on Sunday is pretty blatantly anti-black. The getting rid of voting on Sunday is weird, but I think they expand overall the amount of weekend days available to vote, which is generally beneficial for voter turnout. And then, the no water and line shit seems weird, but it, well, actually here, you know what? We can just read this. Maybe there are like arguments against this. Let's see if we can find this. This is an opinion piece. Georgia's election law and why turnout isn't easy to turn off. Making voting convenient doesn't necessarily translate into more votes, research shows. And this is something that I've kind of been echoing recently, especially around the primary season, where I personally, and I'm starting to feel stronger and stronger on this, is that I don't feel like voter turnout has to do with suppression and how convenient it is and blah, 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 blah. It really does seem like it comes down to just people's interest level in the elections. Except for maybe there might be some fringe at the margins people, but okay. There's nothing unusual about exaggeration of politics, but when it comes to the debate over voting rights, something more than exaggeration is going on. There's a real and bipartisan misunderstanding about whether making it easier or harder to vote, especially by mail, has a significant effect on turnout or electoral outcomes. The evidence suggests it does not. Wait, Nate Cohn, this isn't the no opinion guy, right? Do we know who this guy is? This isn't like somebody that we follow on Twitter or whatever, is it? This is a good Nate? Okay, because he kind of looks like the guy on the Bad Faith podcast. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't think it's him, yeah. Okay. He's the good Nate from the election cycle. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. It's the hair? Yeah, it might be the hair. The fight over the new Georgia election law is only the latest example. That law, passed last week, has been condemned by Democrats as voter suppression or even as tantamount to Jim Crow. Democrats are understandably concerned about a provision that empowers the Republican-controlled state legislature to play a larger role in election administration. That provision has uncertain but potentially substantial effects depending on what the legislature might do in the future. It's possible the law is intended to do exactly what progressives fear, reshape the electorate to the advantage of Republicans soon after an electoral defeat by making it harder to vote. And yet the law's voting provisions are unlikely to significantly affect turnout or Democratic chances. It could plausibly even increase turnout. The final account, it will probably be hard to say whether or not it had any effect on turnout at all. The full text of the Georgia bill is here, but the bill's major effects can be boiled down to a few points. The law makes absentee voting harder. People must have a qualifying form of identification to vote by mail. The law also makes it harder to request and return an absentee ballot, restricting the period when people can apply for one and limiting the number of drop boxes where voters can return such a ballot in person. On balance, it might make in-person voting easier, especially in the general election, though it contains provisions that cut in both directions. The law expands the number of required days of early voting, including on the weekend days that progressives covet. 2 Saturdays are now required instead of 1. There's also a provision that requires large precincts with long lines to add machines, add staff, or split the precinct. Depending on how this is rolled out, it could be a big win for voters in Georgia's urban areas who have dealt with some of the longest lines in the country. Cutting in the other direction is the gratuitous and probably ineffectual limitation of handing out food and water to people standing in lines to vote. Of more concrete but still limited importance is a rule that makes it harder for people to cast a provisional ballot if they show up at the wrong precinct. It's worth noting that many states don't count these ballots at all, and there were only around 10,000 total provisional ballots in Georgia in the last election, including those cast in the right precinct. It shortens the runoff period. Runoffs would be held 4 weeks after an initial election instead of the 9 weeks that have been in place for federal elections in the last few years. The main consequence would be to shorten early runoff voting to 1 week instead of 3, plausibly affecting turnout in exactly the kind of close, low turnout race where it could easily be decisive. It empowers the state legislature to play a larger role in election administration. It removes the Secretary of State as chair of the State Board of Elections and allows the legislature to appoint a majority of the board's members, including the chair, and it empowers the state board to take over county boards of elections if the circumstances merit it. These might prove to be very important, but for the purposes of this article, we are not considering them voter suppression provisions. They do not inherently make it harder for people to vote by restricting whether or how they can vote. If we leave aside the administrative provisions and the question of intent, the core question on voter suppression is to what extent does reducing voting options, like early voting in the runoffs or mail voting in general, reduce turnout and democratic chances? The limited importance of convenience voting. For decades, reformers have assumed that the way to increase turnout is to make voting easier. Yet, surprisingly, expanding voting options to make it more convenient hasn't seemed to have had a huge effect on turnout or electoral outcomes. That's a finding of decades of political science research on advance, early, and absentee voting. One prominent study even found that early voting decreases turnout, though that's a bit of an outlier.
Nates have existed as long as mankind has gazed towards the future with hope and dread. The first Nate reed bird entrails was thrown from a cliff when the crops failed.
Okay. There's essentially no evidence that the vast expansion of no-excuse absentee mail voting, in which anyone can apply for a mail absentee ballot, had any discernible effect on turnout in 2020. That shouldn't be a huge surprise. Even universal vote by mail, in which every registered voter is automatically sent a mail ballot, as opposed to every voter having an opportunity to apply for one, increases turnout by only 2% with no discernible partisan advantage. I think I checked this last night. To be clear, when it says it increases it by 2%, it increases it by 2%, not 2 points. So it would go from it wouldn't increase it from 18% to 20%. It would increase it from 18% to, what is 2% of 18%? Is that 0.36%? So from 18% to 18.36%, I think. Yeah. Believe it or not, with no discernible partisan advantage. Believe it or not, turnout increases just as much in the states that didn't have no-excuse absentee voting as it did in the states that added it for the first time. Similarly, Joe Biden improved over Hillary Clinton's performance by 3 percentage points in the states that added it, compared with 2.9 points in the states that did not. A more rigorous study by political scientists at Stanford found that no-excuse mail voting might have increased turnout by a whopping 0.02% in the 2020 election. The study used a novel approach. The researchers compared the turnout among 65-year-olds in Texas who were eligible to vote by mail without an excuse with 64-year-olds in Texas who weren't. The turnout among 64-year-olds was indistinguishable from that of 65-year-olds, even though the latter group voted by mail in large numbers. Like Georgia, Texas did not require an identification to vote by mail, but as a strict ID requirement for in-person voting. The partisan makeup of the electorate didn't appear to change either. The Democratic share of voters appeared to tick up by 0.2 percentage point, enough to decide a very close election. But it's also so small that it could just be statistical noise with no effect at all. Social science methods just don't offer the level of precision necessary to nail down whether this or any change might move the needle by 0.1 of a point. The Georgia law doesn't come anywhere close to eliminating no-excuse absentee voting, unlike what the political scientists tested in Texas. As a result, one might expect the new law to have an even smaller effect. You can make a counterintuitive argument that making absentee voting harder is worse for Democrats than eliminating it altogether, and that Democrats might be better off discouraging people from mail-in voting to avoid unnecessary ballot rejections of people who could have successfully voted in person. The Georgia runoff elections, while hardly a scientific case study, nonetheless offer another useful example. There were fewer opportunities to vote in advance compared with the general election because of the shorter election campaign and the holiday season. Based on the drop-off in early voting, many analysts wound up underestimating the final turnout by 20% or more. In the end, turnout exceeded expectations. The number of Election Day voters was higher than it was in the general election, as many people who might have voted early if it weren't for Christmas or New Year's Day now turned out on Election Day. Maybe runoff turnout would have been higher with the same early voting opportunities as in the general, but maybe not. And none of this had any discernible negative effect on the Democrats, who of course did better than they did in the general. Why doesn't convenience matter? How is it possible that something like eliminating no-excuse absentee mail voting, a method believed by millions or beloved by millions of voters, wouldn't materially affect turnout or election results? One simple answer is that convenience isn't as important as often assumed. Almost everyone who cares enough to vote will brave the inconveniences of an in-person voting in order to do so, whether that's because the inconveniences aren't really so great or because they care enough to suffer them. This supposes a certain reasonable level of convenience, of course. 6-hour lines would change the calculation for many voters, and indeed, long lines do affect turnout. It also supposes a certain level of interest. Someone might think, there's no way I'm waiting a half-hour in line to vote for dog catcher. Similarly, the importance of a convenience voting option probably grows as the significance of a race decreases. The implication, though, is that nearly every person will manage to vote if sufficiently convenient options are available, even if the most preferred option doesn't exist. That makes the Georgia election law's effort to curb long lines potentially quite significant. Not only might it mitigate the already limited effects of restricting mail voting, but it might even outweigh it. Another reason is that convenience voting might not be as convenient for lower turnout voters who essentially decide overall turnout. Low turnout voters probably aren't thinking about how they'll vote a month ahead in the election when they'll need to apply for an absentee ballot. Someone thinking about this is probably a high turnout voter. Low turnout voters might not even know until election day whom they'll support, and that makes them less likely to take advantage of advanced voting options like no excuse early voting, which requires them to think about the election early and often to submit an application, fill out a ballot, and return it. As a result, convenience voting methods tend to reinforce the socioeconomic biases favoring high turnout voters. The methods ensure that every high-interest voter has many opportunities to vote without doing quite as much to draw less engaged voters to the polls. A final reason is that voting restrictions may backfire by angering and energizing Democratic voters. This law's restrictions on handing out water in line, for instance, may do more to mobilize Democrats than to stop them from voting. One recent study even theorized that the Supreme Court's decision to roll back elements of the Voting Rights Act didn't reduce black turnout because subsequent efforts to restrict voting were swiftly countered by efforts to mobilize black voters. That doesn't mean the Georgia law or other such laws are without consequence. Many make voting more difficult, enough to intimidate or discourage some voters. Many outright disenfranchise voters, even if only in small numbers. Perhaps a disenfranchisement of even a single voter merits outrage and opposition, especially if the law is passed on dubious or even fabricated grounds, and with Jim Crow mass disenfranchisement as a historical backdrop. But setting aside intent, it does mean that many such voting provisions like that in Georgia are unlikely to have a huge effect on turnout or Democratic chances. There are consequences to misunderstanding the stakes of changing voting laws. Minor changes in voting access can overshadow larger issues, including the kinds of potentially significant provisions in the Georgia law that empower the state legislature. The Democracy Reform Bill H.R. 1, for instance, would do quite a bit to expand voting access, but relatively little to protect against partisan interference in election administration. The perception that voting laws have existential stakes for democracy or the political viability of the two parties has made bipartisan compromise extremely difficult. The virtue of bipartisanship is often and understandably dismissed as naive, but voting laws are a rare case where bipartisanship has a value of its own. Democracy, after all, depends on the consent of the loser. Yeah, I don't know, just interesting stuff to consider. Another banger. Wait. Wait, this is a video. Never mind. Okay. Okay. What was I doing here? Oh, no. Fuck, I don't remember what he was telling me. Oh, this is to be commissioned. Okay, I can go hunt down pirates in the system, he said? Jesus, what is all this shit? You're done with the tutorial now. How do I get back to the system I was in before? Like, how do I even know where I came from? I think this is where I came from, Galatia, right? Want to read through the response? The idea that making voting easier won't improve turnout is one of political science's worst takes, and to be clear, many political scientists don't buy it, and this thread will explain why. Buckle up. Cohn claims the so-called convenience reforms don't boost turnout because 1, voting isn't actually that hard for most people, and 2, reforms mostly help. He also highlights that voting restrictions can anger and increase turnout, and in certain cases, all these can be true. For some people, voting isn't that hard, so some restrictions will be egregious after spoke back. The right backfiring its suppressors, at least to the for dynamics, turnout drops. When it comes to reforms to make voting easier, there is critically important variation in who needs their voting costs reduced and which reforms. And the research that Cohn cites fails to adequately account for this. My research, for instance, finds that steps of registering to vote is especially costly for young Americans. So it's a little surprised that when we make registering to vote for easy, it's my research showing the positive impact of same-day registration on youth turnout we published and blah, blah, blah. We found that letting people register and vote on the same day increases turnout among 18 to 24-year-olds by as much as 10 percentage points. Do you have to register to vote in primaries? How many 18 to 24-year-olds in USA? It's 30 million. If we assume that the voter turnout among this population is 25%, and then we increase this by 10%, that's 765,000. I wonder how they get millions of votes there. I might have to see the study, but it doesn't help that it's not published yet. Or I wonder if the preprint is available somewhere. I wonder why same-day registration disproportionately benefits blue voters versus red voters. That seems strange as well, too. Maybe Democrats are more likely to move? Or because younger voters are more likely to be Democrats, maybe? Oh wait, this article is like 2 years old too. January, February, March, April, May, June. I think we just need compulsory voting. Fuck all this shit. I think that'd be better. What? How did this get added to our playlist? Okay. What is compulsory voting? Yeah, it's legally required to vote. Okay, sorry. I think I'm in this system right now. This is a system that I've been to before. How do I, oh. Laying a course for this jump point. Okay, trader. When I'm in hyperspace, do I always want to turn off my transponder? Okay. Not always, but it's a good idea. Extremely close to the exit, okay. The last time it said this, there was nobody here. Oh, fuck. Rogue minor force and a smuggler. Wait, yo. You encounter an ongoing battle. The independent forces transmit their IFF codes, which allow you to join the battle on their side if you decide to do so. Sure. Okay, so I just have 3 ships now, right? Yes, okay. Okay.
Barnaby O'Connell, $5.
These 2 are already deployed.
Have you checked out Sith's video on Star Sector yet?
No, but I have checked out your mom's video on Dick Sector. Where your mom goes around all those sectors, secking off them dicks. Okay. So these guys are already in combat. Okay. I want to look at, like, enemy ships. Is there, like, a list of ships I can see anywhere, or is that just not possible? I don't think that's possible. So this is a combat freighter, a strike destroyer, raider shuttle, and a raider shuttle. There was a list before you went into battle. Oh, how can I find out, like can I see, like, weapons that are equipped on this guy? Show detailed information. Oh, wait. Oh, God, fuck. Why did I do this? Okay, can I just see, like, their outfit, like their weapons? The big ship on the left is a dangerous one. Yeah, that's what I would imagine. If these are just raider shuttles. This is an enforcer class ship, a destroyer, and then this is a freighter. So I feel like we'd want to probably take out the destroyer, right? So eliminate means every ship will go after him. Okay, cool. And then I want to camera my ship. And then we go. Right, okay. Okay, I'm only firing my explosives once the... Well, no, actually I can just fire the whole fight, fuck it. Okay, this bad boy, right? We want shields up. My 2 other weapon systems are on auto fire. I'm waiting for my guys to get closer. He doesn't have full shields. So I want to try to get behind this guy, right? Fuck, oh my god, this is... Okay, he's dead. Will my ships automatically go for, like, new ships now, or? Oh, this guy's super dead. Turn on our shields. Yes, they will. You're sure? Okay, turn off our shields. Go faster. Teleport around. Okay. Lock onto this guy. Oh. Fuck, this is so complicated. Okay. Okay, I want to back up. Why are you shooting at me? Fuck you. Why don't I have any missiles left? Do I really only have like a few missiles I can fire? Oh god, oh god, I'm like getting exploded. Hold on. Harpoons only have 3? Oh, Jesus. Okay, well. Dude, my hull is fucked. Okay. We blew all their ships up. Okay, so harpoons are for like one-shotting ships, basically. Okay, I understand. Like once the shields are down. Do I want to recover any of these ships? This ship is fucked. Why would I want this? These 2 ships are fucked. Boom, boom, boom. Your workers are slacking down in the torpedo. Time to make them pee in bottles and shit in bags. True. Okay, pick through the wreckage. Okay, done with this, right? Okay, E. Where were we going in here? Is there a way to go into the... Oh, E is probably... Okay, I probably want tab for the star system. E shows me, like, all the star systems. Okay, I need to hunt. She said there were bounties here, so let's go. Name ships after random chatterers, and then 1024 them if they explode. I could do that. Open intel screens for bounties. Is that E? Oh, intel. Oh wait, but this is like way too... Oh, these are bounties. Oh, bounties, I see. System bounty is 1,000 per frigate. Show on map. How do I like know where these frigates are? Dun, 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 dun. Full repairs require 17 supplies, 140 are available. Dun, dun. Okay, cool. The red spots on the map are pirate stations, and they'll be near there. Okay. Now these prices have come way down since they have access to the system again. Why am I losing, like... Oh, no, that's fuel. Okay. Okay, personnel. Do crew just, like, die during space battles and shit? Is that, like, a thing? Is this, like, the Star Trek movies? Okay, confirm. Okay, how is my fleet doing? Okay, none of these ships are super fucked. Okay, well, 2 tier 4 subs. Who's it gonna be? First tier 4 subs to say me are getting their ship named. Nevikar, you're the hammerhead. Congratulations. And Squiddy, you're the enforcer. All right, if you guys blow up, you're getting 1,024 bands. You were changing the class? Is that bad? Does it matter which name I change? Ignore that dude? Oh, okay. You should buy as much as you can on the black market so you don't pay tariffs. Okay, I'll come back and do that, I guess. Can I, like, kill pirates around a station and then just dock at that station and sell them shit? Are they usually chill with that, or will they get ass mad if I do that? As long as your transponder is off. Okay. So, E. Wait, what is this? Smuggler, faction, independent. I don't know what the fuck that is. Do I care about this guy? The orange ships are whole mods, you should buy them? This will just give me the option of outfitting more whole mods, right?
You gnome fuck!
Undefined Dis has joined the omniliberal nation.
Push F and then look at ships for sale on the open market? Black market? Oh wait, buy. Oh shit. Oil tanker. That's a big boy. What does a tanker do? Does it just have a fuck ton of, like, fuel that it can hold? Used to shift strategic quantities of fuel between worlds. And then what do we have on the black market? A Falcon. Light CA.
Where is my free hug Destiny? Where is my free hug Destiny?
You gotta meet me at an event to get that. And then you gotta bring your mom. Got him with a mom joke. Hit him up with a mom joke. Okay, we don't need any more ships right now. We have our 3 ships. Okay, so nope. Tab is for system. Makeshift nav body. Oh, nav buoy. Buoy. Okay, we're gonna go here. If I'm looking for pirates, should I keep my transponder on, or should I turn it off because I can, like, sneak up on them or something? Or?
Ayaya 7, Pepe wins. Ayaya 7, Pepe wins.
Transponder off and go dark. Why does that matter? Like, if I sneak up on them, does it help me or something? Look at the sensor profile all the way on the bottom left. Dude, now that's what I call a cool story, bro. Worried to death. Okay. Releasing best kind of available sector. A nav buoy monitors the in-system hyperfields and is capable of transmitting and finding the friendly fleets in-system. The data is somewhat unreliable, but studies still making on-the-fly drive adjustments. Under pirate control. Can I hack it? No. I want to just take control of it, baby. Taking control of the buoy will grant you instant fleets. The pirates will certainly regard to take over a vital act of war. Your crew quickly completes a physical takeover. Moving automated sector installing black marks during self-preference to transmit. Easy. So are they gonna be like ass mad and come for this or some shit? We're gonna go to this. Okay, so there's their mining station. We're gonna look for dudes. It was alright. Oh, okay. So now okay. Pirate fleet maneuvers French from this. Okay, so they have. What do we have? A light support carrier, a standard combat freighter, standard combat freighter, standard combat freighter, and then interceptors. What do these interceptors mean? Are these like individual ships, or Do these all come from the light support carrier? They're tiny boy. These are fighters. Oh, interceptors from the carrier. Okay. What happens if I open a comm link? Open a comm link. They should have sent the real Navy, not some grounder leaking in their vac suit. What? Do my ships get experience or anything? Probably not. It's just a matter of upgrading the ships, huh? Okay, deploying our whole fleet, our 3 wonderful ships. When you get officers, they do. Oh. Okay. So if I just want these 2 ships to support my ship. So if I fly around, will they follow me and kill everything else, or is the AI like really garbage or something? They will follow you, yes, but the bigger ships are slower than you. The AI is quite good on this guy. All right, fuck it. Okay, and then if I want to like, I need to do the show video feed in order to like control the ship, right? Okay, we need to slow down because our big guys over there are slower. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so sorry I bumped you. Okay, wait. So this guy has a hole but no shields? Was he ever using shields? Because if not, I could just launch 2 torpedoes. 2 more? Bam! Okay, he's gone. Oh my god, what are you doing over here, dude? These guys don't look like they have shields. Oh! No, he's fine, he's fine. Okay, that guy's dead. Oh my god, there's so many things. No! Well. Nice. Now we're watching Nevikar and Squiddy fight. Should be able to take control of their other ships. No, we're watching them. Okay. Okay, they're doing good. Still got full holes on both. Wait. This guy's going down. Nice. My wonderful, my frigate. Okay. Nope. Okay, so I don't think we need any more of these. Thumper. It's a common. I don't need any more of this shit. How can I tell how much cargo space something will take up? So like this is taking up 2 space. Oh, cargo space, 2 per unit. Does this say cargo space? You're just supposed to assume it's 1, I guess? Right click on the blueprint. It's not a blueprint. No, it's a manufacturer thing. That's a fighter. Okay, so whatever. We take some supplies. I have no crew, and I can't carry any of this shit, so... Do I get... Okay, so how do I check my... Oh, this guy's fucked. What does my combat readiness need to be to go into battle? F1. Max is 70%. It's recovering 10% per day. There's got to be something that tells me like what it needs to go into battle. You can enter so long as you have at least 1%, but it'll be super slow if you have low combat readiness. Oh, so it's like scaling. Okay, well. So I'm just kind of chilling per day then to see if my shit gets any better. Get your ships fixed at the port. Can I go get my ships fixed at the, oh shit. Can we go get fixed at the pirate port? Can we do that? Monthly income. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Your recent actions have generated a lot of interest. And simply coming with your comms turned off is no longer sufficient to go unnoticed. Okay, well, fuck that, I guess. So I just got a lot of money. What did I get that for? It said some monthly payment or whatever. Or was that just for the ships that I destroyed? You get a monthly payment because of the tutorial for like the first 6 months. Oh. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. Fuck you, my bad. Hello, can we please dock? So what is the heavy machinery only used for like looting the for like looting battlefields or like scavenging? Do I not need these otherwise? Also used in planetary surveys. Gotcha. So if I'm just fighting, I don't really need these, right? I can just bank this stuff. You just need minimum amount to loot for maximum effectiveness and salvaging. Okay, so I can just fly with like supplies and personnel. I don't care about fuel because that's only for hyperspace. You banked your fuel? Yeah, but I don't need the fuel, right? Because it's just for hyperspace, I believe. Okay. Fuel doesn't take storage space, you can carry it anyways. Yeah, but I could loot more fuel though, right? Take the machinery so you can salvage post-battle. Oh, fuck. Does the machinery help me salvage post-battle? Oh, well, too late. We're fucked then. We'll just see what we get, I guess. Okay, Pirate Scout with allies. Wait, additional XP due to overall battle difficulty. Oh shit. Okay. So I want these two guys. I can make oh, okay, to support my ship. And then I want to show video feed and then go. Okay. Firing 2. 1 and 3 are on auto fire. Okay. Okay, target 1. Shields up. Checking our flux. Oh my god, I'm not watching my flux at all! Okay, we have our big boys defending us. Look at our big boys! Oh wait, okay. We're gonna try to snipe this ship. Oh my god, no. No, 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 it's too much. This is too much, dude. This is too complicated for me. I think I dropped my missiles at least, right? Okay, well, we're watching our two big boys fight again. Is there an easy way to switch, rather than having to go to the menu and click this? I know I can control the other ships, but they're chatters. I'm not controlling their ships. Please stop spamming it in chat. I've seen it a million times, please. Just push F and that should cycle through. Oh no, wait, T cycles through. Oh no, wait, I don't know what it does. Okay. Wait, did he get blown up? Or what are these guys doing now? No, he looks okay. Oh my god. Well, I don't understand why when I push escape, it's taking me to like some random fuck screen. Or like, what are we at right now? Is this the ship that I was originally controlling? Okay, annoying as fuck. Okay. And then if I left click, it just takes me to this screen. That's so obnoxious. And now I'm back here. Okay. So click him, click F. So I just can't left click on anything, I guess. Okay, so Squiddy is doing fine. A lot of hole. Nevicar is coming back in. He's doing okay. Look at him managing his shields intelligently. Damn, these guys are so good. Oh, he's venting his flux. That dude is like fucked. Or at least it seems like it. He's overloaded, I think. I wonder why is Squiddy not toggling his shields more? Who knows? Ooh, his shields are down, his flux is high, he's trying to get away. Can he get away? Oh, shields are back up, flux is max, he's gone. Rip.
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
Oh, and then this little guy is being destroyed by... Oh, he's trying to escape, maybe? Oh yeah, he's trying to fly away. That hole is like almost dead. These guys are too big, I don't think they can catch him. Alright, I think they're running away now. So they're trying to chase him down, but I'm pretty sure once they get off map, it'll end the encounter. You already won? Press escape? Oh, claim victory, because they're retreating. Oh, so it'll just let them get away, I guess. So we could pursue them, but we don't need to do that. Harry their retreat. Reduces the combat readiness of all disengaged ships with deployed in combat. Also slows down your fleet. Let them go, I guess. Yeah, fuck it. I don't care. What do they have to say? Open a comms link. Okay. We need to get our poor frigate. God damn it. And then picking through the wreckage. It doesn't look like having the machines is helping at all, no? I'm still getting like everything. Or it seems like it. Okay. Tab, we're gonna set a course again. Story points are valuable, don't use them on small frigates. Are they actually valuable, or am I gonna get like unlimited story points when I start doing missions? Pursuing your fleet. Why are they pursuing us? Yeah, fuck out of here, dude. You'll get like 30 and that's it? Oh shit, wait, really? I need those for level ups, don't I? Wait, so did I just permafuck my campaign? Is that true? No, you get them at a slow rate when max level. Oh, okay. So you don't get just 30. That guy was just a dumb fuck. Okay, my transponder's on. These guys can fuck off. Oh, I should have had my sustained burn on. Whoops. Okay, so this ship has now suffered some big boy damage. If I wanted to restore, it would cost me 24,000 to get rid of. Oh my god. This is just damage? Spend a story point to make elite? Plus 100% damage to weapons and engines. Oh, no, wait. Hold on, no. The XQC band is number 4 on RL. Jeez. Look at the industry tree. Reduces monthly supply consumption for ships by 50%. Oof. Plus 100% ship repair rate outside of con. Oh my god, wait, that sounds... Holy shit. If lost in combat, ship is almost always recoverable. Plus 6% peak operating time, minus 100% combat. What is overload? I don't actually know what that is. Have I been using that? Plus 15 combat readiness. Is it big bonus across the board? Okay, sure. Oh, that's when you overload. Okay. So I want how much? So do I want like 50 of these or something? You really think this helps? I feel like I don't believe you. $20 to $40. Okay, I'm gonna try one more fight, and then I think we're debating Prime. Okay, we can do this, okay? Am I getting bounties for killing these ships also? Okay, so tab. Where is that station at? Wait, where the fuck? Oh, it's way over there. Wait, why isn't it red anymore? Okay, sustained burn. Are we just flying into the sun, or? Check when the bounty expires on the intel screen. Bounties. It's a 1,000 credit base reward per frigate, 18 days remaining. Am I getting these right now, I guess? Or? Rogue minor faction. Why? Why would you try to fight me when you know you're gonna get fucked? Okay, they kind of, okay, transfer command, okay. This time, we're gonna be responsible. Flying through stars currently costs a lot of supplies. Now that's what I call a story that is very cool, bro. Okay. Okay, I need to stop using my WASD to move around the screen. Okay, boom, boom. This I need to just delete. N? Okay, so both of you guys are going to be assisting our ship. We're going to show video feed, and we're going to go, okay. Stop left clicking. Okay, there's literally no point in ever left clicking. Okay. We're going to slow down, okay. We're flying around. Okay. We've got bogies approaching. Okay, we're gonna avoid missiles. Okay, we're gonna let our big boys do some work here. And I have a few heavy missiles of my own for when we need to blow people up. I don't know what the fuck that shit is, I don't care. Or do I care? I don't know what that's doing, okay. Oof. Oh shit, his flux is getting high. Oh my god, I'm getting... Okay, we need to get out of here. Oh my god, the pain. Fuck! Dude, they all blow me up! I can't. Okay, next time. We need more combat training, okay? Alright, we'll watch our big boys fight. Oh my god! Oh wait, we're actually all dying. Oh no! Goodbye, Squiddy. Okay, tab. How do I, video feed, okay. It's all on Nevikar now. This guy is a monster, dude. Oh no. He's just completely outmatched. Just... Pirate fleet maneuvers to prevent you... that's why. So what happens now? Is it just game over? Your fleet is scouted and you yourself barely escape the command mount. After a while, you're picked up by a passing salvage fleet and taken back to civilization. Eventually, you acquire another couple of craft and you're able to apply. Alright, well, bigger ships next time, okay. SWAT raid happening next door, no biggie.
I'm apartment C10. I have no idea what's going on. I got a voicemail from 911 saying I needed to evacuate. I missed it because I sleep like the dead. Called back and they were like, yeah, no, don't leave your apartment. Please stay inside. I was like, cool. So I was occasionally peeking through my blinds like a Gladys Kravitz, but I'm not allowed to do that anymore because there's a sniper. And apparently we're both making each other very anxious, so not gonna do that anymore. If they do have me evacuate, I have decided to change my shirt to prove to them that I am not a threat. Just autistic.
Okay. Any soys in chat?
Hey, Destiny. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. How's it going?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right. A-okay. 100% okie dokie.
Okay. All right.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined Dis has joined the
All right.
Omniliberal Nation.
So, to my audience members and to Destiny's, yeah, we are going to have discussion on the, in my opinion, the corrupting influence of money in politics, specifically corporate lobbying. So I believe that corporate lobbying has a negative effect, a net negative effect on public discourse and policymaking. I believe Destiny has a different opinion on all of it.
Yeah, so my opinion is corporate lobbying, I think, is necessary. I think that lobbying is a good thing. We should be allowed to lobby congressmen. There might be times where it can have a negative or deleterious effect on politics, but I think that it is way, way, way smaller than most people say, and I think that there are other things that are way more important to focus on than lobbying, which is just scapegoated for every problem we have in our electoral system.
Okay. I don't disagree with you that... okay, so I don't disagree with you that it's lobbying can be quite useful, and that it's scapegoated so that all problems end up on the hands of lobbyists. And that's definitely not the case. There are many ways why our system is the way it is. There are many factors, many stakeholders. Lobbyists are just one of them, but they are, in my opinion, a negative one. So
when you say negative, I'm curious. Do you think we should like ban lobbying?
So, no. I think that we should ban their influence through money specifically, but not the fact that they are interfacing with our congressmen or lawmakers in general. So,
what do you mean when you say that? When you say ban money in general?
Ban money in general. So I think that direct campaign contributions should be ended. Instead, we should have public financing.
Yeah, so direct campaign contributions, you're limited on the amount of those you can make, right? Isn't it like $5,000 or something? Do you think they should be banned from like fundraising for people?
Yeah, in terms of fundraising. So you are limited, but you can get a tremendous amount, like if you get individual like executives donating to a campaign, of course, going to dinners and fundraising there, perfect way to raise money and to influence lawmakers in that way.
Okay, so let's say that I think that climate change is something that's very important. And let's say that I feel like there is local candidate X who's going to support climate change better than any other candidate on the ballot. Let's say that I want to have like a conservation dinner at like a place next to a zoo. And I want to host a dinner where a whole bunch of people can come and we can buy tickets to the dinner for $300 and that money goes towards like supporting the campaign of a particular individual. Should that type of activity be banned? We're not allowed to support those people like that?
Sorry. Sorry, I screwed up. Sorry, I screwed up something on my stream. No, we're good now. Sorry. Let's try it again. Should you?
Yeah. So like, let's say that let's say that I'm a climate change advocate. Okay. Let's say that I support candidate X because I think they're going to do things that are going to make the world a better place for climate change. Let's say that to help fundraise for them, let's say that I decide to host like a dinner next to a zoo, like some conservation area. And as a part of hosting that dinner, people can buy $400 tickets and then those go to the campaign of the person I'm supporting. Should that type of like lobbying be illegal?
Yes. So I think that instead the best type of lobbying would be ones that simply provide support to individuals, to policymakers in terms of expertise. I think that's the biggest thing, biggest advantage of lobbying is to provide that expertise that so many lawmakers don't have in any individual area. I don't particularly care the issue. So now you're saying like, well, there's some issues that I might agree with. True, but those are flooded. Those are completely overwhelmed by business interests. Business interests by far take up most. I believe there's two thirds of lobbying is done by corporate business interests. So for those few interests that I might be in favor of, they are up against a mountain of money that they can't compete.
Well, so I guess what I'm curious about then is that like, well, I guess maybe we could just discuss this on this level right here. So I feel like that would be, it feels like a pretty big infringement to free speech that I wouldn't be allowed to host like a dinner to fundraise for a candidate that I like. Are these candidates just completely and totally out of luck then? They just have no hope if they're not already individually incredibly wealthy of winning any type of election, or?
Oh, okay. In terms of the candidates themselves, I think that in terms of if you even the playing field in terms of public funding, then everyone has that same playing field. Like everyone has an equal chance of making it. So yeah. Did I answer your question? I'm sorry.
So then you would say that like. How would you? I guess it's like the public argument or the public funding argument. You'd say that any spending done on an election has to come from public, like a public fund or something, or
not any spending. So I would say that maybe we could still do some ad buys, right? That could be possibly a thing, but it should be severely limited as to how much money can be spent. Not an unlimited amount of money being spent there, but like in terms of you could count all kinds of things as contributions. So you yourself advocating on behalf of a lawmaker, that would be okay. I wouldn't limit that.
Well, yeah, so those are already taken care of. These are called like in-kind donations, right? Like you would already account for stuff like this. But I guess it just seems that like at this point we're restricting the people that can run have to be really wealthy already to do so. Because like if a poor candidate, let's say like a school teacher runs, they're never going to be able to pay for ads or fund anything. And it sounds like we're saying basically they can't raise money from outside sources ever to do it.
I would say we should fully fund things publicly. Absolutely fully fund things, everything publicly.
So in terms of fully funding everything publicly then, so then there would be no individual spend on campaigns? It would all be the same amount of money funded publicly?
Yes.
Okay, then how do we deal with like primaries? Does every single person that wants to run in a primary get equal funding, or like can like 30 people run in a primary system and then they all just get money funded, or?
Sure. Okay. In the primary system, that might be different. So that might be a different set of rules. So you could have a situation where, in terms of signatures, right? Like whoever can get the most signatures, they get maybe a proportional amount of funding, right? Or if you can somehow show that through polling that you have a certain amount of support, that maybe you can get more funding, but even then that's a little iffy. But there's also all kinds of ways. We don't have to have, like, for instance, equal rules for primaries and for general elections.
Yeah, so well, that seems like it seems like we need to have equal rules, right?
Do we? Why?
Well, because then you're shifting all of the burden onto the primary system. What's going to happen is people will just spend hundreds of millions of dollars in all the primaries, and then the general election will just be whoever spent the most on the primary, right? If you're making
no, I'm saying there's still publicly financed even then during the primaries, but in terms of exactly how that money is allocated, that might be different.
Okay, so if you have two candidates and one is massively more popular than another candidate in a given city, state, country, they're still both required that they can only have like essentially what is like the same amount of publicity per person. So if one candidate has the support of 95% of the population and the other candidate has the support of 5% of the population, both of them are allocated like an equal amount of money in terms of how much they're allowed to spend on advertising and everything.
Yes, I mean if it's through advertising that they're reaching the voters, if through advertising they're reaching voters, then they should have an equal platform to do so, right? Yeah.
Okay, I think we just fundamentally disagree on like the structure of like that to me would be incredibly unsatisfying. Like if there is some candidate that has like that I like fully support, it's a pretty big restriction on my rights that there's literally nothing I can do for this candidate. I'm just barred from doing anything to help them.
No,
basically.
I didn't say that. Of course, you can help them through knocking on doors and all that.
Well, but these things are all volunteer. These are all in-kind donations.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, so in-kind donations then are okay under your system?
Yeah, I said that previously. Did you miss that? Like you speaking on behalf of a candidate could be an in-kind donation, and that's okay. Yeah. I'm talking about corporate money within politics, specifically that. That's
I think that there's a lot of different ways that that money can be spent, which is what is, I guess, confusing me. So because now if we're talking in-kind donations, so for instance, if we were to pay for a bunch of people to go canvass or door knock in a certain area, even if we don't donate that money to the campaign directly, that's still money being spent. It could be spent by a corporation, and that's also considered an in-kind donation.
Yeah, I mean, so the point of this is not to absolutely even the playing field, because that's impossible. Right? Like, I wish we could, but it's not. But we can't completely even the playing field here. The best we can do, though, is try to level it so that people aren't facing a mountain instead of maybe more a steep climb over a hill. So I understand that there will be. I understand that some people will have. Some interests will still have advantages, but that's fine. That's fine. Instead, we can counter those interests, those advantages through people power, for instance.
So people power, so whatever side can mobilize like the most number of volunteers or something, basically?
Maybe, if that, yes, that's one way. That's one way of doing things. Yeah, sure.
Okay. I guess like I understand your point. I just completely disagree. It just feels like a huge infringement on my First Amendment rights that I'm not able to organize for, or I guess like organize like dinners to help a candidate or get them like more money at all. Like they're just restricted to whatever budget I guess they personally have. You're saying that also you'd restrict their personal spending on elections too as well, I guess?
Yes, I would restrict their personal spending as well. Again, through all publicly financed elections. Again, you can organize for them. You can organize a dinner. Certainly, you can actually organize a dinner. And the
wait, how is organizing a dinner not like similar to like fundraising for somebody or lobbying?
You can organize a dinner where the candidate can come and talk to their constituents, but they can't fundraise from that dinner.
How does that work? Because like I'm sure that
How
some
does-
people that
how
go
does
to
that
the,
not work?
Well, because I'm sure that people that go to the dinner are going to want to donate to the campaign, right? Like, do you just ban them from donating for like a month after going to a dinner, or?
No, I'm saying again, there would be no donations whatsoever.
Yeah, but I'm saying like if I go to a dinner for a candidate and I really like that candidate, I'm probably going to be motivated to go to their website and donate afterwards, right?
But if the donation system has been demolished, then you wouldn't be doing that.
Oh wait, so you want to get rid of all campaign contributions?
So I think that it would be very difficult, extremely difficult, to disaggregate like which money is coming from like which business interests if we had campaign contributions coming from individuals, right? So so individuals, a great way again that industries funnel money to individuals is through their employees, right? So employees will go out to these dinners or whatever, however they do so, and they give the maximum amount. So instead, if we limited that and then had all funding through public, all of it going through public funding, then would level a playing field in that way.
Gotcha. Don't you think this would hurt certain candidates then who gained like widespread notoriety through public support? So for instance, like candidates like Yang or Bernie Sanders, then just nobody would ever like know about these guys, or their popularity would be severely reduced?
Why wouldn't they know about them?
Well, part of Bernie Sanders and his ability to like gain so much recognition has been like the huge amount of fundraising he did. Like I think Bernie Sanders was second only to Donald Trump in terms of fundraising. Like his average $27 donation from everybody around the country. It seemed like that was a really big part of his campaign.
Yeah, I mean that was part of it, but the other part of it was the organizing efforts, right?
Which are paid for with campaign contributions. That's how they pay for that. Right?
Yeah. So we fully fund, especially, and again, these things are in terms of the levels of amount of funding changes depending on like the race, right? So obviously presidential races would have a lot more funding.
Wait, but would you just allocate the same amount of funding to every candidate then? So Bernie and now Tulsi Gabbard and now Ben Carson, all these people get the same amount of money allocated to them?
Sure, why not? Again, or you can either do that, or you can do it in terms of support, like some sort of tangible support that you can show, like whether it be through signatures or some other method.
So for the last race then, Bernie Sanders would have had significantly less money to spend, and more money would have gone to people like Steyer, would have gotten more money. Tulsi Gabbard would have gotten more money. Amy Klobuchar, these people all would have had elevated spending. Yang, all these people would have had elevated spending, and Bernie Sanders' spending would have gone down. Is that like an outcome that you think is favorable or good?
Elevated? Why would they have elevated spending? And again, so
because Bernie Sanders fundraised all these people, so that he would necessarily have less money to spend, and they would all have more money to spend. He'd be getting a lesser share.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So I would say that the most important thing is to
Undefined has
operate
joined the omniliberal nation.
through organizing. So it doesn't matter to me that other candidates have equal amounts. Like if they can organize and use that money to push their policy objectives, then or their policy objectives to the people, and that's fine. I don't actually care at all that they have more. I mean, what difference does it make to me, right?
Well, the difference is Bernie Sanders would be less popular almost necessarily, right? Because now every other candidate...
Why would he be less popular? His popularity doesn't necessarily rely on the amount of money he had to spend, but his messaging. Right?
There's only we have to understand that there's limited resources. There are limited people that can volunteer for political campaigns. There's limited advertising spots on radio and TV. There's limited ads that somebody can see online. So if we start making it so every other candidate has similar to Bernie Sanders levels of spending, or we decrease Bernie Sanders levels of spending, then more people are going to volunteer for other campaigns that are now going to have the money to pay them. More advertising spots are going to go to non-Bernie Sanders candidates that are now going to have the money allocated to them. Bernie Sanders is going to have a smaller ground game. He's going to have a smaller internet online presence. Like these things all they necessarily follow. It'll have to be the case.
That's okay. Everyone should have an equal playing field. So like I'm not trying to skew the playing field to a candidate that I prefer. I'm trying to even the playing field.
Huh. Okay. I guess I just totally disagree. I think if a candidate can hit that level of popularity, like regardless of, I don't really support a lot of Bernie Sanders policies because he's a bit further left of me, but like if he's able to gather that much popular support and that many people want to move behind him and that many people want to contribute to his campaign, I think he has the right to raise that money. I would feel bad telling him like, nope, sorry, I don't care how popular you are. We need to make space for all of these other candidates that are far less popular.
Okay. So, first of all, you do you agree that corporate lobbying, what negative effects do you think corporate lobbying has?
I mean, theoretically, if a politician is like completely on the fence about something, and he could go either way, depending on like his electorate, it's possible that a corporate contribution or corporate support might push him in a direction.
Okay. So I think that it's actually less of that. I think in the end, the real big problem with corporate lobbying is instead that it supports people who already agree. So oftentimes it supports people who already agree. And then through them, through those politicians, they convince their fellow politicians, right? So it gives them more influence, more resources to make their case, right? So
do you think it's going to influence politicians to vote in ways that their constituents disagree with?
Corporate lobbying, absolutely, and in fact, I have plenty of evidence to say that's the case.
Yeah, so this is the thing that I used to believe this a lot, and then this is what moved me off of this point completely. I just don't see evidence of all of these wildly unpopular policies that get passed that corporate lobbyists somehow like are supporting. Yeah, I don't know what that system is.
Sure. All right, well, let's go through it. So there was the case of the DEA, right, the Drug Enforcement Agency. So the pharmaceutical industry successfully lobbied Congress to make it easier to distribute opioids across America communities and thwart the Drug Enforcement Administration's efforts to halt the addiction crisis. So drug companies, including Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America, CVS Health, and the National Association of Drug Stores lobbied for a new bill that made it virtually impossible for the DEA to freeze suspicious narcotics shipments from drug distributors. Right? So there was basically a level of evidence that had to be reached until the DEA could halt suspicious drug shipments. These individuals, these interests, lobbied to raise that level to make it very difficult for the DEA to actually do its job, and one of the jobs I actually agree with it. So the U.S.
government. So real quick, can you rephrase this or can you link me this? Are you saying that the DEA's ability to?
So if you look at and to everyone who's watching, if you go into my VC chat, so join my Discord and go into the VC chat, I'll be putting all the links that I'm referencing there. So let me throw that there. 1 second. Okay, there was that article from CNN. Okay. So that's calling for an investigation of this particular incident. Called the Insurance Patient Access and Effective Drug Enforcement Act. The bill sponsors included Pennsylvania Republican Senator Tom Marino, Utah Republican Senator Orrin Hatch, and Tennessee Republican Representative Marsha Blackburn. All work for constituencies that are heavily affected by the opioid epidemic. However, each raised at least 6 figures in campaign contributions for the pharmaceutical industry. Marino got nearly 100,000, Blackburn got 120,000, and Hatch 177,000. And these were all, of course, co-sponsors. The law, which was supposed to further define imminent danger, raised the bar for evidence on the suspension orders of drug shipments. At the height of the opioid epidemic, inexplicably, suspensions slowed down. So the DEA was doing a certain number of suspensions. These suspensions were slowed down of drug shipment. The bill was written by Lydon Barber, a former DEA associate chief counsel who left to work for the drug industry in 2011. So another part of this is the revolving door that's very well known in Washington, in which former regulators or policymakers end up on the side of the corporate influence, corporate interests. So,
when does this? Okay, so this call for action was in 2017. Do you know if he won or lost his next election?
Oh, Marino. So Marino was later hired by Donald Trump to be some sort of a drug czar, not the drug czar, but some other position. And then the like you see Manchin, Joe Manchin, calling for an investigation of this person if like the media reports happen to be true. So that should be within the article.
It's nominated by letters. Okay, just reading about it.
Take your time.
Okay, so it sounds like after he did this, he was Trump tried to hire him on, so he didn't get to run in an election after this. Endorsed Donald Trump. Damn, he won hugely. And it looks like he raised around... He's raised almost $3 million. How much money has he raised total from the pharmaceutical industry?
That particular, I don't know how much total, but according to article, the Tom Marino specifically was nearly 100,000, and then more for the other two that are specifically named.
Gotcha. Yeah, I guess stuff like this would be pretty bad. Pretty shitty, sure.
I've got more examples. So there's the weakening of Dodd-Frank. Oh, let me put this article in chat and as well. Once again, everyone, if you want to follow along, join my Discord server and go into the channel labeled VC chat. I'll be placing all my references there. So, okay. So here's another one. Okay. So in terms of weakening Dodd-Frank, in 2013, Citigroup essentially wrote a crucial parts of a bill that would exempt large swaths of Wall Street trades from regulation. So the two paragraphs were copied word from word from a corporate lawyer named Michael Bopp, which is a weird name, but whatever. Wall Street groups held fundraisers for lawmakers who co-sponsored the bill. At one dinner, corporate executives and lobbyists paid up to $2,500 to dine in a private room of a Greek restaurant just blocks away from the Capitol. Representative Sean Patrick Maloney, Democratic in New York, co-sponsored the bill, championed by Citigroup. Okay, so Citigroup and other major banks used a similar approach in other derivatives bill. Under Dodd-Frank, banks must push some derivatives trading into separate units that are not backed by the government's insurance fund. The goal was to isolate this risky trading. The provision exempted many derivatives from the requirement, but some Republicans proposed striking the so-called push-out provision is what it's called, altogether. After objections were raised about the Republican plan, Citigroup lobbyists sent around the bank's own compromise proposal that simply exempted a wider array of derivatives. That recommendation, put forth in late 2011, was largely part of the bill approved by the House Committee on May 7th and is now pending before... Oh, and this is an old article, so this is... Yeah. As with the... as that's the DA example, I don't believe that these bills, right, these laws, these policy changes actually benefit the individual's constituents, right?
Why do you say that for the case of this, for this derivatives thing?
So what constituency actually was asking for less regulation on financial
well, we're not just saying just more or less regulation doesn't really make sense, right? We're talking about particular types of regulation. Not everybody is for all regulation, and nobody is for no like that doesn't really make sense, right? Like we can think of terms of regulations that would be bad, and we can think of regulations that would be good. So just looking at it as more or less. So it sounds like what was suggested by some of these financial institutions is that there are certain types of derivatives that come under more scrutiny. So it's okay or safer for certain banks to be allowed to engage in certain types of derivative markets, but not others. And that was the exemption that they suggested, I guess.
Yes. So for this was not banning these trades, right? These trades were allowed to happen.
Well, but they were. We were talking about doing these without being government backed, right?
Yeah. So, well, that's one of those things. Others is simply the scrutinizing these derivatives, right? And so I would say that that there is no constituency that would want less scrutinization of these trades, right?
Well,
so
it's not talking about the scrutiny of them. It's talking about whether or not they're allowed to take place with a government backing, with a government insurance fund, right?
So exempted in-house derivatives trades between Elizabeth. Two paragraphs copied from the lawyer, so I'm just reading for this again. Minutes not backed by current.
So the point. So the point was that under Dodd-Frank, it looks like banks had to push some of the derivatives trading into separate houses, where those houses are not backed by, like, I'm guessing this is FDIC insurance, but maybe some other type of government insurance fund. And apparently, what some of these financial institutions fired back with is they're saying, well, hold on, there are certain types of derivative trading these are okay, and these should be backed by the government, but they're also heavily scrutinized. So we think it's still acceptable to do certain forms of derivatives trading because the government looks at these a lot more, and they should be safe enough to be considered for some form of insurance from the government. This doesn't seem like wildly controversial, I don't think.
Well, certainly it actually was. So that's why the very fact that these bills were simply written by these banks, right? The fact that
well, to be clear, these bills aren't written by the banks. This was like
sorry. The provision within this bill was actually written.
Well, of course, it came from them, right? Of course, it was written by them.
Yes, exactly. So exactly what I said. So I'm saying that my point is that there is no constituency that wants to weaken these rules. That's my only goal there.
But we don't know that. That's incredibly simplistic. Like, not everybody wants to overregulate everything from the bank. In fact, there's a lot of consumers that are okay with some bank behavior that's incredibly damaging to the country. So I don't.
Sorry. Do you have polling that says that people, especially at this point in time, wanted less scrutiny on the banks, that these people were being represented? This was their policymakers acting on their will. I would love to see that. And beyond that, I still have more examples.
Let's see. So it was either under Clinton or Bush when they began to expand the types of insurances that would be available for people that were getting loans for houses that shouldn't have been able to get loans for houses. So the colloquial way to refer to these were like Nina loans, right? You could get loans with no income verification, no asset verification. And these were wildly popular among a lot of people because people saw expanding the ability, the American dream of people to own homes as being like a fundamental part of the American experience. So I think that these policies were generally pretty popular.
These aren't the same.
No, but I'm saying like that's an example of like of a lack of regulation that the American public would push for that's really damaging to our system.
I agree that some people and there are some regulations that could be damaging or unhelpful.
Sure.
I'm saying that this is not an example of that, right? As far as
I don't know if there I don't know if there exists polling. First of all, you don't have polling data on this either. I know that for a fact because the idea I don't think you can pull. I don't think that you can poll people and say, like, how do you feel specifically about 4 forms of derivative trading and whether or not they should be within or outside of government insurance packages? I think these issues are just simply too complicated to individually poll somebody on, right?
Exactly. So this is another part of the problem of corporate lobbying, right?
Well, but we don't know if this is a problem, though. This might be a good thing, right? Have you demonstrated this is even a bad thing?
So once again, part of the problem of corporate lobbying is that it often concentrates on rules and policies and regulations that are not within the public eye, right? So these things that are often times very complicated, very complex pieces of legislation, right? That may skew regulation in their favor, skew the markets in their favor. That'll happen, and these things won't be on the radar of the public, right? But they could still be very important. They could still be things that, like for instance, like these derivatives could be a problem within the future if they aren't publicly.
Yeah, but it might have been a problem too if they were banned from trading, or if they weren't able to be insured by the government as well, right? Like you would have to show me something that shows it, like, oh well, these forms of derivative trading, if most people would have known about them, they would have been dramatically against these, or these forms of derivative trading are harming consumers today that take place under government insurance. I don't know if that's the case.
So I would say that that these trades, right? That actually that I don't trust the financial these financial institutions to be the ones to actually decide these, right?
Well,
So
but it
I
wasn't
think
them that decided. They proposed it, and then
they literally did. They literally did.
no, they literally did not. Right? All they
So
can.
I'm saying they proposed.
Yes, they can propose. Okay, but the word you used earlier was decided. They're not deciding anything.
Oh,
the ultimate decision
okay.
is on Congress to pass the law. So they can
And I'm
suggest
saying that
legislation
with
of their
corporate-
own, but it's up to Congress
Sure.
to choose whether or not they want to pass it.
And I'm saying with that corporate influence, with that corporate influence, that it's not simply that lawmakers are looking at these different interests, right, and deciding which one is greater, which one is better for the public good, right? Instead, there is a specific weight being placed on the side of business interests. So whether these specific trades are good or bad, like it's obscured.
Yeah, I understand that all of these things are obscured. I understand that, but I think it's good that the financial industry should have some representation in Congress as to how bills get passed. Yeah, because Congress are financially illiterate. These guys don't know fucking anything. There's like two people in Congress that know anything about how any of these types of markets work.
I don't disagree with you there.
So I think that having those types of like corporate influences to say like, hey, well, here I think that this might seem like a good idea if you ban this, but it'll cause this or this or this to happen. So here's our input, and then ultimately at the end of the day, Congress decides what legislation they want to pass on that or not.
I'm not fighting you on that. I agree with you.
Well, to be clear, you are fighting me on that because you're saying all forms of this should be illegal. Wait,
No,
so
I
do you
didn't
think
say
that do you think that corporations should be allowed to propose legislative changes?
Yes, exactly. But going back to that article, right, talking about the money that was exchanged, right, and the support that came with it. All right, so if it's possible that everything you said here is correct, absolutely possible, that Senator or Representative Sean Patrick Maloney, Democrat of New York, right, absolutely believes, right, as far as his understanding through his research, that this change is actually beneficial, right, and actually be doing his constituents very good. Like it's a possibility that that's the case, right? But he didn't reach that. He didn't reach that without the influence of money in his pocket, right, in his campaign coffers.
I guess it's hard to know that. They might have. I mean, I imagine corporations would still be proposing the same type of legislative changes. I guess you're just saying you're arguing that in a counterfactual that they wouldn't have implemented those changes if the financial support wouldn't have come along with it.
I'm saying that corporate lobbying. I'm saying that corporate lobbying has shown itself to be extremely profitable practice. In fact, if it wasn't a profitable practice, then these corporations would not be involved in it at all.
Well, I think when we say extremely profitable, we need to qualify that a little because it seems like a lot of corporations don't really spend that much money on corporate lobbying.
No problem.
When you look at all the other types of investments they make.
No problem. So in 2012, business interests. This is another article. I'll put that in the chat. 1 second, please. It's a Huffington Post article. In 2012, business interests spent $2.57 billion in lobbying Congress and the executive branch, more than 3/4 of total spending by all politically active organizations. For every $1 spent by unions and public interest groups on direct lobbying that year, business interests spent $34. So it vastly outnumbers.
How much? Well, okay. Those two comparisons make no sense because, of course, corporations probably have way higher pools of money to draw from, so I'd expect them to be spending more. But the question is, what are the revenues of those companies? Because if you're telling me that they spent $2 billion, but their revenues were totaling if you're talking industry-wide, in the hundreds of billions, or potentially even in the trillions of dollars, if we're talking the entire U.S. economy, then spending a couple $1 billion doesn't really make it seem like that profitable of an activity.
Don't worry, I got an answer for you. Corporations got $4.4 trillion in federal contracts and subsidies. For every dollar spent on influencing politics, the nation's most politically active corporations receive $760 from the government.
Wait, can you link me this thing you're looking at?
No, it's in the same article, the Huffington Post article. It's in those bullet points right there. And there's links to all these things within that article.
All right, hold on 1 second.
Take your time.
Business interests spent $2.57 billion on lobbying Congress and the executive branch. For every $1 spent by unions and public interest groups on direct lobbying that year, business interests spent $34 of the $100. 5 represent businesses. By contrast, Diffuse interest groups and unions have never collectively accounted for more than 3 of the top 100 spending organizations. Business groups dramatically outnumber public interest groups at the state level too. This all makes sense, of course. The public suffers. Okay. Okay. The political agenda is to push a focus on business interests, not the needs of the public. Policymakers increasingly spend their time on the issues that matter to business groups, left off the table the concerns of broader sectors of the population. Let's see this here. Let's see. Abstract. Okay. There's been a long-standing concern about inequality in the representation of interests by organized groups. The lobbying community in Washington is dominated by corporations. It's been to include the inequality in interest groups organizations is not a major problem for American democracy. However, my colleagues suggest inequality in interest group representation presents itself in the agenda-setting stage. They find that the public agenda is quite different from the lobbying agenda. That is, the types of issues that are most important to the public differ from the types of issues that lobbyists bring in. Public opinion data in more detail. For certain publics, we find additional evidence that the lobbying agenda does not reflect the policy positions of the public. So, let me see if I can find this paper.
Take your time.
Browser. So one of the, I don't know if I've looked at this one in particular, but one of the big issues with a lot of these studies in the past is that what the study will do is, I should have this saved. What the study will do is they will look at what the public believes about a certain thing, and then they'll look at how, what I guess wealthy people or what corporations are pushing for, and then they'll compare that to the agenda. And what they find is that oftentimes it seems like there's an agenda that's represented more by like lobbyists and businesses than the public writ large. But the problem with these polls is that they just go by what the public wants. But politicians don't care what the public wants. Politicians are supposed to care what voters want. The problem is that we don't vote uniformly as a public base. So polling on public opinion is irrelevant. What you have to poll on are voter opinions or likely voters. It's possible that this study does that, though. Let me just find the methodology real quick. Hold on.
Okay, take your time.
More considerations. Paper reviews some conflicting findings in recent research on policy. Make the case for only working several data sources. Which measure of public opinion is used? Concerns alarming issues. We find evidence and okay. Case for equal representation. It's become clear the government is more responsive to wealthier interests. However, recent studies suggest that low-income citizens are better represented than one might think. The case for equal representation is based on empirical findings rather than theoretical reasoning. However, these studies begin from some basic theoretical premises. One is that re-election incentive ensures the elected government officials need to be responsive to public opinion, at least majority opinion. For example, median voter theories predict that candidates and political parties adopt political centrist political values. Furthermore, one perspective in mass behavior research, sorry, this is going to take me a little bit, hold on, we're going. Some argue that citizens are able to discern the policies that advance and inhibit their own interests. Several studies, furthermore, some recent studies find that differences in policy opinions between income and other evidence that dynamic representation, the movement of government policy over time in response to public preferences occurs fairly equally for the rich, poor, middle government policy. Particular changes in government policy are responsive to changes in public opinion for all income. Responsive changes. A finding that holds across multiple policy domains. These findings challenge the ideas about the pervasive impact of political inequality in the United States. However, it is striking. The most recent studies comparing citizen policy preferences to government policy outputs do not consider the role of interest groups. In this literature, there is some effort to maximize, if you examine the role of interest groups, this critical omission for organized interests tend to play a starring role in theories of unequal representation. Okay, hold on. I'm looking.
Hey, take your time.
To measure the policy priorities of organized interests, we first drew a random sample of registered lobbyists in Washington, assembling premise based on the reports lobbyists. Thus, groups that reported lobbying on more issues had a greater chance of being selected. We scheduled an interview with the lobbyists each year, selected. Asked lobbyists to discuss the most recent issue they had to work on. Each interview with a newly selected interest group generated one new issue for us to follow. We continued the sampling interviewing process. We generated 98 issues that represented a sample lobbyists from 1998 to 2002. Through interviews with other lobbyists, other public sources, we compiled additional information, including lobbying activities on their organization. The issue in our lobbying study tend to be rather low in media salience. More than 70% of the lobbying issues were never covered in a network television news period. Half of the issues were covered in only 4 of the issues were the subject of television advertising campaigns. Nevertheless, My lobbyists did receive some attention from government. More than 1/3 of the issues were the subject of congressional hearing, and all but 6 were featured. I wonder if these issues were counter to what the public would have wanted. I wonder if that's addressed in this paper.
So I have examples, like I was saying previously, of the lawmakers seemingly to act against, acting in the favor of corporate interests that in a way that might necessarily reflect public's interests. So, can I keep going, or do you still need?
Give me like 90 seconds. Hold on.
Go ahead, please.
The Pew Research data probably doesn't go by voters, right? It probably is just national level polling.
I don't know.
Examine public opinion data from 2 other sources. Data from the service validated. Original findings are going to one of our data sources is Pew Research Centers, which include the MIP questions. Something policy in December 2020. Pew used the same question wording as Gallup, which also recorded. It might be likely voters, maybe. Broad policy priorities of the public. They don't specify voters, though, which I feel would be really important if they were actually going to do that.
Sorry.
But, sorry, I'm talking to myself on my stream, sorry.
Okay.
Lobbying agenda were healthcare, the environment, transportation, finance, defense, science. Now, most important issues for the public were crime, the economy, education, foreign affairs, healthcare, and social welfare. From 1999 to 2002, the domains that occupied the most space on the lobbying agenda were healthcare, the environment, transportation, finance, defense, and science and technology. While the most important issues for the public were crime, I don't know how private lobbyists could even lobby about crime.
I mean, in terms of, private prisons, that's something they could.
Yeah, but like how many private prisons? What is the spending on like private prisons compared to like any other industry?
That's a separate issue, sorry. But that's one way they could, or in terms of, I guess, law enforcement and providing resources for law enforcement, there could be a lot of things under quote unquote crime. So
yeah, but what I'm thinking of is that like if we look at like
Undefined has joined the omniliberal.
Hold on, sorry. If we look at like the total revenues of these industries, I feel like how many like do private prisons really generate enough revenue for them to have a significant lobbying thing in Congress? Like I don't know if they generate enough money for that. That's right.
I think they do, but I'm not going to start making those claims. I don't know. But I believe they do have a lobbying.
Well, but I'm saying like, so when we compare it to like, so lobbyists spent the most money on healthcare. There's no way that they even touch that because that's huge, right? Environmental issues are going to be also huge. Transportation is fucking huge. The finance sector is huge. I don't think private prisons even touch any of this. So that's not, that doesn't surprise me.
What difference does that make if they don't compare in lobbying? Like, what difference does that actually make?
Well, I'm just looking in terms of like, are we like, I'm just in terms of this paper, like I'm trying to think of like, are the lobbyists here like massively drawing away what the average citizen cares about? So when I say like the public cares about crime, I don't think there's any place for like a lobbyist to come in and like influence like how like American opinion on crime or like I could say like private prison stuff, but the amount of donations that they make has got to be so low compared to any other industry.
So it doesn't have to be just through donations, right? So that's another problem, lobbying. So
well, sure, but donations or donations in kind. Like for all of these social issues, so like the economy, I don't even know how you would count like a lobbyist like caring about the economy. Education, I don't know how lobbyists spend on education. Foreign affairs, does defense spending count as that?
So in terms of, and I don't know this, maybe you can answer this question for me. So in-kind donation, would that include writing legislation or giving proposed bills to policymakers? Would that be an in-kind donation? I don't know.
So an in-kind donation is basically if I'm providing some sort of service or something to you at no or discounted charge. So let's say, for instance, I was an expert software engineer and I charge $100 an hour for my services, and I decide to build your company an app and it takes me 20 hours. I'm making an in-kind donation to you of like $20,000 or $2,000.
Yeah.
$100 an hour, 20 hours. You have $2,000.
Yeah.
That's like an in-kind donation. So I'm not directly donating you money, but I'm kind of like I'm providing some good or service to you on the side.
So in the same case, like a corporate lawyer who charges a certain amount of time for their money for their
basically.
time. Yeah. So
okay, so real quick, so it looks like the total revenue. So that's just money made. That's not profit. The total revenue of the corrections market, of the private prison market, is $7.4 billion per year. The revenue of ExxonMobil last year was $180 billion. That was like one company. So it doesn't seem like private prisons make enough to like lobby. So I wouldn't expect them to.
No. That doesn't mean they're not lobbying. I mean that doesn't mean anything, right? So for instance, the numbers I quoted you before from from what the politicians got for campaign donations, right? That was 100,000, 120,000, 177,000, right? So it takes very little. Our politicians are bought very cheaply, so they could have given similar amounts to politicians to push.
So but like that. So this is a really big claim. It can't just be that they get money from a certain entity and then they happen to support policies that that entity is also pushing. We have to be able to demonstrate that like two things are happening. One is that a politician is supporting something that they otherwise wouldn't support, and two, that they're doing it against the will of their constituents in exchange for some corporate lobbying.
So you're conflating things, right? I'm answering just one question. I'm trying to answer one question. Whether they could be lobbying, right? Could be affecting policy. So I'm saying this is something they could be doing in terms of influencing politicians, right? Like through campaign donations. Because I believe campaign donations do count as an influence.
Well, could be, yeah, but I mean, we could be anything.
So I'm saying that despite the fact that ExxonMobil vastly outstrips it in terms of profit, right, and certainly probably in terms of lobbying, right, almost certainly, right, in terms of lobbying, that actually doesn't matter, right? That a smaller corporate interest can still have an effect, right? And just because there are other interests, especially unrelated interests, right? It doesn't mean if Exxon is probably not interested in whatever I don't know a private prison is doing. I was trying to think of a name, but I can't remember one. But like I think like CCA or something like that is one of those groups. So they're not actually interested. So their interests don't compete, right? So it doesn't matter that Exxon outspends it. That's irrelevant. And it doesn't matter that private prisons only make so much in revenue in comparison. That's irrelevant. Actual active lobbying is actually pretty cheap, and on the other side, the benefits are wildly out of proportion. Right? Again, as I said previously, for every dollar that a lobby group spends, they get $760 in return, and that was within that Huffington Post audit. I don't know why you're focusing on this. Is what I'm asking. And
so this is like the central point of the issue. Like if the point is to just say like, oh well, these guys spend money on politicians, and politicians support what they support. Like that's not surprising, right?
So okay. Once again, I said actually from the very beginning, less is that it's changing minds, right? But instead, it's putting their policies and their priorities at the very top. Right. When politicians get these donations, right, it's not like a politician's time is limited, right? So what they will use their legislative hours for matters, right? So if they're using their legislative hours on the priorities of those who are paying them, right, more so than the broader interests of the constituents, that would be a problem. That in itself would be a problem. So it doesn't necessarily have to change that individual person's mind, right? So, but if they're pushing those priorities instead of other priorities, right? That could be more important, possibly, right? That in itself is a problem. That is a corrupting influence of money in politics, right? So going back to that DEA thing, Marsha Blackburn could be totally flicking in favor of that change of rules within the DEA, right? But the fact that she put that bill, or helped co-sponsor supported that bill, right, is in itself a problem. If otherwise, maybe other interests could have come to the fore, right?
So
and then she becomes a champion of that legislation to others.
Sure, but this isn't necessarily a bad thing if her constituents would have supported it anyway, right? Like this isn't something that we should necessarily have a problem with unless she's doing this in contrast to what her constituents would want. So that's why. Okay, so what I'm looking for are two things. Is I'm trying to look at if a corporation donates money to a politician, does that meaningfully change their opinion on something? And two, if that does happen, are they doing it in a way that runs contrary to the interests of their constituents? These are the two important things that have to be established, right?
It doesn't have to change. So I contend it doesn't necessarily have to change their mind. They could have actually have already done that. But I'm saying that within the legislative, the amount of legislative time, the issues of the rich, right? They seem to get priority over issues of others. That's all. Not necessarily that they're changing individuals' minds. And okay, so there's multiple things here. So let me back up. Back up a bit here. Right. So part of the problem with money in politics is picking candidates. That in itself, right? So I was talking about public financing of elections, right? Because that would give everyone an equal opportunity to be involved. But without that system, or some other system, so you could say that my system is a bad system. That's fine. I don't care. Right? It's not important to me. Whatever solution is out there that would deaden the influence of corporate money in politics, I'll take that if that's more effective than what I suggested. I'm not specifically married to any individual solution. Okay. But part of the problem is simply picking candidates, because under our current system, if you don't have enough money to run, right? Or if your opponent has some vastly more resources than you, right? Maybe through these campaign donations, right? That necessarily keeps candidates out of the marketplace of ideas.
Well, like if we look at doesn't the whole 2020 season kind of like, at least anecdotally for that one election cycle, doesn't that kind of not work? Because Steyer and Bloomberg were billionaires and they got blown the fuck out.
Sure, great. So there's a difference between the federal and the state and the local levels, and I'm sure you can acknowledge this, right? On the federal level, right, when you're talking about presidency, that's a race in which there are a lot of eyes, right? So it's a high visibility race, right? Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of information out there on the candidates. So it's easier for individuals to make these decisions as to who they want to support, right? That's far easier on the federal level. As soon as you go to the state level, that decreases significantly, and then on the local level, it's a crapshoot. So I'm a person who is very much politically inclined. I keep track of these things all the time, but I don't know my local politics very well. If you ask me,
yeah, but that has nothing to do with like.
No, it does. It has everything to do.
It doesn't, though, right?
No, it does. So again, I'll keep going. In those low information races, right? The effects of money in terms of, like, for instance, ad revenue. Right? There's a mountain of ads, and that's in a situation where people don't really know the candidates or their policy positions very well. That could have a much greater effect on voters, right? So on the federal level, much harder because people understand what's going on. On the state and local level, much easier to affect that kind of change.
Well, if this was the case, then why wouldn't people just dump a ton of money into random elections and just start winning in local elections all over the country?
They do that.
Don't Democrats get like 2 times as much in donations as Republicans?
It doesn't matter to me if they do. I don't care if they do. I don't want anyone. I don't care if it's Democrats or Republicans. It's fine.
No, but I'm saying, like, if that was the case, then we would expect, like, Democrats to just be winning everywhere.
So
Act Blue processed $1.5 billion in donations from July to September of last year. Mm-hmm. They crushed Republican fundraising, but it doesn't seem like that. I don't think that the idea of you pour a ton of money to a local election, all of a sudden people start caring because they hear advertisements about it. Like, it seems to like they're more galvanized by issues that come up publicly. So like Black Lives Matter related stuff, or Trump, Daddy Trump talking about certain things, or, like the Iraq war, like these types of, well, I don't know if that would mobilize people.
I would say BLM. I would say Trump. Again, I would say those things are nationally visible, issues, right? Things on the local level, right? Like whether some real estate project should be zoned for a certain area, right? Like how many people have eyes on that, right? How many people know which politicians are actually supporting that? Who knows? I don't. If that was happening within my neighborhood, I don't know. I have no clue.
But do you think do you listen to the radio? Like, how are you going to hear advertisements related to this with like local spending? Like,
of local spending. I mean, like in terms of television ad buys. Or,
do you watch TV? Like,
I don't, but lots of other people do. I'm a millennial, but like other people do, like boomers and stuff, and people within my generation, in which you've already illustrated in past conversations we've had. Younger people don't vote as much, right? So older generations who are looking at old media are much more likely to encounter these things, correct?
Yeah, but it seems to me to be the case that like there are people that care a lot about local politics and there are people that don't. I don't think that just simply spending more money on a local issue is just going to turn out more voters. That just doesn't seem to be the case.
You don't have to turn out more voters. It just alter the minds of voters who are actually going to turn out. So it doesn't have to increase turnout.
I guess I would be curious to see if that was actually the case. But I haven't seen that. Like, because I feel like there have been some. Fuck, I should know these offhand, but I don't. I feel like there have been a couple of cases of really big spenders in local like electorates that just get fucking crushed. And every time it happens, people get really ass mad about it because they're like, why the fuck did we send so much money to this person? They got destroyed. Why do we do that?
Okay. So here's an example for you. Okay, that would be in Seattle. I want to say Shawama something. She has an Indian sounding name. I'm gonna fuck it up, so I'm not even bother. She was a socialist, and she I think basically like was it Amazon and Microsoft, basically big tech companies hated her and put a ton of money in a race, and she still won. So that was an example where she triumphed over money in politics. But that's not always the case, right? Because the fact that
apparently Amy McGrath tried to run against McConnell, and she apparently raised a fuck ton of money for that election. And I guess I'm trying to find the numbers. She still got absolutely fucking destroyed.
Yeah, and again, with these two things have in common, right? The fact that you and I know about these things, that we can call them out of memory, says that they were, well, at least for me anyway, I won't speak for you. For me, it says that they are nationally visible political events.
Yeah, but we don't care if they're nationally visible to people that are highly informed in politics. What we want them to be is more visible to people that aren't necessarily high information voters, right? Like, that's the whole point of this. The fact that you and I know about it is we do politics online all the time. The question is whether or not this type of advertising like mobilizes people that otherwise wouldn't be caring about these issues, right? Or changes the minds of local voters.
So I'm saying that there's more likelihood that because these things are nationally visible, that other voters who aren't us, right, will have seen this as well. That they are more aware of that. There's more mobilization. That that woman from Seattle could have, for instance, raised money in response to the amount of money that was coming her way, right? So like I saw her, that the woman I'm thinking of, and I apologize because I don't know exactly her name and I'm going to mispronounce it, but I saw her, and like if she was raising money at that point in time, then she had a national stage to do so, right? She was on progressive talk shows, and they raised the issue, they brought it up multiple times, so she had a platform to respond. Amy McGrath had a platform to respond. The guy who challenged what's his face from South Carolina, there was the African American.
Yeah, I'm saying because there's like so many examples of this. Apparently, so Joe Donnelly got crushed by AOC. Jamie Harrison raised over $100 million, got crushed by Lindsey Graham. Like,
and I'm saying all of those have something in common, that the high visibility, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it seems like all that ad spending on the high visibility didn't really do much for him at the end of the day. It doesn't seem like just spending money wins you elections.
So not only once again, high visibility. So it's all the cases that aren't making the news. Those are the ones that are more problematic. So AOC is able to not only raise money, right, but she's also able to organize, right? She's able to get people behind her because people know that this is happening, right? Like TYT, for instance.
But these are also like forms of donations, right? These are in-kind donations, really, when you're volunteering.
Which I'm all for. That's fine. In-kind donations are okay. So I haven't pushed against that.
Wait, hold on. I'm just trying to keep track. So you're 100% okay with people organizing volunteers and doing phone banking and door knocking and all of that. You're okay with that. Are you okay with people raising money to do that?
Raising money to do... Oh, I see. Like separately from the campaigns? I'd have to think about that.
Okay, because what you're essentially talking about there, because now you're saying you have to think about that. That's basically a super PAC is what you're talking about.
So
like an independent entity that can raise an infinite amount of money to like advocate on behalf of some particular issue is basically a super PAC.
Yeah. So like I said, I wasn't stopping all. So I said direct donations. So when I said previously, it's direct donations to campaigns.
Sure, but it's really boring to say like, well, we should stop all direct donations, but we can still do everything in kind. Because I mean, now we can basically run a campaign by proxy if we want to do that, right? Like we can just do everything that we would have raised money for directly, just indirectly. So it's you have all the same problems now. Instead of campaigns raising a fuck ton of money on their own, well, now they just have a side group and they raise all the money and then campaign for them.
Okay, well then, if you feel that's the case, then we can limit those two. Like in terms of the amount of spending. So, like I said, I'm not married to any specific policy.
Yeah, but now the only thing, and we might just disagree on this. It's fine. My only issue there is that at that point, we've basically said, like, you have no freedom of speech. You're not allowed to organize or volunteer on behalf of, like, a particular candidate because it's basically an in-kind donation, and your ability to do this is severely curbed. It's just going to come down to, like, state-funded elections.
Specifically asked about raising money for those in-kind donations, right? And I'm saying, like, I haven't put thought into exactly that specific issue. So maybe I'd want to ban them, maybe not. I don't know. And again, I'm not here to design the entire policy around this, right? Simply making the case that money is a corrupting influence in politics. That's the case that I'm trying to make here.
But I still think that has yet to be demonstrated because it feels like we can find so many cases where it seems to be a little bit more complicated than that. Like if money was a corrupting influence, but it just seems like it's not like a good measure. Like if you just spend more money, you're not guaranteed to beat anybody. You're not even guaranteed to come close to beating somebody. There are so many other issues at play, and we can't prove that like money is changing, like is corrupting a particular senator or lawmaker's opinion on something in a way that it wouldn't have been otherwise, in a way that's contrary to the constituents. Because these are the two things. These are really the two important things that we need to be proved to say that money is a corrupting influence in politics. Because if people are just paying money for politicians they already support, or paying money to show politicians ideas of things that their constituents would support, I imagine both of us would agree that that's a good thing. That's fine. We want that to happen.
Yeah. So in terms of supporting politicians, I already did it. Sorry. In terms of supporting politicians who they already agree with them, that's fine. Okay. So if a politician would not have otherwise, for instance, put forth the bill, right? That's for, let's say, the banking industry, right? Put forth the bill for the banking industry within the legislative hours that they have available. So let's say they have 100 legislative hours available, and they've dedicated, because of that, those donations, dedicated 20 hours to this bill, right? To making this happen, right? And then if that had not been the case, if they had not got those donations, right? That they might have spent their time on something else. That in itself is a corrupting influence of money in politics.
I guess I just disagree. If you have two issues and you believe that either of those issues are important to your constituents, but somebody's offering you money to take a look at, or will help fundraise for you to look at one issue, then I mean, you probably should look at that other issue. Like, why, if it's equal on both sides, why would you choose one over the other? Like, you're going to do whatever secures you the re-election, and if you're still being voted on by your constituents and they like you, though, you probably should secure that money.
So, are your constituents aware of what you're doing, right? Are the constituents aware of what you are, of who is lobbying an individual politician, right?
I mean, it's all public. I mean, you're talking to me about it right now. So, yeah, I mean, we can look up what bills they support. That's public information. We can look up who directly donates to somebody. That's public information as well.
I would say you and I are directly, we have a financial reason why to do this, right? To provide content for our audience, right? So we have a reason to be doing this one way or the other. And we have an interest. You and I have an interest. But I think most people don't have an interest, and they don't have an eye on these things. And it is within that space, right, that all kinds of actions that might not be beneficial for the public good to take place, right? And then from there, for voters to not actually respond in ways that you would think they would respond if there was legislation being passed that they disagreed with, that harmed them, right? And for instance, so sure, you could say money in politics doesn't necessarily isn't necessarily the only thing that affects all these outcomes, and I would agree with you. Voters act, for instance, for many reasons. Like there are voters who just vote on single issues, right? Guns or abortions, famous ones. Right? So they're not unconcerned with everything else, right? Tell me where you stand on guns, where you stand on abortions, and then I will vote for you or against.
Okay.
And then they're in terms of how they feel in terms of the economy, right? Like these things also affect how a voter reacts, right? There's a litany of issues that will affect them. I say one of those issues, one of those things is that corporate money in terms of like ad buys, in terms of putting candidates in front of them, right, rather than other candidates who don't get airtime because all the airtime is taken up. In terms of being able to mobilize other resources, basically like like campaign signs or whatever signage, all those things. There's a whole many things that can affect. I'm saying money in politics is a corrupting influence, not the corrupting influence. So
money. I mean, like, I guess I can imagine it being a corrupting influence, but I feel like it can do good or it can do bad, and I haven't. Yeah, and so I wouldn't want to ban it altogether because I don't feel like it's been adequately demonstrated that, like, oh yeah, like here is these politicians that would have won but they didn't because they were outspent, or here is this legislation that would have never passed but somehow lobbyists got it through even though all the voters hated it. Like it seems like lobbyists tend to operate at the fringes more.
Let's try another one.
Okay.
So, well, there's two that I'll present to you. All right. One is the case of Tesla and the electric car manufacturers. So Tesla has been working to sell cars directly to consumers. They've been trying to do this for a long time. I'm sure you're aware of this.
Okay.
However, the car dealership system has been blocking this, right? They've been using their lobbying power, the corporate influence, to block this. And they've been doing this in state legislators across the country. In particular, I know of two, Connecticut and Georgia. I think New Jersey as well, but I couldn't get updated information on that one. I have, so don't worry, I can send you articles on these. So let me put this. Oh, actually, I'll put this one as well. So I'll put this all in VC chat. 1 second. Again, if you're watching at home or wherever, then you can follow along. Go to my Discord server, go to my channel, and then join my Discord server. And you will find these articles within my Discord server under VC chat, And these are all the articles I'm placing. Okay. So the American Progress one, it mentions the New Jersey issue, but that's an old article. So the two articles I place after that are the Georgia example and the Connecticut example, which simply shows that there's been a massive lobbying effort and one that's been successful largely to keep Tesla out of these markets, right? So in Georgia, apparently, Tesla did pass a limited form in which they could sell directly. I believe it's 5 locations in that particular example. But still, they have not been able to get all what they want and just full access to be selling these things.
Sure. So my question is this something that voters like massively like are on the other side of? That's the question.
Exactly, right? So is this something that has a lot of attention? So I think it does have a certain amount of attention and that Tesla wants to be doing this, right? Now, is it at the top of any voter's agenda? Absolutely not. Never. Will never be the case, right? And so our voters are mobilized against...
Well, but couldn't we look on the flip side? Couldn't we conceive of a world where it's more likely that voters would massively be opposed to this?
We could conceive in the world, but do we live in that world? I don't know.
So what do you think there's more of in a particular state? Do you think that there are more families and friends and members of car dealerships that work those jobs, that provide jobs to those types of families and people? Or do you think there are more people that want to buy Teslas directly from an auto manufacturer?
I'm saying that if it's the case that there are advantages of buying directly, there are, like, for instance, maybe a lower price, so you don't have to go to the
I don't disagree with you, but I'm asking, who do you think there are more of in, like, Michigan? Do you think there are more people buying Teslas, or do you think there are more people that are being supported by people that work at car dealerships?
So one, it's not just Teslas. This is just all electric car manufacturers or others.
Okay, so I'd have to look at some of the others, but the problem with a lot of this legislation is that, like, in some of it was just Tesla, and that's why a lot of this, that's why some of the legislation died. I was looking at, I think one of the articles, I think it was in, it was either in Illinois or Michigan, where there were complaints from other auto dealers. They're like, hold on, wait, you can't just exempt Tesla from this. This is bullshit. If you're going to do that, you're going to have to do it with everybody. And then the legislation died in the in the Republican House in that state.
Okay.
So, so I'm just because like again, and this is kind of my problem with a lot of, I don't want to say progressives or very left-leaning people. It's like people will say like, well, there's no possible way that voters could be in favor of this. But I think in some cases, I think if you look at it, it's like, yeah, I can imagine. Now, personally, I think it'd be cool to buy directly from a manufacturer. But I'm sure there are probably a lot of people that work at car dealerships and stuff who don't want to lose their jobs, and people that are related to them or know those people or have car dealerships that are part of their town or part of their town's economies who want to keep those dealerships there. And if you make it legal for manufacturers to sell directly to the customer, then a lot of those dealerships are probably threatened, right?
Okay, so maybe they're a threat or maybe not. So when in Georgia, when that limited legislation, I believe it was the Georgia example where that happened, where they were able to buy cars through like those 5 locations, right? Still, electric car sales within the dealership system, because they were still selling cars within the dealership system, rose, right? So it wasn't like a massive threat to those jobs, right?
Sure, but I imagine people would probably expect it to become a massive threat. Like, it's possible that electric car sales are just rising so much, but if you were to make it legal for every auto manufacturer to directly sell to consumers, you'd probably be saving a fuck ton of money by not buying from a dealership.
My point is that the priorities of those car dealers, right, become the priorities of the lawmakers because of the money that they spend.
Well, and because but that money also translates to popular support.
The auto dealers and lobby and individual car dealers have contributed more than 1.2 million to state races. I believe this is the Georgia example in the past decade. The association.
Okay, what you just said was like no money at all. 1.2 million to state races over a decade.
Sorry, hold on. Once again.
So that's 120,000 a year to state races.
Once again, our politicians are bought cheaply, right? Especially when you go to the state and local level.
How much is being spent on these elections, though?
No, hold on. So, like the fact that I would, if you were going to corrupt me, you'd have to spend a lot fucking more money, right? Is irrelevant to this conversation.
Wait, no. What's relevant is that, like, if there, let's say that all of these elections, let's say in the past decade, let's say that like $500 million has been spent across all of these elections, and they've donated over a decade $1.2 million. And I doubt that that's like a huge corrupting influence. I'd be surprised if that was the case.
Hold on, no. So you say you doubt it is, but how do we know? So like,
well, that's on you to prove though. How do you know, right?
So what we do know is that these priorities have been put forward. That these bills keep getting struck down. That the electric car companies feel pessimistic that they'll get what they're looking for, right? That this lobby is so strong that it's keeping their legislative priorities from actually.
Yeah, but that's what I want proof of. So, like, here are things that I would be interested in, right? Like, are other politicians rising up with similar platforms, but then challenging them and saying, like, hey, you know what? You're going to be able to buy directly from a dealership. Fuck this guy. And either forcing the politicians in there to change their opinion or unseating them from office because they're obviously doing things that their constituents don't like. Or are we seeing, like, other types of, like, pushback from voters in these states? It doesn't seem like that's the case. So it seems like they're not actually, like, in favor of what you're pushing.
I'll say it one more time. Oftentimes, issues that lobbying is most effective on are ones that don't have the most voter salience. That doesn't mean, or at least like salience of voters. That doesn't mean that there isn't damage being done.
Sure,
right?
But what you've done is
at the very least, or at the very.
I understand what you're saying, but you've constructed an unbeatable argument. Like you literally.
Thank you.
Well, it's not thank you. It's because your argument is absurd. You're saying that in shadowy places, it might be the case on issues that we have no data about, that voters don't know about, and on issues that we don't know the outcomes of, that some politicians might be changing their opinions on these things in ways that in the future might be detrimental to voters. Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to argue against that. Like you have zero evidence for this. You can weave to me a story, but you have no evidence whatsoever. And I can't push back against you because I don't even know what I'm arguing against. Like, you're essentially saying, well, here, just to be clear, you're saying that these people are donating money to politicians and that the politicians like may or may not be changing their opinions based on those donations in ways that may or may not be representing their constituents because we don't have voter data on it, in ways that may or may not ultimately hurt them because we don't know how it's going to turn out in the future. I have no idea how I'm supposed to argue against that point.
So I'd say that so we know what's happening within our reality, right? Our reality is that these legislative priorities are the ones being pushed. That these legislative hours are the ones are being chosen for these constituents being the business interest, right? So I'm saying that that the problem is that we cannot know, you and I, we can't know the effects, the full effects, right? Like the direct connections between these individuals. So we can't know these things, right? But we can imagine, right? We can imagine that within a system where money is being injected, right? And these things are beneficial to politicians, right? Like getting that money is beneficial to a politician, right? Continuing getting that money is beneficial to a politician. And legislative outcomes, right, that are favorable to these corporations, right, are beneficial, right? Like to skew these legislative outcomes. If we see a pattern, right, in which corporations continue to get these outcomes, these beneficial outcomes, right, then we can see a corrupting influence, right? We can see now each individual act, right, which each individual act, like you have to judge on their own as to whether they are necessarily detrimental to the public good, right? So some of them certainly might be fine. Some of them might be neutral. Okay, but my problem is that that we have this influence at all, that it affects.
But you've already said that this influence might be good or might be bad. So why would you want to get rid of it if we have no idea if any of it is corrupting or bad at all?
No, so well, first of all, I do believe it's corrupting. I believe so I believe that these outcomes. So the fact that again, going back to that statistic, that 4.4. Hold on, let me go back to it. Corporations get 4.4 trillion in federal contracts and subsidies. For every dollar spent in influence politics, the nation's most politically active corporations receive $760 from the government. Right?
Yeah, but that calculation is ridiculous, right? This is just a total calculation of lobbying to government spending. Like lobbying can go down to zero, and the government is still going to have like military contractors or hire out stuff from government spending. That's like the women make less than men, and they just look at the aggregate of everything. It's like, oh, it's all sexism, 22% difference. But it's more complicated than that, right? I don't think you can just look at the total amount spent on lobbying and the total amount spent by the federal government and say, well, $1 of lobbying gets you this amount from the government. I think it's a really naive calculation.
Once again, yes, these things are complicated. However, if corporations, so okay, let's try it from a different direction. Do you think corporations would make these investments if they weren't seeing a positive return?
Would they make these investments if they weren't? I'm sure that they see some kind of positive return, sure. But I don't care if corporations see a positive return. What I care about is if they see a positive return that's in contrary interest to what the constituents would want.
Sure. Okay, so we can acknowledge that they are seeing not some kind of they're seeing a tremendous amount of positive return. I would argue.
Right? Well, you would argue with no evidence, but go ahead.
No, well, first of all, I actually have provided you evidence in terms of the amount of money, in terms of legislative outcomes that are going.
Well, you're just showing me aggregate spending of lobbyists and aggregate spending of government, like
all the other examples I've shown you in terms of policy outcomes.
Yeah, but on all of those policy outcomes examples, not for a single one, you haven't been able to demonstrate that ran contrary to public interest, which is what I'm looking for. This was the thing that I looked for that totally turned me off from this whole argument, because I used to say this all the time, that corporate lobbying was bad. But then the question, somebody presented this to me in the debate. They're like, "Can you give me a single example of some major piece of legislation, or something that like passed that the public was all against, but corporations like lobbied against it?" And I was like, "Oh fuck, I actually can't think of any of these examples." There are like a few on the fringe examples where like this particular line was probably not good, or this like agency did this one thing. We're sure, yeah, okay, this is a bad point of like corporate lobbying that probably people should have looked deeper into. But in terms of this being like a huge problem in our system, I think it's just widely overblown.
Okay. Let's try another example.
Okay.
All right. So, Disney. This is a pretty well-known example in terms of copyright, right? So, Disney has changed copyright law continuously, right, to extend their hold over, for instance, Mickey Mouse, right? So, Mickey Mouse should have been in the public domain long ago. In fact, I believe in 1984 it would be the year that should have happened. All right. So, however, originally when copyright law was written, it was 14 years. Oh, sorry. Let me put my sources in the chat. I apologize. I'm going to have a whole list. second. That's one. That's weird. Okay. That's two. Another one. And that's three. So those are my sources right there. So it was really at 14 years and then extended to 100 years. Not all of them were extended by Disney, but in 1928, Disney released the first Mickey Mouse cartoon. By 1984, Mickey would be in public domain due to 56 years of protection afforded by the law at that time. Disney lobbied Congress, and in 1976, copyright protections were extended to 75 years, meaning Mickey would be in public domain by 2003. But in 1988, Congress passed the Sonny Bono Copyright Term Extension Act, which was nicknamed the Mickey Mouse Protection Act. It passed unanimously in the House and the Senate, with no public debate and no fanfare. Thus, Mickey's protection was once again extended, this time giving the company complete ownership for another 20 years until 2020.
Yeah, but again, like, do voters care about this? Is this something that, like, is contrary to voters?
Hold on. I'm sorry. Got you. The company launched the Disney Political Action Committee and spent a total of $149,612 contributing to campaigns of politicians who would later vote in the bill. Records show that 19 of the 25 sponsors of the bill received money directly from the Disney CEO, Michael Eisner. Now, on the other side, the Copyright Office wrote a report on how this damages archival efforts. Orphan works, which are media in which locating all the relevant copyright holders is extremely difficult or impossible. So there's mountains of these things, right? Where like individual works of art or media, you can't locate a specific copyright holder or all the relevant parties, maybe one or two, or maybe holders are dead, long dead, right? And so you can't find out a copyright holder. And so that means that good faith individuals who are trying to preserve these works of art, right, or whatever, cannot actually digitally preserve these works without risking action from copyright holders. So it may not be the case that these things are either within the public domain, don't know, or the copyright holders don't care about these things, they don't care about the specific arts, right? And so they find out that action has been taken on this media without their permission. They have remedies, right, in terms of lawsuits that they can levy, right? It specifically names, and that's the support, specifically names the Sonny Bono Copyright Term Extension Act of 2008 as a reason why these works can't be preserved. So what we have is mountain film and photos specifically. Photos is what they focused on in that report, but film and photos that are counted as orphan works. They are rotting. Like film is actually literally rotting.
Okay, you're talking a ton. I'm gonna ask again. Who cares? Does any voter actually care about this?
There's no one cares. In fact,
if no one cares, then I wouldn't expect.
The report that I gave you in terms of the Copyright Office actually does say constituents care, right? It says that the Copyright Office it gets notices and questions from specific individuals who are trying to preserve these.
That doesn't tell me anything about what the average voter cares about. That whether or not specific individuals send a letter to the Copyright Office. Like
so once again, the public may not be a issue like that is most salient to the public. That doesn't mean that damage isn't being done, right? So are you saying
we're not talking about damage? We don't care.
Hold on. How? Of course we're talking about damage.
No, we're not. We don't care about damage. We care about what the voters want. That's what we're looking at.
No. So okay, the voters. So are you saying you believe that the voters don't care if cultural artifacts are lost, right? Or cultural artifacts that could otherwise be saved have been lost?
Are you implying that the average American gives a fuck about whether or not something is archived in some hall of Congress? Of course I'm going to answer that the public doesn't care about this.
There's a constituency. I'm saying there's a constituency. Does the average American, right, spend all their time thinking about gun violence? No, right? They don't spend all the time thinking about this. They have other priorities on their minds, right? Like there's a small constituency, like for instance the gun lobby, right, that deeply cares about these things, and so they lobby, their congressional individuals.
Here's like a question: do you have any proof whatsoever that the average American thinks that Disney is in the wrong here?
So hold on, no, I'm not looking for the average American. And once again, I'm saying like I'm talking about I'm pointing out there's a constituency here that is trying to save these bills and save these pieces of media, and not actually being serviced by their policy.
Well, because it sounds like they're a minor.
Responding. Sorry.
It sounds like they're a minority. We don't care about minority constituents. We care about the majority voting constituents.
Is Disney a majority constituent? Right? Like they're not, right? So like we can understand that the corporate stakeholders within Disney are not a majority interest within the country either, right? So on the other side, does the majority of the country care that Mickey Mouse is the sole property, sole domain of Disney?
It seems like voters just don't care one way or another that much. Would be my guess.
I'm saying that there is a constituency here, and in fact, there's proof of this, right? Like from the Copyright Office.
That's not proof. Getting a few letters in the Copyright Office is not proof that most Americans support a particular thing.
I'm not saying. I didn't say. Well, you keep putting words in my mouth. I didn't say most. I didn't say most, right?
Okay, but we don't care. But wait, why do you care if a few Americans support something? In that case, why should the people that write into the office? Why should their concerns matter more than everybody that has a stake in Disney? Why should their concerns matter more?
I'm contending that there is. One thing I say that, like, to answer your question more directly, is that they don't have equal standing to get their priorities listened to by Congress, right? The fact that Disney can use their corporate lobbying influence to get what they want. Clearly, they've already accomplished this.
You said that they donated what, like $130,000 across.
You keep focused on this amount of money. Look, it's not my fault that our politicians are cheap whores.
If the politicians are cheap whores, then we should be able to buy them. We should be able to fundraise some money.
In fact, we see that across the board. That once again, and we have the other statistics saying that for every $1 spent by unions and public interest groups on direct lobbying that year, business interests spent $34. So
that's not surprising if businesses represent 34 times the revenue, though. Of course they're going to.
Of course, because they have more money. So
yeah, but then we want to see. But we haven't demonstrated that any of this is bad or that any of this is contrary to public opinion. That, like, these are the important things to demonstrate. We haven't demonstrated any of these, and.
Okay, so my problem, right? So I guess I should have done a better job of this. But like my problem is that like the fact that there is not a level playing field, right? So you keep saying that like, oh, we have to say that this is a net negative, right? So I think these things are a net negative. So I believe that's the case. But you and I disagree on that. That's okay, right? But I'm saying that within our politics, within our political structure, that these oil corporations have outsized voice. That's the big problem. Is there outsized voice within our political system, right? So instead, if there was a more even playing field, where individuals could put their policy in front of our policymakers, right, in front of our lawmakers, and have equal attention, right? And let's say policymakers decide on Disney, right? Well, I think Disney should have Mickey Mouse in perpetuity, and as a result of that, these films rot, right? Oh, that could be the case. There's a world that could happen, certainly. But we're not in that world where there's simply a balance, right? That perfect balance between public and private interests, right? So there's a private interest that's simply getting more attention. Something I've kept saying this entire time, simply getting more attention than any other public interest, right? Non-moneyed interests. And that in itself is the corrupting influence. So whether each individual outcome is good or bad is not of my concern, right? So like it's that there's not an equal standing for these things.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can acknowledge that it might be the case that people with more money can get time in front of Congress in a way that somebody without money can't. I can acknowledge that might be the case. But I mean, like, people can fundraise for ideas if they're really popular as well. So for instance, people like Bernie Sanders that otherwise don't have the money to run, or that otherwise would get completely ignored in your system because he wouldn't be allowed to raise money. Or there might be people that have like different individual pet issues. There might be environmental issues. They might have to do with aid to Africa or whatever, that these people also wouldn't be allowed to raise money. I guess, like, I think it is possible that there might be some people with some disproportionate representation in front of Congress because they have the ability to spend money and go there. But if we can't prove that they're like influencing Congress in a way where they're passing legislation that goes against public interest or against what their constituents would want, or that they're doing things that the politicians themselves wouldn't already do, it feels all moot to me. Like, it's just not an issue I care about. I guess like maybe in a perfect ideal world, once we've solved like 50 other issues related to voting stuff in the United States, maybe this is something I'd take a look at. But I think returning to my central argument at the very beginning, I just don't think it's anywhere near as big a deal as anybody makes it out to be. And when the argument ultimately boils down to some companies in back rooms with amounts of money that we might not 100% know about might be influencing some politicians on some issues that we don't have good voter data about because voters don't know about it in ways that might in the future harm voters, this is just such an issue that is so like ripe for conspiracy and not relevant, I think, to the average political discourse.
So it's not important to you.
It shouldn't be important to anybody. I think there are so many more important issues.
So, okay, great. But it's not important to you that money in politics, the flood of money in politics, means that it crowds some individuals out of running at all. That's not important to you. That's what I want to understand for myself and the audience to understand what's important to you. So it's not important to you that's simply the case that me, Joe Schmo, who wants to jump into a race, knows that there is a politician backed by heavy corporate influences that I don't support, right, and which will never support me. That there's no way that I can compete with them in terms of our current fundraising system, in terms of our direct fundraising. That there's no way I can do that, and so I never even bother. Maybe something would have happened. Maybe there could have been sort of miracle, right? And I could have uncovered some sort of scandal that corrupt politician A is involved in, right? But I don't even bother. I don't even bother, right?
Well,
Because
I mean, like,
know.
so I guess what's the alternative? Literally every single person should be allowed to run if they can get 100 signatures. So now everybody's crowded out and nobody has a chance. Like,
Is every single person? First of all, I'm not sure that it's actually a problem that 100 people would run, but more democracy is not a problem. Like less democracy is a problem.
Well, that's not true at all. More democracy could absolutely be a problem. If there's 50 people running on a particular ballot, or let's say, for instance, you've got a strong Republican and 2 Democrats running on the same ballot, you could split the vote and fuck yourself. We can think of plenty of times where, because of our voting system, for instance, first past the post, that quote unquote more democracy could be a problem. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So once again, I would say that having more people being able to participate, right, and figuring out the rules of that participation is a separate matter, right? But simply having them be able to participate and not be immediately crowded out by money is a problem, and that in itself helps. That's a separate. There's a money primary that happens before even the regular primary, right? Like simply being able to raise enough money to compete. So, are you saying that is not of interest to you? You don't care?
I think it'd be cool to have like some sort of public fund available for some people, but I don't think it's a big issue, no. Because I think we've seen demonstrated over and over again times where relatively poor people have gotten backing from other groups like AOC and have become wildly popular politicians. Or times where people have spent a fuck ton of money and gotten absolutely crushed, like the half dozen examples we brought up earlier.
Yeah, exactly. But those are national examples that are all are very well known. So it's not, again, I've already said.
I mean, I'm sure there are local examples too. I can't.
Visibility brings some sort of protection. I mean, that helps insulate people from the effects of corporate money. That in itself is a counterbalance. Is having that visibility, having that transparency. So, but you don't think that's a huge problem? Okay.
Right. No, not compared to other problems. No, I don't think that's a huge problem. No.
Okay. So there was one article that I put into chat that says that.
Wait.
Sorry. Take your time.
Go over this article. Hold on. I'll be back 1 second. 2 seconds. Hold on.
If you would give us a moment, audience, we're waiting for Destiny to get back. So please give us a moment. Thank you very much. Hope you all having a good time. Just waiting for Destiny.
Okay, I'm here. Okay, hit me up. What do you got?
Yep. Sorry. You're reading something?
Oh no, I sent it back. I'm ready. What's up?
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I thought you. Okay, I apologize. So, do you not care that that the preferences of average citizens tend to be out tend to be ignored by politicians in favor of those of the elite? That's not a concern for you?
Average citizens representation is not supposed to matter. What's supposed to matter is the average voter representation.
Oh, average voter representation as well. Sure.
I don't know if that's the case.
Okay.
Because in all the responses that I saw to the, there's a big Gillens and Page study about whether or not political elites were represented more. It seemed like it was a toss-up. It seemed like the representation was like fairly what we would expect it to be. Sure. For the response studies to that, we could, yeah.
Okay. So here's another study. I put it again in VC chat. Saying that politicians listen to rich people.
Yeah, so this Vox article that you're citing right here explicitly deals with that Gillen study, and there's literally a follow-up Vox article that says that there's been a lot of criticism of that study. So
yeah, so
here's this like wait, hold on, wait, before you start citing all this. So here's another Vox article that literally talks about this exact study that says, remember that study saying America is an oligarchy? 3 rebuttals say it's wrong. So this study has been contradicted quite a bit at this point.
So so I would say that, and in terms of all the other articles that I've cited, right?
None of which have demonstrated any of the points you're trying to make, but yeah.
Okay, I disagree, but sure. I would say that in all the other articles that I've cited, that they say that there was a lot of disagreement one way or the other as to the exact amount of influence, right? But we say, but it's stated that there is quite a bit of evidence to say there is some influence. There is some influence in terms of these politicians. So, in their policy outcomes. So the fact that there are differing opinions on this is not a surprise to me. Like, I already know this. But this is yet another example that this money skews the.
Well, this isn't another example because the study's been debunked, and Vox itself.
Has it been fully? All right, so I'd have to read this other article you're saying, but whether it's been fully debunked, I have to read that as well. So
okay.
But the fact that the scholarship is not all in consensus on this is not surprising. I never said that it was. Yeah. So okay, so you don't. So that's not an importance of you. Okay. So
do you think, and it's not of importance to you that you'd be effectively banning all forms of lobbying done by outside corporations that would raise money that might represent certain interest groups. So you'd be okay with banning all pro-abortion people, like the ACLU, any like Greenpeace or climate change people. Like you would ban all of these people from raising money and lobbying politicians to support their causes as well. Anybody that, like the EFF, anything related to net neutrality, like all of that, you just want none of that lobbying allowed either.
So lobbying, so they can. So I'm talking about direct contributions. So like lobbyists can raise money for their own operations, if that's what you're talking about, right? So raise money to do the lobbying, right? Corporations, of course, have that money. They don't have to raise it specifically for their interests. So,
Yeah, but
so that
if a
would be
lobby
like,
supports somebody, they're necessarily going to get more campaign contributions, right? Or are we just ignoring this?
I mean, but if we're banning campaign contributions, for instance, and I'm not concerned about that then. And on the other hand, I'm not banning
but it's like the same
lobbying
problem.
altogether. So I'm not banning lobbying altogether, right? So I'm saying, so I agree with you at the very start of this. Lobbying has a lot of beneficial effects, right? So in terms of providing some expertise in an area that a lobbyist, a politician does not have, right? So that I would like to keep. That's actually helps our democracy, right? And you can have these outside groups with policy goals that I completely agree with, can also interject.
Okay, wait.
Right?
Can you tell me from just start to finish? So, what is your ideal structure for what would be allowed in terms of like lobbying or in-kind contributions to candidates or from corporations? Can you outline this for me, just so I have this entirely in my head?
Okay. So I would say that in my solution, and I'm not married to any particular policy. So if there's a better one in mind, then I'm definitely willing to listen. But direct campaign contributions, I would limit corporate campaign ad spending, right? But that they could that interest groups could run ads for individuals in itself, I don't see as a problem. So counter groups can also do the same thing, right? So if a polluter wants to help a politician that supports polluting, then the environmentalist can support a politician that wants.
Okay, so direct contributions to campaigns are ended. Every campaign would have to spend the same amount of money on advertisements, but an outside group is allowed to raise money and run ads on behalf of that politician or for that politician's issue, or?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, but I would limit the amount, right? So that they couldn't flood markets with their ads, right? So they would just try to limit, balance the playing field. Maybe some sort of equal amount spending amount, I don't know, but something that will limit the amount.
Wait,
so
why wouldn't we just include this in like the same amount of money spent on ads? Is that second point, is that like publicly funded or?
Excuse me, the second point in terms of, okay. So I'm saying that we could have some sort of outside spending in terms of specifically advertisements.
Yeah, but on the second point, you said you want the same amount of money spent on ads by campaigns themselves.
I mean saying that, no, I didn't say campaigns themselves. I meant the outside groups. So maybe we have a situation in which you say like outside groups can only spend $100,000 each on this race, right? So like that's it in terms of ad spending, and
so like money spent per company or total amount of money spent?
Yeah, maybe spent towards a candidate.
Well, yeah, but like let's say 20 companies want to run ads supporting a candidate. Do they have to argue who gets to spend what, or is it per company? Like,
yeah. So so I don't know. I haven't thought that.
Well, because what if one company just made like 20 companies and now they can spend 20 times as much money?
So maybe, well, if that's the case, well then if one company makes 20 organizations, right? Like, we could trace spending back to that company, right? If they're trying to go around these laws. So that's one way of dealing with that.
Well, but like what if 5 companies have a similar owner, but they're way different companies? Like, should Twitch and Amazon independently be able to contribute to a campaign?
I see what you're saying, because different companies. Well, I would say that, okay, so possibly per company, like per company would limit that. That would probably be the best way to limit these things. But again, I don't know. I haven't fully designed this system, but yeah, sure, we could have.
So I mean, like you can obviously see like a million flaws with this, right? So whoever gets the most number of companies to support them is going to have way more ad spending than.
Well, yeah, like I said, hold on, and I said it from the very beginning. So from the very beginning that we cannot completely even the playing field. I don't expect to, right? I'm saying I'm trying to limit the amount of money.
Yeah, but we're basically all we're doing in the system is massively fucking over people that can get a lot of public support, basically. Like, it feels like we're evening the playing field in a really bad way. Like, I'm looking at the past election, like, the things that you're suggesting right now would massively help, like, billionaires like Steyer and Bloomberg, and it would massively fuck over people like Bernie Sanders, like people that raised a ton of outside money.
So I would say that...
or Yang, right?
I don't care. So I would say that...
Wait, so you don't care about candidates that can be really popular but don't have a lot of companies supporting them?
Oh, hold on. No. I'm just saying that in terms of Yang, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not part of the Yang gang, so that's all I'm saying.
Well, what about Bernie?
No, I'm saying I care about Bernie. But I would think that the way to balance against that would be through organization, right? So, like, simply because there are... No, I don't want to say it. So, in terms of these outside ad spending, I simply think so that giving a limited amount, right? You're saying that well, the one that can have the most amount of companies backing them. You pointed to the federal election, right? So within the federal election, there is a lot more visibility to these things. So the amount of money spent is blunted by the fact that there's a lot more information within these races. So the fact that some may have some sort of advantage in here in terms of corporate influence is not in itself just a siding factor. As we've already stated, right? There's multiple factors that affects these things. So when I'm more concerned I'm concerned with all of it, but I'm also concerned with on the state level. And I don't believe, for instance, that one candidate gets all of the corporate influence, right? That every corporation will be interested in this particular candidate. So there are a certain number of interests that might support one, maybe so amount of interests might support another, and not just corporate interests, but other interests like unions and stuff, right? Might be able to support them. And we're simply trying to limit the amount of money so that one group cannot flood the zone, right? And take up all the ads, right? So exactly how that mechanism works, I'm not exactly sure the best way of doing it. I'd have to put more thought to it. But I think that simply having an unlimited amount of spending is itself a problem.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't want the politician that can get the most number of companies behind him to have the most spend. That just seems kind of chaotic.
Well, I mean, they already do, right?
Do you think most companies supported Bernie Sanders or Mike Bloomberg?
Sorry. Oh, you mean I would say Mike Bloomberg. I mean, in terms of that, but like,
yeah, but who got more campaign contributions?
Oh, I'm just talking about specifically corporate lobbying. So you're saying campaign contributions in general. So I'm saying corporate lobbying specifically, and then that would help evened out that more individuals can have a chance of being involved within the process because of that public financing.
What do you mean? You mean just more people running?
I'm saying more individuals have a chance. So like Yang and Tulsi, right? Tulsi being Tulsi, she has a chance to compete with others as well.
Wait, so like I'm just curious. So is your success of a system just based on how many people can run for office? Like, is that what you want? You just want elections with like 50 people running for every office? Is that?
I don't think 50 people will run for every office, but my point is that like we want a place where people aren't crowded out of the system simply due to money. Whatever that system is, right? That makes it so that individuals aren't crowded out due to money. Is a system that I want.
Okay.
That like
but you
there's no
seem to
money
ignore the
primary.
fact that people couldn't raise money from outside groups if they were like popular with those groups.
Sorry, in what ways are you saying raise money?
So let's say that I live in a very negative environmental state and I want to run as an environmentalist. Maybe I could raise money from environmentalist groups or whatever. But you don't want that to be a possibility, I guess. Because you want to ban like direct contributions.
Well, because I'd say that if you are the type to be raising money from them, that you're already at a disadvantage because on the other side, Exxon Mobil, and the people who are supporting candidate B, who is all for fossil fuel production, right? They already have far more money than you. I think like you will never be able to compete with them. Because that playing field is what it is. You can't compete with them whatsoever.
Yeah, but if you're going to raise like direct contribution, or if you're going to ban direct contributions now, you truly can never. Because if you try to run for office, they're going to have way more.
You can't now.
Well, you
I'm
could
saying
now.
right now you
But
can't.
you could. We have examples of like outsider people coming in and overturning these people because they can raise money externally. That's like a huge thing. People like Pelosi or AOC are like driving like fundraising towards candidates from out of state and stuff. Right? In Georgia, there was a ton of out of state funding as well.
Once again, for those individuals, there are a few individuals who actually can overcome these things with national attention, right? With that national attention, then yes. But for the average politician running an average race that doesn't get that level of attention, that they are simply flooded out and that they cannot compete. And so instead, let's try to even the playing field for them rather than like understand the exceptions. Bernie Sanders is an exception to this rule, right? The person of a national platform who's been within these races, within the public conscious for decades, or at least in the progressive public conscious for decades, right? And then he exploded with his ideas and all that, and it was able to organize.
You could probably get a lot of attention locally on issues that would cause people to support you as well, though, right? Maybe it's not to the national level, but
maybe or maybe not, or maybe it's a quiet race. Maybe it's a quiet race.
I mean, there's a lot of maybes in here to totally, completely revamp and change our electoral system. I feel like I'd be uncomfortable with that.
Not maybes. No, I think most elections are low turnout, right? So you agree most elections are low turnout, right? The local event elections don't have the same amount of turnout federal elections, right?
Of course.
You would say that those elections don't have the same amount of visibility with federal elections, correct? Okay, all right. So there's low turnout, low visibility, and less information about individual candidates, correct?
Yep.
Okay, right. And so in those cases, I contend that it's extremely difficult for candidates to overcome money influence. So they don't get those advantages that Bernie Sanders had, that AOC had, that Kshama Sawant, I think that's her name, had in Seattle. I think that's her name. Please, I'm sorry if I got it wrong. That those things evaporate because you don't have the attention. You don't get that outside group money, right? To help you counter whatever's on the other side. Most politicians running their local races and the local level and the state level don't get that level of attention, so they don't get that protection.
Okay.
Do you not agree with that?
The local elections don't get as much attention as national elections? Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right.
But now you're gonna have like, but
are you saying? Do you agree with me that? I guess this is the crux of it. That attention is the thing, and the money that comes with it, right? Within our current system, is the thing that helps them overcome outside corporate influence on the other side, right? So that AOC, like because she got that attention, she was able to overcome all the money interest backing Joe Crowley.
I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think she had a ton of national attention before she won that race, right? Or I could be wrong.
No, she did.
Did she?
She did have national attention.
Like
she had on.
Was it really that much? Like I know that there are a lot of people talked about a lot of different justice systems, like like these guys are cool, blah blah blah. But I don't think she had anywhere near the level of attention until she won the race. That's when she got all the attention. Certainly
she got more attention after she won the race, right? But before that, she was on these progressive programs. She was had national attention doesn't necessarily mean like NBC News. So it can be that like people around the country, like
I don't think we would have to look at something. I would challenge this. I don't think anybody outside of New York knew who the fuck she was. I think she was like a total.
Hold on. So you don't think that, for instance, appearances on like TYT
on YouTube? No, I'm not counting that back then. No.
Okay. So their audience, right? Their audience doesn't send money like that. None of that happens, right?
I'm sure that they did, but like her winning was a massive upset. It's not like she was getting really popular and be like, oh man, AOC's like competitive here. I'm pretty sure that nobody thought she had a fucking shot in hell, aside from extremely leftist people that might follow her on YouTube or whatever. I don't think anybody around the country did. It was once she won that she got like massive national attention.
No. I understand that she got more attention than my only point is that it brought in the attention that she did get. It doesn't have to be like on NBC News, right? Like the attention that she did get, like that through these progressive outlets, is enough, right? So the one in Seattle, I think it's Kshama Sawant. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. that like she didn't get mass amount of attention. I think most individuals, most people do not know her name, still don't know her name, right? But within lefty spaces, that like that national attention from those lefty platforms help make the difference.
I'm not sure if that's the case or not. I don't know.
Okay. So all right. I don't know how to spell this one.
When did she win her seat? Was it in 2016? Was it the first time, or was it 2018? I think it was.
I don't know. So,
hold on. AOC.
Seattle. So not Seattle.
Oh, it was 2018.
Yeah.
Let me check real quick. Hold on. Is there a way to see like in-state versus out-of-state campaign contributions, guys? Is there a way to see that? Does anybody know? Also, do you remember what the date was on that election in 2018?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. 2018 House elections.
So there was a recall effort. That was a recall effort that I believe I'm thinking of the one she fought. No, this is not it. Hold on. The Supreme Court allows efforts to recall. Oh, no, sorry. This is more recent. So never mind. What I'm looking at right now is brand new. Because the effort to recall Kashama Sawant from the Seattle City Council continue following the Washington State Supreme Court ruling issued Thursday. So this is what I'm looking at right now is actually brand new.
Okay. So real quick. So when she won her primary in June.
Okay.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'm just looking up. So like these are the search trends for her. So at least online, before she won that primary, I don't think people were talking about her much at all. I could be wrong. There might be other data showing this, but like this tracks into what I remember. I don't think anybody knew about AOC that much at all until when she won. That was like a shock.
Oh, you're back to AOC. Sorry. 2019. So I'm looking at Kashama Sawant. Ran against Occupy Hacks Amazon ballot initiative. Urge protesters do not recall campaign. Okay, August 2020. Socialist misused of reckless.
Oh Jesus! And this search data is even for New York. Holy shit! So nationally, yeah, like
Occupy the East Precinct. 2018. Cost company 11 million hours. Publicly 13 district. More than 100 years. Packs swans. Race. The city tax which would have cost the company $11 million in order to fund public housing and homes shortly after enacting the tax. Okay, let's want. Okay, so that's not her career, personal life, positions, her life. Oh, this doesn't tell me what I'm looking at. Did you could you put whatever you were looking at
yeah, like
BC chat? I'm not sure if you did. Please. Oh, there you go. All right, thank you.
Is it? You can tell me if I'm wrong, but let's say that a lot of her campaign contributions came from out of state. Wouldn't this be another person then that just would have never won in her seat with your new rules?
No, not necessarily, because not just so part of this of her winning was organizing and getting support, getting people to come and help her get out the vote. Right?
Okay, hold on, real quick. You keep saying the word organizing. You know that takes money, right? I don't know what you think organizing is. Or I'm curious what you think organizing is.
Yeah. So we would do that through the public financing. Yeah. So that's what organizing. Yeah, there would be.
Yeah, but she wouldn't be able to organize this much because now that money would be available to everybody equally. So she would now have the same amount of organizing power as a neo-Nazi that wants to run in this district.
Yeah, but does neo-Nazi get that amount of public support?
Well, he
Right?
doesn't
So
need the public
just
support now
because-
because you don't have because now in Prime Case's world, everybody gets the same amount of money to spend on ads from the government.
So I'm saying that just because there's another candidate that has equal amount of money doesn't mean their positions are equally supported, right? So the money doesn't necessarily like spending a certain amount of money doesn't necessarily buy you a certain amount of support, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
But
Of course,
it can
that's
get
my
your
whole
issues in
argument,
front
yeah.
of voters.
Sure, but I'm saying that like now in every single state where a single neo-Nazi wants to run, now they have as much money to spend publicly, at least as Bernie Sanders at AOC.
Okay, so like if they run, then they can run and they can lose. They can be embarrassed, right?
It's
so
not
the
about them
fact
being
that-
embarrassed. It's about that now we're publicly paying to have their ads on TV. Like my tax money now goes for Nick Fuentes to have an ad on TV so that he can run in his state election or whatever.
Okay, well, my tax money will also go towards some Republican that I heavily dislike, right? That, in fact, my tax money goes to all kinds of things that I disagree with. That in itself is not a problem. And we could still have like campaign rules about like what exactly they can put on one TV, right? So that in itself does not scare me. That's
Right, so now you're going... Wait, so would you want a place like New York where maybe the state legislature or maybe the DNC is starting to craft rules that would hurt AOC deciding what she's allowed to put her public money towards in terms of advertising spending? What if the moderate Dems there were like, you're not allowed to talk about socialism because that's extremist, so we're going to ban that being mentioned in ads?
Okay, so I'm saying that we can have... I would say, so in my role, we'd have reasonable rules about like things like of the content in terms of harassment, like you can't harass another candidate like racially or something like that, right? And I think we, or even then, like we could rely on because I'm not sure. So I'm not sure under the current system. If it's simply that we rely on advertisers or networks to simply reject these things. So sorry, do you know the current rules? The current rules regarding ads, like what the content of ads now?
Content of political ad. I think if it's fun about your campaign, I think you just have to directly disclose that you're the one that's funding it, like paid for.
Okay, sure, but like could you like put, for instance, like racist content within that, like using the N word, which within an ad. Like, can a politician come through and say?
I don't know if you can put the N word in it, but you can put some pretty racist shit in it, can't you?
So okay, so why can't why wouldn't you be able to put the N word in there? So like, I know you can, of course, dog whistle, and people dog whistle all the time, right? Sure. But why
I think that might violate like the public broadcasting stuff, right? I mean, you could in an internet ad. I don't think that's illegal if you wanted to do it in an internet ad. But generally on public airwaves, there's usually like, or platforms will have like terms of service that allow you to have certain terms or not.
Okay, yeah. So we could rely on those same rules, right? We don't necessarily have to change those rules.
Well, but they would also undoubtedly have to allow like neo-Nazis now to run, as long as they didn't have super offensive content, they'd not be running for office. So you're using...
Yeah, and I think a lot of neo-Nazis, I mean, like a fucking, I would say that Trump's ads and the ads of many other Republicans right now are super fucking offensive, right? Whatever.
They're not
So
even
like,
close
I'm
to
not
being
scared.
neo-Nazis. Like now you're basically giving carte blanche for neo-Nazis to start running in every state because now they're going to get public funding to do so.
Okay, sure, but like, and then they can lose publicly, right? Like, whatever. I'm not afraid of extremists being able to run, right? Like,
really,
like
what about Marjorie? What about that Marjorie Green Taylor person?
I don't know.
They can't run now. A lot of them don't have the money to run, or they don't have the support.
So what you're doing is saying that there's some sort of that's the difference between public and so like this privately funded election, right, where they happen to raise money, right, where there's neo-Nazis, right, raise money, versus a publicly funded one, right? So they can raise money now. Right? They can run, right, and that would, and they could get.
Yeah, but I don't think they can raise that much money now. But now you're saying everybody's going to be.
Well, do you know that? Is that the case, right? Like,
I don't think neo-Nazis are anywhere.
elected representatives who
I do think that's the case.
Who campaign against who campaigned against immigrants, right? Who dog whistle
That's
against
not a
African
neo-Nazi.
Americans.
That's not a neo-Nazi.
Oh, okay, but I don't give a shit. They're like a quote-unquote a neo-Nazi, right? Like you're using this word to try to scare me, but it doesn't scare
Hold
me.
on.
So you
To
can
be
keep trying.
clear, I'm not
It doesn't-
using a word. Wait, hold on. To be clear,
Okay.
I'm not using a word to try to scare you, okay? But
Mhm.
you are throwing the most extreme examples back at me. So, of course, I'm going to make you account for what would now be both permissible and most likely widespread under your system. So you've told me, you've advocate for there to be a public fund that every politician can draw from. And you said that one of your successes would be more people running for office. And what I'm telling you is there are probably a lot of like neo-Nazi figures that could run for office that now are going to be able to because they're enabled by the public fund. And then your counter to that is, oh, well, that wouldn't matter. They'd lose anyway, which makes me wonder if the money doesn't matter, why are you advocating for any of this in the first place?
I'm saying that the point is to level the playing field so that it's the amount of money, not simply that there is money, is the problem.
Yeah, but why would you want to level the playing field for certain political opinions that are so incredibly toxic they have no support? What, you're leveling the playing field for Nazis and you're bringing down incredibly popular figures that get like national level popularity. So people like AOC and Bernie Sanders would be brought down in your system, and people like Nick Fuentes would be massively elevated in your system.
I'm saying that the public, I'm relying on the public once presented with these options, right? So, like, if we're thinking, right, if under your model that you think that the public is taking all this information and rationally making a decision, right, on who to support, that if that's your opinion, is that your opinion, right? That they take all this information that's presented to them and they're making straight rational decisions as to who to support.
For the public is taking in information and figuring out.
So yeah, like through advertisements, through campaign information, through media, right? Like through interviews.
I think people vote for a variety of reasons. Most issues, or most voters are probably voting on one or two issues. Would be my guess.
Okay, yeah. So I say under those situations that the public will decide, and in that constituency, right? Like wherever it is, right, in that specific geographic area. Will be able to decide what they want. So, like, if they wanted a person who supports those policies, so like again, we can ignore the term neo-Nazi because it's whatever, right? But supports those racist positions, right? If that's what they want, then that's what they'll elect, right?
Well, but you're saying that their decision on who to elect is going to be dramatically shifted by equalizing the money playing field. So, whereas before it might have been that somebody like a neo-Nazi would be incredibly unpopular in an area because they don't have any money available to them. Well, now that you've equalized the money, you're saying they'd be more palatable to the average voter because they can.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
Wait, so you're saying that then? Wait, hold on,
wait,
just so I understand. So you're saying that a neo-Nazi that has 0% support, that's now given equal access to the playing field and equal money as other people, will still maintain 0% support?
I'm saying that that support, right? So they might have 0% support because no one knows about them.
Okay.
And so that if they are known, that will certainly rise, right? The fact that they have.
So your system enables neo-Nazis to become more popular, essentially, or very fringe radical opinions to become more popular.
Sure. That fringe opinions can have on the other side, right? So a socialist, right? So on the other side, a socialist also gets raised. So a socialist who also would not have any chance, right? Would not have any corporate support, but also gets that same opportunity, right? To make their case in front of the audience, right? So I'm not.
So we're doing a Dave Rubin marketplace of ideas here, basically. We want the marketplace of ideas to decide. Everybody just gets to brawl in the WWF arena of ideas.
Why shouldn't they be allowed to? Why shouldn't be a neo-Nazi be allowed to, right? Like if
you want to take the extremist free speech position, you can.
Do you think do you have? Okay, so yeah. So my point is that like everyone should be able to talk. Everyone should be able to talk.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm saying that corporate money drowns out other voices, right? Other viable voices that if they had a chance to make their case in front of the public, that they could get that support. They could get like rise in the polls, right? But because they don't get that support, because there is so much money on the other side, that they are completely shot of the system. So if you put a neo-Nazi, right? So yes, you are raising their chances, right? Raising their platform because you're providing equal amount of money, right? But on the other side, there are other candidates who are other quote unquote extremes, right? Who also get that same opportunity.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm not in favor of the massive restriction of First Amendment rights that you're calling for that would also end up lowering some like nationally popular figures like AOC or Bernie in exchange for elevating some unpopular figures that may or may not be neo-Nazis, so people like Nick Fuentes. I don't think that trade-off is good. Sacrificing some level of First Amendment rights just to do all of this contrived stuff just to get rid of some corporate influence in politics that you haven't even demonstrated to me exists or is counter to what the public opinion is. It's such a this is a bigger step than voter ID law, where people are like, oh, like I want voter ID to stop voter fraud. It's like, well, we don't even know if voter fraud exists. Like, you haven't demonstrated that. Why are you trying to put all these roadblocks up? Like, it sounds like the same type of argument. Like, we haven't even demonstrated that the corporate influence is bad or counteractive to public opinion, but we want to do all these things that would have like these widespread, dramatically negative impacts on our political system and our political representation.
Okay. So I guess I disagree. I say on the other side that all these the cases that I've presented, and there's many others, of course, right?
To be clear, none of those cases demonstrated any of your arguments, but okay.
But be clear, I disagree with you. I very much disagree. No, I mean, okay, no, sure. If you think that,
you can't just disagree. None of the things you link show that a politician supported something that was politically unpopular because of a corporate background. None of those showed that.
Okay, so 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Corporate. Okay. Democracy. That. Tax fair. That. Paying on. Okay. Energy, Texans. American. War against energy. Oh, 1 second, please. I apologize.
No problem.
Yeah. Why does American say the federal government is not doing it?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Or you can ignore me. I'm just talking. Hold on. So GSU Gambit says, Destiny's asking Prime something that's hard to defend against. There's not going to be an easy way to separate what voters want and what politicians push. For instance, lots of Georgians might not be for the suppression of African-American vote, but because the party is pushing that, they agree with it. So Gambit, I agree with you that just because you vote for somebody doesn't mean that you endorse every single opinion they have. Now, I will say that it's funny that a lot of people on the left will say that every single Republican necessarily endorses every single opinion that Trump has, but I think you're conservative, so I won't hold you to that one, even though I know a ton of fucking lefties will say that over and over again. But I do agree with you. But my question would be, is that what I would expect to see is one of two things happen. If there is a politician that supports a given policy that you don't agree with, but you support their platform, then what I would expect to happen is during the next primary season, they would have challengers that would closely match their platform, say for the issue that the constituents disagree with, that would either cause them to lose the election or moderate their position on or change their position on it. So for instance, we can argue that most moderate Democrats probably wouldn't have been for a 15-an-hour minimum wage. However, it seems like a lot of Americans are in favor of a 15-an-hour minimum wage. But rather than politicians just being like, well, you support the rest of my platform, fuck you, what appears to happen is when other candidates like Warren or Bernie Sanders are on the national level running in those elections, now your mainstream politicians, so famously Hillary Clinton was moved on it, started to support the 15-an-hour minimum wage, and then Biden himself seemed to be on board with the 15-an-hour minimum wage. Those are the types of things that I would expect to see happen if that was the case.
He's not exactly GSU Gambit. I know he's not exactly conservative.
Okay, fuck. I thought because every time he comes on, it seems like he's arguing against the more extreme left people. So I didn't know if he was a conservative or not. But okay, sorry.
He's not a conservative. I see you out there, GSU Gambit. You're not a conservative.
Okay, sorry, Gambit. I'm sorry for assuming that. I don't know.
Sure. No problem. Okay. All right. For the great detail. let's see. Support for. Okay. All right. So, local Democrats consider. All right. So, survey results. Yes. Okay. So, what do you think of the Green New Deal?
I'm not a big fan of it. What about it?
Not a big fan. Oh, I figured not. Do you say that our political system is generally in favor of the? Excuse me. Would you say on the national level?
On a national level, there's probably a lot of people that support it that have no idea what's in it. That would be my guess. It sounds good, but like once
No, sorry. Excuse me. My fault for being not clear. In terms of our political system, in terms of Democrats and Republicans, within like Nancy Pelosi and her crew. Yeah. So like, do you think there's broad support within the parties for that?
It's probably higher in the Democrat Party than the Republican one, but it would probably depend on how the polling question is asked, kind of like Medicare for All.
No. Again, the politicians. Do the politicians support that? Do you find evidence?
Oh, no, I don't think it has very many co-signers or many other people willing to support the bill. No.
Okay, all right. So, but on the other end, 81% of the public supports this, right? So, if you ask all registered voters, it's 81%. Who support, and then 18% who do not. Among Democrats, it's 92% that support altogether. Among independents, 88%. Or among Republicans, 64%. Right? And these are registered voters, right? Because I know you don't care about everyone else, and fair enough, which is actually a fair distinction. I won't go against you there. And then Liberal Democrats, 93%. So okay, I'll just send it to you. I'll just send VC chat.
Sure, and I'll send you this right here. So a lot of Americans will support the Green New Deal, but the more they learn about it, the quicker that it starts to drop, the support, basically. Americans support many promises of the Green New Deal, but not its price tag. So, for instance, you might get high support for guaranteed jobs with good wages, upgrade all buildings to energy efficiency, blah, 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 blah. So there's like 78%, 70%, 69%. But then when you get down to increase federal spending by trillions of dollars, 30% agree. Or reduce the number of coal mining jobs in the U.S., 55% agree, right? So basically what I just said is that the Green New Deal sounds good, but I'm willing to bet that even you don't know everything in the Green New Deal, and it's not even that complicated. It's like 8 pages long.
So the very fact that there are parts of the Green New Deal where individuals disagree, right? Like like that doesn't surprise me, like at all, right? There are going to be provisions within any large package. More people are unsupportive and some more people are against, right? Okay. That's fine, right? Now, what we want to see is whether those things are being pushed, where that support is being reflected within the politicians, right? Like for those popular issues, at the very least, right? Okay. So if you could, you sent me something. Did you put it in VC chat?
Yeah.
Put that in there, please. So let's take a look at that.
And I don't even think there's a big drive in members of Congress to do anything with the Green New Deal either, because the legislation doesn't really say anything. It doesn't bind you to anything. Except
Sure. Hold on. No. So like again, so the Green New Deal is a package, right, of ideas.
Vague ideas that don't really have any like explicit stuff measured out on them.
So that's fine, whatever, right? But you said you had polling data on this, right, in terms of the decline, depending on which.
Yeah, I linked you.
Policy? I didn't see it.
It's in VC chat. It's above Prime.
The Washington Post one?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I think it's the Washington Post. Let's take a look at that. Haven't heard. Pain. All right. So graph. Okay. I think that's what you're. Guaranteed jobs and good wages for all U.S. workers. Upgrade all buildings. U.S. increase energy efficiency. Okay, great. Set a goal of 100% of U.S. power coming from zero emissions. Energy sources. Say. All right. Okay. Provide all people in the U.S. with health care through a new government program. Okay. 68% for that. Increase federal spending on infrastructure. to prepare for climate change related disasters. Great. Major new regulations. Okay, so everything but the actual spending itself. Okay, which is not surprised. There's a sticker shock. All right, that doesn't surprise me at all. Many jobs. All right. So, so breaking down this package, do we see support among politicians, right? Equivalent support to this legislation, right? Looking at these polls, right? Look at these polls. Do we see equivalent support on that for the individual? So obviously, like not every individual program will cost the government trillions and trillions of dollars. It will cost a certain amount of money, certainly. But like not all these individual things will cost that much money. So like we see popularity there. Do we also see that in terms of actual policy being moved within Congress, right?
Possibly. You could argue that some of the more popular positions, you could argue that like stuff kind of related to, I don't know if we would consider like unions or right to work laws being kind of related to this. We see that as being part of the huge Biden, it's a $2.9 trillion bill.
Yeah, I think it's 2.5.
2.5. Yeah, you see like that, the elimination of right to work in like 26 different states. Like,
yeah, but that's not what's included here.
Yeah, not exactly.
From what you're showing. Okay, yeah.
But like climate policy stuff has always had this problem where people will support the idea of like, oh, like let's help the climate. But then when it comes down to the nitty gritty, people are like, well, hold on, we don't want to like fuck our jobs over, right? That's why the AFL-CIO won't sign on to the Green New Deal. Or other like fossil fuel unions are usually so opposed to green energies because they're worried about losing their jobs.
Okay. So a job guarantee. So like, do we see, I don't know if there was any sort of job guarantee within that
in the Green New Deal
infrastructure bill.
Oh, the infrastructure bill. I don't believe so. No.
Yeah, I don't believe so. Yeah. Okay. I think there's something about upgrading buildings. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but like I believe there's something about that.
I want to say it's 300 billion, or it might be 155 billion.
Yeah,
to upgrading buildings. Somebody can look up there. I know the WAPO has like a huge breakdown of all of it. There's a lot of money in there.
Yeah. So my point is that like if we're not seeing that we're not seeing equivalent support within the overall legislative body for these things, right? It's because there's other influences, right? So like if the public's supporting it and these politicians are not, why is that the case? Why is there a discrepancy?
Well, I think the very reasonable answer is because you've wrapped up something in an amorphous bill that doesn't really make any solid claims, so people don't even know what they're supporting. If you're going to suggest that it's because of corporate influence, I think you'd have to demonstrate.
Once again, I'm not talking about the whole bill in general. So you've made a good point about the bill. Okay, fine, sure. Excuse me, the Green New Deal in general, sure, right? But then you brought up these statistics in terms of each individual policy, right? And how they could be popular, right? Now, are we seeing this level of support for that, right? Are we seeing support in terms of like in terms of like for instance putting more electric like upgrading the grid, right? And doing all these things that would that might go against the interests of fossil fuel companies. So like whatever those interests are against fossil fuel companies, any of these legislative priorities that would necessarily go against those, like do we see
probably not, but you have to keep in mind the interests of fossil fuel companies are probably going to be really closely aligned with the interests of fossil fuel unions, like workers that are working in these unions.
Okay, but there are other interests, right? So there are other interests that could present themselves in front of Congress, right?
Sure.
Can present themselves, and they can raise money, right? And so they should be able to have an equal say on all this, right? Like they're simply presenting their ideas. The corporate money is using its voice, and then these other unions and stuff are presenting their voice, right? So they should be equal, and then overall, like so, if these forces are equal, do you think these forces are relatively equal?
I have no idea. That would be on you to demonstrate. Do the majority of Americans support this? And
no. So I'm talking about these forces in terms of these influences, like in terms of lobbying, these lobbying influences. Are these things equal?
I have no idea in terms of who spends money for what. I have no idea.
Yeah. So again, I would point you back to this that I pointed out before that that corporate interests vastly outweigh.
You can't take
right, in
corporate interests across the entirety of the U.S. economy versus lobbying groups across the entirety of the U.S. economy and then pretend that that is going to hold true for every single individual sector. You might be right. You can probably just look it up. Like corporate lobbying versus environmental lobbyists, I guess. You could look for something like this. I mean, you might not be wrong, but that number that you just gave doesn't help. Hold on. Give me like 2 seconds. In the United States, the largest spenders on lobbying turn out to be both those dirty firms that emit a lot of greenhouse gases and those clean firms that emit comparatively little. That finding comes from new research authored by Magali Delmas, a professor of management in UCLA's Institute of Environment and Sustainability, as well as UCLA's Anderson School of Management. Their findings were recently published in the Academy of Management Discoveries. Delmas and her co-authors look at sectors ranging from automobiles to chemicals to food and beverages to oil. These firms spent $1.1 billion in climate lobbying during that period. The researchers found that clean firms also invest in lobbying in support of government regulations as a business strategy to gain market advantage over their competitors. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe it's equal then. But if you have something different, you can show me. But this is just.
Could you send me what you're looking at so I can take a
Sure. I literally just ripped this off of Google. This is just UCLA. Maybe there are other studies that contradict it, but here is this.
Oh, wrong. Okay, so what is a clean firm? Clean.
I guess a clean firm is a firm that tries to like stay carbon neutral or something. Where it says,
I don't know. Researchers found that clean firms also invest in lobbying support of government. Findings were published. Let me take a look. The prevailing view is that issue. It's threat. Interesting. And one. Environmental regulation, which provides an incentive to lobby. Provide online access to database of health.
Hey, if I'm leveling up and you guys aren't typing GZ in chat, I will be IP banning all of the recognizable names. Okay, just letting you guys know, because I'm seeing a disturbing lack of GZs in chat. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
I proposed a U-shaped relationship between greenhouse gas emissions and lobbying expenditures. To test our proposition, study leverages novel data, greenhouse gas emissions, and lobbying expenditures aims specifically at climate conservation. To test our move novel data on firm-level gas emissions and lobbying expenses aimed at specifically at climate change legislation. So it looks at gas emissions itself. Okay. All right. Our result based on these firms suggests that both dirty and clean firms are active in lobbying, which challenges the view of adversarial corporate. So this only challenges the view of adversarial corporate strategy. So the prevailing view is that salient political issues such as environmental regulations threat at the industry level. This suggests that best performers have little interest in the policy outcome, and one would not expect them to lobby. In contrast, the hunch that drives the authors is that the cleanest firms may perceive a more stringent environmental regulation as an opportunity to gain a competitive advantage, which provides an incentive to lobby. Okay. The findings of this study have implications for research authors. Practice, which is benefit to the field. Okay, so this is only says that like other interests would lobby. So we have one interest in terms of, and again, it doesn't tell me what clean firms are. So I'd have to look through this whole thing, maybe find out what it means by exactly a clean firm is. But that these firms don't have. Like that, there's an assumption that they don't have an interest in lobbying. I suggest they do have an interest in lobbying, right?
But they lobby on the other side. You were asking me earlier, who do you think lobbies?
So if they're a corporate interest, right? Then and these are firms, right? These are firms. So I'm assuming they're corporate interests. I'm assuming that's what they mean. That the fact that they have money to be able to lobby on the side itself. Like a corporation, yes, can raise that amount of money to lobby. So none of that surprises me that these two firms will be able to lobby. I'm talking about like other interests beyond corporate interests, right? So other interests outside of that. And just because like it's a clean firm doesn't mean that like whatever they want, like they could want to change the market in such a fashion that benefits their clean energy, but doesn't benefit the consumer, right?
Well,
you could agree with that.
Of course, that's how all things work. Yeah, of course.
Great. So I'm not seeing how this paper helped.
You asked me explicitly. You just asked me who do you think is lobbying more, like in benefit of like clean energy versus against clean energy, and I said, well, I don't know. Let's look it up, and we looked at both, and it looked like it was about equal on both sides, according to this one thing. It might not be equal, but according to this one thing, it seems to be equal.
So no, I'm talking about in corporate interest, within corporate interests. So like those were just like two corporate interests fighting each other. So like it's not surprising to me that.
But there's going to be corporate interest on every single side of every single issue, no matter what. Always. What do you mean? Like, can you think of a single issue ever where there wouldn't be corporate interest on some side in the United States?
My point is like on the other side in terms of things that aren't backed by corporate interest. So like whatever like groups that aren't backed by corporate interest, whether they have an equal say and all this. In fact, I know that they don't. I've already presented evidence to say that they don't. So like there's not a balance within these issues. So the fact that the corporate firms can raise a certain amount, whether they are for clean energy or fossil fuel energy, right? Sure, okay, that's fine because they have that corporate structure. But can ordinary people present their ideas, their policy proposals, right, and get an equal amount of time?
If they join a group and raise money for it, right? There are environmental groups that do that.
But we can see from the data that they don't. So again, for every dollar spent by unions and public interest groups on direct lobbying that year, 2012, businesses spent $34, right? So like we can see that just on the other side, there isn't an equal amount of speech being made. So if corporate money equals speech, you can see there's not an equal amount, correct? So the amount of time.
Well, can we? I'm just curious if that's actually true.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what I'm able to look up on Open Secrets. The amount spent on lobbying from, I assume these are all environmental groups, Nature Conservancy, Clear Path Foundation, Partnership for Conservation. So it looks like in the 2020 cycle, they spent $17 million lobbying. I wonder how much did other companies spend?
Companies.
Like,
again.
Firms. What? Again, what?
Sorry. Say the first part again. I apologize.
No, this is how much, like conservation groups, not corporations.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. That was how many?
They spent $17 million in the 2020 cycle. So I'm curious.
Okay.
How much other groups spent related to corporate lobbying on climate change?
Fuel. Corporate expenditures.
All right, guys. How do I make a bot that mines this shit for me?
As well as all industry spent billions to control the climate crisis, PR spending. All right. America's. Let me see. I'm not counting investments in public relations programs like beach cleanups. Okay. There was one advertisements. So not quite it. $20 hours spent. If someone has what we're looking for, please feel free to DM us. We're looking for this information right now as we speak. My DM's open, so feel free to DM us if you have the information right. Fossil fuel, lobbying. Fossil fuel. Battles during COVID-19. New research from shows that oil and gas.
Someone in your chat linked the Forbes article.
I'm not looking at my chat. If you guys could put it in the VC chat, that'd be useful. Someone has that. Interventions from the industry seeking deregulation, support for fossil fuels, and reason have drowned out pro-climate interventions for non-fossil purposes. Have been over twice as likely to succeed based on detailed assessment of quick wins. So the research has tracked 121 industry lobbying globally that were relevant to the COVID-19 crisis. The vast majority of these are associated with fossil fuel chain companies. Smaller number of positive conventions barely implement a green recovery. And research also tried positive lobbying. Either of these top line statements. Shell paid $49 million their climate lobbying. Thank you, Internet Gas, for that. Oil and gas giants spend millions lobbying to block climate change policy. So every year, you already looking at this?
Yeah, I already read it.
Okay. $200 million on lobbying. So every year, the world's 5 largest publicly owned oil and gas, $200 million. Right, and you said $1.5 million for the other side.
I think it was 17 million.
17 million. Okay. All right. So there you go. These things aren't equivalent, no matter what. So like you could say, individual groups, like individual, can just band together to have an equal amount of speech, or to
I never said an
have
equal
an
amount.
equal
but,
equal.
yeah.
Hey, sorry, to have an equal chance to present their opinions to Congress, to policymakers. But I think they actually don't have that ability. That in terms of 200 million on lobbying designed to control, delay, or block climate, if you're concerned about the amount, and I mean, I think this clearly shows that it's massively skewed to one side. Correct?
Yeah, possibly, but it still doesn't show me that it's contrary to what voters would want, which is what I actually care about. I don't care who's donating the money. I care about whether or not politicians are voting in ways that are contrary to what voters would want. But
okay, so I would say that. Hold on, it's not, 1 second. Let me. Change. Okay, so addressing climate change. All right, so let's take a look at that. The low carbon position the company as a climate expert, acknowledging climate concern while ignoring solutions. Before it said that, okay, all right, so let's look directly at the report. In the UK, gas and big tech and climate policy. Sustainable climate. Five. This report shows that big tech companies, in terms of minimizing the emissions, found that big tech companies do not appear to be matching. Okay. So public policy, public opinion, sorry, voter opinion on climate change policy. Okay. Because that's what you care about, right? Voter opinion on climate change policy.
Yeah, and whether or not like campaign contributions are causing people to vote in different ways, because this is what I would say we should care about.
Okay, so there's 2 trillion, 40% of climate spending more. Okay, another climate power. Latinx voters are age 10%. Excuse me. And thank you for the patience from the audience as we literally work this out in real time. I think we had different expectations as to the evidence that would be presented and what would be convincing. But that's okay.
Well, to be clear, I just wanted any evidence whatsoever.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. Whatever. All right.
I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, that's fine. I found that 86% Democrats consider climate change a major threat compared to only 31% of Republicans. 70% of Democrats think dealing with global climate change should be a top priority this year, and then 46% in 2015, while only 21% of Republicans. Okay, great. So we can see that there's a massive amount of public support for policy change in terms of. Oh, sorry. I'll send you one. Yeah.
Wait, this doesn't broad support for something doesn't prove anything, right? Like, this has historically been the problem with climate change, is that everybody supports a quote-unquote green environment. Everybody supports quote-unquote good climate change policies. But the problem is when you start attaching a price tag to things, when you start saying, well, this is what it's going to take to do it, the support falls off a cliff. This is the problem. So just saying like, well, oh my God, all these Americans support this happen. It's like Brexit. Over half of Great Britain supported Brexit, but then when it actually came time to figure out how to do it, now there's no agreement anywhere, right?
Is there polling? Okay. Now I'm wondering because within the infrastructure plan, there's stuff that tackles climate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if there's polling on individual pieces of that legislation, right? Like what are we people in support of? Infrastructure.
Destiny, misunderstanding Brexit is the highlight of my weekend. Karki plays. If you think there's something I misunderstand about it, please tell me. If you're Britain, or if you're British, there's a good chance that you know fucking nothing about it, or the EU. If you want to argue about either of those, go for it. But 100%, I'm open. My DMs are open, my dude. Oh, sorry, don't mind me. I'm just showing it chat.
No, that's fine. Yell at them, it's fine. Infrastructure plan. PDF.
The Tories lied about what Brexit would mean to the people of the UK, but do go on. Hey, Ditzli or whatever, if Farage driving around in a bus with a stupid fucking slogan on it was the thing that happened to turn all of the United Kingdom in favor of Brexit, then maybe your little fucking socialized education over there isn't doing half the job that you think it is, because holy fuck, how fucking brain dead stupid. No wonder you guys lost the largest fucking world empire. If that's all it took, was that conniving little fuck rolling around in that bus to turn all of you in favor of Brexit? Come on, dude, don't be so fucking stupid. People voted for Brexit because they were scared about immigrants and because neoliberal economic policies left large sectors of the economy behind. That's why people did it. They're scared of outsiders taking their jobs, and they're worried that globalization is fucking over their economy. That's why Brexit happened. This has been fucking sourced like a million fucking times. You can go and read it any other place you want. If you want to imagine that it was because, people thought more 300 million quid would go to the NHS, but if you want to pretend that that's the case, and you can do it, whatever makes you feel better, you fucking want. Sorry. What?
Okay, wait. So, I'm curious though. For general polling, so you're talking about how like when you're talking about paying for something, right? That support decreases. Is that different for any other policy proposal? Is that just like how things are?
Well, no, I mean, like, it depends on the policy proposal. Like, some things are popular, but then when you learn more and more about them, they become less popular depending on what the costs entail.
Yeah, okay. So, like, if this is so what I'm asking is, this is just a general thing, like a general, like, truth of
Yeah,
polling.
generally, yeah. Well, it's why it's frustrating when people will pull like, I support, everybody supports this one thing. It's like, okay, but do they support the costs associated with it? Because if they don't,
Sure.
then that's where you get to these huge issues where it's like, 85% of Americans support this thing, but legislation won't pass it. And then people like you will come and say, well, it's because of corporate lobby. It's like, well, no, it's because the actual legislation itself is a lot more complicated than just broadly supporting something. We have to pay to get these things generally. There has to be some give and take.
So are there things that have been passed that have a high price tag to them? For instance, I don't know, like tax cuts for the rich, right? Are there things that are that have a high price tag that are not popular by the general public, right? That the public does not want, but have been passed any which way, right? That necessarily the fact that one, the public doesn't support something with a high price tag, like I don't know, the wars that our endless wars, they have a high price tag. That necessarily isn't the thing that stops our.
I think that wars are probably the tax cut. I think is maybe a stronger example for you. Wars are probably the worst example for you because wars are things that when they're incredibly popular publicly, we have a fuck ton of support and money for them, and then as they become less and less popular, we eventually we just leave. Right? That's what happened in Vietnam. That's what happened in Iraq. Right?
I mean, but we're still in Iraq, right?
The presence there is severely reduced. To like
sure, whatever, but we're still there, correct? Still spending money there, right? Like the price tag is increasing.
In Iraq or Afghanistan compared to what we used to spend?
No. Are we still there? Are we still spending money, right?
Yeah, but it's probably like a drop in the bucket compared to our overall military budget.
No, sure. Like spending might have decreased. I'm sure spending has decreased because we don't have as many active troops there. Sure. Okay, great. And we're not doing as many operations there. Sure, great.
And that was all in response to public pressure, right?
Is that so? I'm saying that, but the money itself is not a reason why something may not always be a reason why something may or may not be passed, right? So you're saying the crux of the reason why, at least what I'm getting from you, is that the crux of the reason why these other things, these environmental issues are not passed, is because of the price.
It doesn't always have to be the price tag. I'm just saying that, like, asking, like, are you in favor of this particular thing? And people will say yes, but then when you start to get into what do you have to give for it, it might be cost of, like, money, or it might be something different. And then people will say, like, okay, well, hold on, I don't support this, right?
Okay, yeah, people will change their mind when they hear a price tag. So it's easy to sticker shock.
It's not. You say
right?
sticker. Wait, hold on. No. Wait. I've got to push back on this because this is just shitty rhetoric from you. It's not just sticker shock. It might legitimately be like this is a cost that I'm not okay with, even if I knew everything.
Fair enough.
You might have an argument with your wife about whether or not you can do anal, and she says yes, and you're like, oh, cool. And then she's like, well, you have to come with me to Thanksgiving and Christmas to my parents, and you're like, I fucking hate my in-laws. Now I don't want to do it. Right? That doesn't mean that you had sticker shock. It just means that you don't think that the cost is worth the benefit. That's totally reasonable for all sorts of legislation. Where you might think that some particular initiative is a good idea, but the cost isn't worth the benefit. I highly push back against you. You've used this phrase over and over again to just call it sticker shock, like it's just some irrational.
I literally just use it. So
no, wait. You haven't used it once. You've used this term like 5 times in this conversation.
Sorry, play back the VOD. Did I use this 5 times? Like I just used.
Okay, it might have been 3 or 4 times, but you said it more than twice. You've said it like 3 or 4 times.
I've
sticker shock.
You
don't remember saying sticker shock multiple times in this conversation?
No, I don't.
Okay, you have.
No, I don't. You guys at home, you're gonna clip for us. If I said it multiple times, then I am completely not remembering that.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'm just saying that when you say that, it makes it sound like my position is like absurd. Like, oh, it's just sticker shock. Like you've said that multiple times. And
no, I don't believe I have said it multiple times. But and one way or the other, your point that like the cost is not worth the actual price. Yeah, people can make that assessment on all kinds of things, right? At least. But that doesn't mean that the benefit itself is not popular. And I'm saying that can happen across the board in all kinds of different policies, correct? Right? Like,
of course.
That otherwise have support, right? So, for instance, like Social Security, right? The idea that we would spend this amount of money to help are elderly individuals be supported, right? Like the amount of money that's spent on Social Security is absolutely massive, but there still has a certain amount of support, right? But like if you had said at the outset, right, well, this is what it's going to cost on X year, right, to continue this, policy, you might have very little support from the public, right? That doesn't mean that the public overall does not want this policy.
I don't know if that's
right?
true. But I would have to look in the beginning when Social Security was suggested if we always thought that more was going to be going into it than what came out of it, right? Because it's like a retirement fund. Like how much you get out of Social Security depends on how much you put into it.
But if we had an accurate projection, right, an accurate projection for people to say like what these things would cost in the future, right? Would you say that it's certainly a possibility that people would have reacted the same way as in terms of climate change, the trillions of dollars, right? They will say like, well, the amount of money that's going to be spent in this program, there's another way. There's another way that maybe not this way, but like you're telling me it's going to cost this much money. We shouldn't be spending all that money. There's other things, there are other priorities that we're spending these things on.
Well, I don't know if Social Security is directly comparable because like I don't think Social Security comes out of like the general fund, right? Like we pay for that with we have a specific tax just for Social Security. But ignoring that, I guess if I'm just, I think that if people were to look at the cost benefit of it, let's say that it did pretend it all came out of a general fund or whatever, I'm pretty sure that people would probably still be on board with it because most people want to get like some form of retirement from the government. It's like some amount of like Social Security, basically, right? A Social Security net for retarees. I think most people are seeing that's like Social Security even today still seems to be a relatively popular program that nobody wants to see cut, including Republicans.
Because people right now are seeing the benefits of that, right? So people right now, we understand like what it can do for them. They've seen evidence of their parents and their parents' parents, right? And what Social Security has done for them, and they can expect those benefits, hopefully, for themselves, right? So, of course, there's going to be a massive support for that. But if you could actually give them an actual projection, right, I think we could see that, and I don't know how much has been spent on Social Security in general, but like it might be a similar price tag, right, to the Green New Deal, right? Like maybe probably much more than that, right? And that people might have said, faced with that, okay, there's this thing has a certain price tag, and it's not worth it, right? The benefits.
I mean, you would have to show me that, like back then, that when Social Security was implemented, that people weren't talking about it being expensive. Like, I'm not saying that every single potentially expensive thing will fail. Look at Biden's recent coronavirus stimulus, or the coronavirus stimulus that happened under Trump. I think the United States was like pretty high in terms of how much social funding we provided compared to other countries, especially now compared to any other country, even in Europe. We're on the upper end of that. So, I mean, like, even things with the high price tag, I'm not saying that every high price tag item is not going to be supported. I'm just saying that, like, it changes how people support things, right?
Sure. Yes, that is one factor, and many other factors as to why people might support something, right? So the fact that when it comes to the Green New Deal or these other climate policy things, right, that they have a price tag, which is expensive, that turns people off, doesn't mean that that otherwise they shouldn't be able to pass, right? That in itself is not always the
well, like it depends on what costs we're talking about, though. So, for instance, when we looked at Medicare for All polling, like a lot of people were in favor of "quote unquote" Medicare for all, but then when a lot of them found out that it meant that they had to lose their private insurance, then the numbers flipped on it. So, I mean, like it depends, and that's probably a trade-off that a lot of people will never be willing to accept. So, I mean, it just depends on what the particular cost is. But then there are some costs that some people probably be okay with it, like legalizing marijuana or gay marriage in certain states. There's going to be some social costs associated with that. And, you know, it seems like even when taken into account on that, people are like, yeah, fuck it, I think we should legalize it, whether it's gay marriage or marijuana. So, I mean, it just depends on the piece of legislation. This is hard. I wish I could tell you that, like, it's really easy just polling and voting on all of these single, like, issues, like, unilaterally. But, of course, these are complicated things.
Okay, great. So, exactly, they're very complicated things. But the only thing I'm addressing is that you're saying that was what sounded like an assertion that the price tag necessarily makes it impossible for these climate policies to to be enacted, right?
No, what I'm saying is
that was the implication
no,
that I heard.
It wasn't an implication. I can directly tell you, okay? If you
Okay,
ask
sure.
a classroom full of students if they want to go, if they want to have 7 recesses every single Friday, and all of them say, yes, we do, and then the legislation that's brought before the student board is, all right, guys, we're going to have 7 recesses on Friday, but you all have to go to school on Saturday now, and then they vote no, you can't come in and go like, well, hold on, why is the polling data of the students so much different than the legislation? There must be some outside corrupting influence here. The real answer would be, well, you know, people were in favor of a particular like end goal that they thought was good, but when they saw the price tag associated with it, well, now their mind changed. It didn't require any corrupting outside influence. It was just that once an actual piece of legislation was addressed, then the idea around that particular piece of legislation is going to be different than the broad idea around what the legislation was trying to get us to.
Okay, sure, but we could have data on the other side saying that there was other influences, right? So like if we had data on the other side in terms of this, right, there were parents saying that like if this gets enacted, right, then or the teacher saying that we're gonna like triple your homework, right? That like there was a lobby, the teacher lobby saying that, oh, okay, sure, but if you guys do this, we'll triple the amount of work you have to do. And people saying, okay, that's a problem for me, right? Like so, like a lobby on the other side, like pushing, like putting that influence on the system could alter could alter those results, right? So like a powerful lobby, one that requires a lot of force in terms of weight, in terms of these teachers, or in terms of money, in terms of corporate influence, right? On the other side could change the
theoretically,
outcome.
yeah, we'd have to demonstrate that. Theoretically, I could imagine that happening. Sure.
Okay, great. All right. Okay, great. So establishing this, right?
Wait, all you've done is establish. I'm not going to take away the hypothetical from you. It's possible, but to act like that's a foregone conclusion is just not even remotely close. We haven't demonstrated it at all. We're just saying it's possible. Of course, I'm not going to sit here and tell you this is impossible. That'd be foolish of me to do. And it could still be the case that I'm wrong. Maybe in the future we do find something out that changes things. But in the meantime, it's hard for me to envision how so many things that are so like corporately unpopular can get passed with like widespread like public support. So for instance, like the Trump tariffs. Like I don't think en masse corporations are supporting losing billions of dollars in trade to other companies, but that's exactly what happened. Or look at Brexit. Holy shit, that's something that would have been entirely unpopular among most firms in the United Kingdom, but that still passed too on top of like public support. Like you can find things like this to support public support that are massively opposed to what corporate interests would be. So it seems to me that there's like a more important driver there. And then on top of that, if I was looking to make our electoral system better, before I even get close to touching shit like lobbying, I would be way more concerned with stuff like mandatory voting. That would be like the #1 biggest change, or even getting rid of first past the post. These are things that would have a 100-fold greater impact on our system than whether or not like corporations are lobbying too much on some side when I can't even prove that there's some causal relationship there, or even like a correlated relationship there.
So can things ever pass that are unpopular with the public, right?
Things that are, I'm saying things are passing that should be wildly unpopular with corporations.
Yeah. But can things pass that are unpopular with the public?
I can't, like, major pieces of legislation, I can't seem to find that being the case.
There's no piece of major legislation that's unpopular with the public that's passed. Nothing.
Not that I can think of. I mean, there might have been at some point, but I can't think of any, no.
We can look at corporate tax cuts, or tax cuts for wealthy, right? And see
so corporate tax cuts do seem to be unpopular. The Trump tax cuts do seem to be unpopular, but I think that they were popular with the, I think that they still held an over 50% in the Republican Party, and they were the ones that owned all parts of the government, so...
Okay, so let's see that. Tax cuts for the wealthy, right? So you're saying that among the GOP base, those were popular, just tax cuts for the wealthy.
I think they were over 50%.
Truth about tax cuts by the numbers. Okay.
But keep in mind as well that big Trump tax cut, that was not just tax cut for the wealthy. That was like a whole batch of like changes in the tax code that also benefited middle and lower class people as well, even if it did disproportionately benefit wealthy Americans. Like I believe, somebody can remember wrong, it's been a long time since I looked at this, but I think it expanded the standard deduction, I think it made it greater, and I think it expanded the child tax credit as well. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Okay, TCGI. Impact on the top 1% taxpayers, 1.6 million taxpayers reported. With that amount, all taxpayers by 6. The amount is high. Earners owned would increase by 6. Sorry. Excuse me. By the way, all taxpayers bore about 40% of the income tax burden due to the federal taxpayers. Okay, this doesn't show popularity. Polling. So let's say Bush. 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 Paul thinks should expire. Pay for tax. Polls thinks so. This is in 2010. Most think some Bush tax cuts should expire. Okay, so should tax cuts for $250,000 plus be allowed to expire? Yes, expire 56%. Saying those taxes should expire. Okay. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the Bush tax cuts were made permanent.
Under Trump, it's possible, yeah.
I thought it was under Obama. It was Bush tax cuts.
Oh, maybe it was under Obama. I don't know.
Okay. Bush tax cuts made. Obama made Bush tax cuts permanent. Okay. Budget deal makes permanent 82% of President Bush's tax cuts. Okay. All of the income and capital gains and dividend tax first enacted by President Bush. The estate tax levels that was in it, that it was at 2012, and the increase in patching alternative wage tax. Bush tax cuts through more taxpayers. Okay. All right. So all the income and capital gains and dividend tax cuts first enacted under President Bush that have been made permanent. This was in 2013, right? Despite public deciding that they should expire, that these things should expire. The public was in favor of them expiring, but then they were made permanent. So that's an example right there.
Yeah, but was this passed as part of a major legislative bill? Because this might have been a cost of doing something else in legislation, right? So we said that sometimes our Americans are okay with certain things, but there might be a cost associated with it, right? So for instance, if we look at the recent Trump tax cuts in 2017, it might be that the public didn't really like the corporate tax cuts because, as my understanding is that they're generally unpopular with Americans. It might be over 50% with Republicans, but generally these are unpopular. But they might have thought that, like, okay, well, the corporate tax cuts is a cost of the other benefits that we're getting, so we'll support them in that case. It's like a cost, right?
Federal tax cuts. Obama gives way to Republican over Bush tax cuts. Okay. Over Bush tax cuts. Barack Obama is bowing to Republican demands to send deep tax cuts for both the Americans to the furious some of the president's allies who say he succumbed to blackmail. In the bruising political battle, Obama still Republicans, Congress following the victories. Midterm elections, the president has sought to extend the tax by Bush 7 years ago, but he wanted to see a return to on the move would generate trillions of dollars. Democratic leadership. Let's talk about tax cuts. Today, Obama said that his priority is to prevent. Okay. That would income. There's serious debates. And Democrats did not hide their frustration with presidents. So I'm trying to see if this is all in a one package or a separate package that's attached to it. I don't believe. I believe it was in a separate package that this was made, so it wasn't attached to anything else. Other than it was. I believe it was attached to like middle class tax cuts, right? Mm-hmm. So, but that in itself, right? Like middle class tax cuts don't cost like the cost isn't wealthy tax cut, right? So those are two separate things. Like one is not paying for the other, correct?
Yeah, no, not necessarily.
Okay, great. So as far as I can tell, these things were that was the compromise here. So I'm just looking over this as quickly as I can. That was the compromise here, is that these two things were put together, that Obama wanted to keep the one, so we had to keep the other because there was a
Somebody's saying the 2012, I don't know if this is true or not because I'm only reading this. You're the one looking this up.
Sure.
Someone said the 2012 tax bill only kept tax cuts for people making under 400K. Is that the case? American Taxpayer Relief Act of 2012.
So what I'm looking at in terms of the polling talked about should tax cuts for 250K plus be allowed to expire. So 250K between 250 and 400 would be wealthy, right? So that might be the case. So what he's talking about might be the case. And the polling says is that those should have expired. So we might be talking about the same.
Okay, so I'm just reading this real quick. So tax provisions for individuals with taxable income of $400,000 per year or less, $450 for married couples on a joint return. Both thresholds be indexed for inflation. Blah, blah, blah. The tax rates for income, capital gains, and dividends remained at their 2012 levels instead of reverting to the higher rates from the expiration of the Bush tax cuts. So that's for people under 400K per year. For individuals with taxable income over the 400,000 a year thresholds, we have the top marginal tax rates on income of 39.6% provided for under the expiration of the 2001 portion of the Bush tax cuts was retained. This was an increase from the 2003-2012 rate of 35%. So that tax bracket went up. The top marginal tax rate on long-term capital gains of 20% provided for under the expiration of the 2003 portion of the was retained. That was an increase from the 2003 to 2012 tax rate of 15%, so the capital gains went up. And the top marginal tax rate on dividends, which would have increased to the ordinary income rate of 39.6%, also increased from 15% in 2003 to 2012. So it sounds like those really high, really wealthy, the over 400K earning individuals or 450K earning couples, those tax rates did return back to what they were.
So what I am seeing, and this is a lot of tabs here at this point, is that tax cuts made permanent 80%, that all the income, capital gains, and dividends tax cuts first enacted under President Bush, all those were, so if you have any different source, I'm looking at the Center Budget and Policy Priorities.
Okay, I linked this in your chat. I'm litterally just looking at the Wikipedia article and what the...
Yeah, I'm looking at, I'm looking there, so I don't know, sure.
There you go.
So I'll link it to you in VC chat as well.
Mm-hmm.
%80 Bush cuts allowed to expire. So the $453 billion over 10 years operation capital gains and dividend tax rate, and filters for taxable income above $450,000 for America. So that part expired. 1.52 trillion billion expired. 19 billion comes. All right. So first enacted by President Bush. Okay. So there might have been multiple levels, right? So
Mm-hmm.
there might have been Bush's tax cuts, and those enacted strictly under him were allowed to be kept, but then anything else was allowed to expire, is what I'm getting from this.
Yeah, so I'm reading your source. Here's the 18% of the Bush tax cuts allowed to expire. So $453 billion over 10 years comes from the expiration of cuts to the income, capital gains, and dividend tax rates for filers with taxable incomes above 450K. And then $152 billion comes from allowing limits on personal exemptions and itemized deductions to return for filers with adjusted gross incomes above 300K. And $19 billion comes from raising the estate tax to 40% from the 35%. So it sounds like they retained a lot that helped, I guess, everybody or was relevant for everybody. And then the 18% that they didn't keep are for the richest people in society is what it seems like. And I guess this is about probably what I would expect. I imagine there's probably some level of wealthy tax cuts that remained in here as well. But in terms of everything that was cut from the prior Bush tax cuts, it seems like all of this was just for the wealthiest earners. Like you've got an estate tax, you've got a limit on exemptions from people that itemize their deductions, which are typically wealthy people. And then you've got the top tax rates for capital gains, dividends, and ordinary income.
Yeah. So according to the public, so the reason why I brought this up is public polling. Public polling says everything over 250K should be allowed to expire.
Okay.
Right. So that's what the public polling says, but that's not what happened. So we can see that even if there is majority support for something, it doesn't necessarily means that it passes, right? So you said like you couldn't think of a big legislation where that's the case. So I'm showing a big legislation where that is the case, right?
Sure. So the kind of research you're doing right now is what caused me to completely and totally flip my opinion. Like,
okay.
I'm expecting like bombshells, not like the majority of Americans wanted tax cuts to expire for people making 250K a year and over, but instead it was only 400K a year and over. Like, these are not like the major legislative changes that I would expect to see that are different from one to another. But
so, but the point is that like if something is whether something is popular or not, whether the public wants it or not, right? So like the fact that it doesn't necessarily it's like not a quote unquote bombshell, right?
Well, I wouldn't expect like legislative opinion to follow public opinion 100% perfectly ever. That's probably never going to happen, right? Because legislatures change a little bit over time. Like some people might have been voted out of office based on what they had. Like some people might not have. Like
Republicans. Yeah. Second, I'm just reading something, please. Yeah, Bush tax cuts earning under Cliff deal. Okay. Self-provisions meaning they expire in a few years. The rich are permanent. Okay.
Wait, does it show my world anywhere, guys, so people can like stalk me? Because like people are starting to like stream snipe my mining patches. It's fucking stupid as this is. Yeah, can you see what world I'm on screen or? No, okay.
So while I'm looking this up, so Stephen, do you think there's no change that they need to be in terms of corporate influence in politics?
Not really. No, I don't think so. Nothing that I really.
Zero.
No.
Okay. Interesting, right? So no matter what, no matter how much money, if let's say we quadrupled the amount of money that corporations spent on politics, you would say that there would not be any sort of change?
I haven't seen like any massively horrible influence. The influence that I thought was there doesn't seem to amount to much. Money doesn't seem to be as strong a predictor as who's going to win as not. And like,
so it's not just who's going to win. Sorry, I'm sorry. Please continue. I apologize.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like it influences legislation anywhere near as much as I thought it did. I think that instead, what I became a lot more woke to is I think the biggest problem we have is just voter turnout. The fact that like if more people voted in more elections, I think that would be the #1 change that we would see legislatively across the country. Rather than like doing all this weird side attacks on like corporate money, I think the problem is just the composition of the voter base is just very, very off of the composition of the entire country because certain people are more likely to vote than others.
But if voters feel that the amount of money, right, influencing elections, they feel the amount of money influencing elections is having influence on their politicians, on their outcomes, right? If they feel that corporations, and if they see corporations getting benefits that are not due to them, right? Would that not decrease voter engagement?
I don't know if that would impact voter engagement a lot. I don't know if I believe that. Seems like voter engagement is like more highly tied into other things. I don't know. I don't think I believe that.
So if you think so, you don't think that if voters feel that their elected officials are completely unresponsive to.
Yeah, but the problem is voters
would,
will feel that way even if it's not true. So like it doesn't seem like whether or not they're responsive or not
So-
matters. If anything, it seems like creating the culture that they're not might be the truly damaging thing. So it seems like maybe if we were to take action against anything, we should take action against people that say that corporate lobbying is the only thing that matters, or that your vote doesn't matter, or that politicians ignore us. Maybe that's what we need to take action against, because if people feel like their vote is disenfranchised, even if it isn't, that might be what drives them to not go vote. Because it seems to be the case that politicians are relatively responsive to what voters want. We just have like the types of people that vote in the United States are not an even cross section of the United States population. It tends to be disproportionately older, whiter, wealthier.
Yeah. So okay. So I disagree. I disagree with this. I disagree. I think that if voters have a sense, right? And it can be so like perceptions can be different from reality, right? Perceptions will rule the day, right? So
Yeah, so we should get rid of the perceptions, yeah.
Okay, sure, right. Part of that perception will be affected by the amount of money people see within politics, right? They feel like now there is a perception that there's a lot of backroom deals going on, right? And
yeah, but even if those aren't true, what are we going to do about it?
Even if those aren't true, yes, great, right? So I think eliminating money in politics would help with that, right? If people felt that the system was more fair.
I would
right?
just rather do compulsory voting. I think it would be so much better. And this eliminating all money in politics and making it so neo-Nazis can now run across the country, because it's all publicly funded. I just think it's
socialists can also run across the country, right? Communists can also run across the country, like whatever, right? Like other people can run. So like this neo-Nazi thing that doesn't mean anything to me.
Well, it does. I don't want my money funding neo-Nazis running for office.
Oh, I don't want my money funding wars, but like that's kind of what it is, right? It's that's how that works, right? So our money supports things that we ourselves, any individual voter.
Yeah, but if I found out that a politician was using my money that went towards the sustaining of the federal government to run their personal campaign, I would not be happy with that. So if I'm opposed to some war, okay, well that's running the government and running the U.S. military is part of my buy-in to society. That's a lot different than this politician is embezzling funds that are publicly funded to run their campaign.
Okay, so embezzling funds. Like that's a crime. That's not what we were talking about.
No. But I'm saying, so for instance, this is a big problem that I had with Trump, right? The idea that he started his re-election campaign and was using his pulpit on the government to campaign for re-election. That's absurd to me. That's fucking crazy. I don't think you should be allowed to do that.
All right. Well, I'll just leave that alone. But so yeah, so I see that this idea angers you, right? That people on the far right, or upsets you, excuse me, just upsets you. That people in the far right might be able to use public money, right?
Or people that have no support otherwise. It could be far right, far left. It could just be any random guy that believes in UFOs. Like the idea that literally anybody can now run for whatever office because it's all publicly available just seems, yeah.
But if the money has no influence, according to you, the money has no influence, then it's not a problem, right?
No. The problem is that they're spending our money. I don't want my money. You would have to raise taxes to fund this, is one. And then two, it's not so much that the money has no influence, is that the influence is now there's going to be a million different people running in every single election. It's probably going to crowd it out.
So, yeah, okay. So you don't like crowded elections, and you just don't want your money going to this, right? But that in itself doesn't invalidate this, right?
Well, it invalidates me liking it. But
excuse me?
We're both talking about our preference, right? It invalidates.
Sure. Okay, for you. All right, fair enough. Okay. So I'm saying the cost is absolutely worth it. And I would say that on the other end, that in terms of this corporate spending, that the corporations would not be doing the spending if they weren't seeing an effect, right? Like if they weren't seeing a positive effect, that corporations are rational, at least when it comes to profit making. Right?
And they spend a very, very, very low amount of their overall revenue is spent towards lobbying. But go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's a low amount proportionally. Absolutely. So what? But they wouldn't be doing that spending at all.
Well, it seems weird to me that when we look at issues like the energy issue, where we find people spending on both sides of things, if there was so much at stake here, why wouldn't they spend more, right? To buy off all the other adversaries?
Maybe because what their current amount of spending is sufficient.
How can that be the case if they're taking a contraposition of another, lobbying, for the green energy thing, right? You've got people lobbying on both sides and they spend about the same amount of money. Why wouldn't they dramatically outspend their opponents if there was so much money to be earned here doing it?
So one, the clean firms, right, are again those are the ones that so it could be one that their policy positions aren't always in contradiction, right? Like how energy markets are run, right? Like that might not be like in contradiction to one another, right? So in fact, that they're working together on some issues, right, and opposed to other issues. So that's one thing, right? It's that fossil fuels have been in this business of corporate lobbying for much longer. The clean energy don't see the need to increase massively, right? Increase massively their spending. Why would they, right? Because they have built these relationships, they have built this infrastructure, right? And they're massively ahead. So they may not increase. It could be the case that at some point that in terms of like revenue, right? Like the clean firms are not seeing like the spending an increased amount currently is not a benefit to them. So maybe it will be a benefit to them in the future, but not at this very moment, right? So could be all kinds of reasons why one group of firms doesn't outspend other group of firms, right? Their interests could align in some places, right? And then increased spending on other particular issues are not, at least at this moment, maybe an uphill battle that's just too much for them to climb, right? Or it's just otherwise they feel like it's not worth the cost, right? That doesn't mean that like in the future or that in other areas that they aren't seeing a positive result, right? Did that make sense to you?
I understand it. It's just all hypotheticals and potentials, and we're talking about like a huge change in the system to stop something that might hypothetically be a problem that I feel like hasn't been really demonstrated.
Okay.
Like, it doesn't seem to be the case that like Amazon and Walmart are writing legislation in the United States contrary to the interests of the average American. It doesn't seem to be the case that billionaires can just buy their way through elections. It doesn't seem to be the case that the president's agenda like strictly lines up with corporations when you look at like politically popular policies that are corporate unpopular. So things like restricting immigration or things like tariffs. Like, I don't know.
And I agree that would be the case because those have massive public attention, right? So that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't perfectly match up. And I've said that from the start.
Sure, I guess.
Right?
But then again, then we're back in the weird world where the only policies you can argue about are the ones that nobody knows about. So then it's hard for any argument to be made that proves anything there, right?
Unless we see those actual the agenda of those corporations actually being carried out, right? So if this actually being carried out, then we can see that there is some effect, right? And that they wouldn't be spending this money if they weren't getting results. If no results were ever being made, right? So if they realize that their money can be spent in other places, like creating a better product, right, and that would generate them more money than through lobbying, then that's what they would do, because that's how they operate.
Sure.
So they are seeing the benefit, right? They are seeing within these regulations, right? The ones that we may not understand, right? That they're seeing a positive effect, right? So this is a net benefit for them, right? And on the other side, any other priorities like increasing school funding, right? Like saving finches, I don't know, like some sort of group of finches that are going to be extinct, right? That might be economically inconvenient for some drilling company, right? Those things aren't presented. Those policies.
But even on those things, like people just don't want to spend. Like, look at how many people support like raising teacher wages, but don't support like raises in their property taxes. You know, like I don't think there's any weird corporate influence there. It's just people just don't like the cost associated with things.
Yeah, people don't like the cost associated with lots of things, but that doesn't mean they're not in favor of those policies, right? And then there's not a
you're not in favor of a policy if you're not
campaign.
willing to take on the costs. I reject that. I don't think so.
Okay, but people on the other side, there isn't a corporate campaign, a money campaign saying like, oh hey, this is important. These are the benefits, right? So like even if there is some sort of great cost on one side, there isn't a corporate campaign on the other side saying, hey, these are what you'll gain. Like this is all the benefits that'll come with it. So these things aren't equal in voters' minds, is what I'm saying, right? Like,
Okay. I understand your point. I just there's like you have to make such a convoluted argument to get there. Like why is it that the United States, if we wanted to overthrow countries, why wouldn't we just start pumping a ton of money to political opponents? Why would we do like violent overthrows or supporting like fascist regimes or whatever? Why wouldn't we just have corporations send money there? Now all of a sudden we win because money controls everything. Like it just seems like a very naive like outlook on politics. I think that it's not. I just think that what we were trying to do is we just don't want to grapple with ourselves as voters, and we don't want to be honest about what people actually want, and we just say corporation bad, and like that's the boogeyman that we can blame everything on, and then it makes all of our jobs really easy. Oh well, now all we have to do is fight against corporations, and now we absolve ourselves of all responsibilities. We absolve voters of all responsibilities. We don't have to deal with the tough fact that there is actually a legitimate difference in opinion in the country about what policies people want, and instead we can just pretend everybody wants the same thing. It's just evil companies that are blocking the way. That's why I feel like this obsession.
Don't we use military spending? Don't we support other countries, right? Through military spending. That's one way we can support them. We can send money over there, right? To
yeah, but we're not just funding corporations to like change how people view it and write legislation via corporations, right? Like it's.
Sorry, like you're saying that the U.S. government sending money, right? Like you're saying that I'm not exactly sure what you're saying, because we sent, if we want to get a government to do something, right, to follow what we want them to do, right?
Look how much money we pumped into Afghanistan. Look how much money we pumped into Iraq. We were still unpopular there. Like both countries wanted the U.S. forces to leave. At least the citizens did. Like I think that just like saying like, oh well, money buys everything in corporations. I just don't think that it holds.
I didn't say money buys everything, right? I said that money helps influence politicians. I say that it changes what their legislative priorities are. So, like. We pump money into right-wing dictatorships for like actions that are favorable to big business, right? We do these things. So, so I don't know on that point. I don't know why you're saying that. Like we don't pump money. Like we can use bombs or we can use money. Those are two things that we can do. And in terms of,
so you think if I just paid off like every member, if I just paid off like legislative members in like fucking India or whatever, I could get them to completely 180 their opinion on stuff related to like Pakistan or like, well, I just don't think that realistically this happens. I think that politicians, and if this was going to happen, if this was the case, then I think that what you would see is a massive rejection by the voters of people in parliament. Like people have tried to make these same arguments over and over again. Fuentes made this argument about the 64 Hart-Celler Immigration Act or 65 Hart-Celler Immigration, where he tried to say like, oh, politicians voted in ways that none of the population wanted. But when you go and look up the voter data, like generally people are generally in favor of what their politicians are doing. And then when there are big rejections, then there are electoral consequences. So for instance, okay, go ahead.
No, okay. So I was just going to give you an example. That in one of the ones I sent you, either it was the DA example or the I think it was the other example of the Dodd-Frank regulation, right?
Sure, the Dodd-Frank one was a really bad example because we don't even know if the public would have been against that. And same thing with the DEA one. We don't even know if the public would have been against it.
I'm saying that, so my point is that it was, in one of those examples, there was like a floor vote, like a unanimous floor vote, right? Or that it passed through, right? And that simply that money, putting the money behind it and those corporations providing that support, right? Put that bill into place and let it just pass. So they backed people who already believed in their legislative position, and then it passed. So it's some squirrel rule, right, that the public is not paying attention to, or the politicians aren't paying attention to, right? And now that passes, right, without any, and no one realizes until afterward, until this is a media report, right? And then people are like, oh no, like this is a big problem.
I don't think anybody was saying, oh no, though. Nobody has any idea. Nobody knows what the average American doesn't even know what the fucking derivative is. Like,
I'm saying that other politicians were saying that they weren't in support of it. They were unaware of these things. And then it passed on. I can look at it again. Which one is it? Frank. Okay.
Tell them about the treadmills. Wait, what treadmills? If chat would hear, if we'd rather hear treadmill story. What are you guys talking about in YouTube chat?
Yay.
Treadmill theory? Treadmill denier? He's a troll destiny. Okay.
Okay. So both Manchin and McCaskill, however, this is for the DEA one actually, were among the senators who allowed the bill to pass by unanimous consent in the Senate without even a vote. McCaskill's office initially told CNN and later Monday, Senator. Okay, we can avoid that part. Shit. Yeah. So these people are stating that they weren't actually even aware, right? So this was pushed, right, by a group, by a certain group of senators, right? This bill was pushed by them, and it was passed by other senators who had no idea, right? Because
yeah, most senators probably don't know anything about financial markets. That's not surprising to me.
Exactly. Okay. So they don't know. No. Sorry. No, this is not on the financial market one. This is the DA one.
Most probably don't know anything about pharmaceuticals either. Most people in Congress are fucking stupid. That wouldn't surprise me either. But
we acknowledge that. But this thing went by, right? So you find people who support, right, and they will push your legislation as you write it, right? They will write as you write it because of that influence of that money, right? Rather than pushing anything else. So, okay. Okay. 1 second. People are doing a spaceship. So yeah. Definitions to bring this to the fore. Yeah. Okay. So I guess we have just a fundamental disagreement here, a few fundamental disagreements, which is okay, just fine. Because I don't understand why is the fact that people who are ignorant on these policy issues a reason why corporate influence is okay.
Well,
right?
because if it was absent that, maybe it would just be no influence, and then we'd be getting legislation that's fucking horrible for Americans.
Sure. Well, so that doesn't mean there'd be no influence, right? So the public can still lobby their Congress. So,
yeah, but there needs to be balance on both sides, and experts that work in industries are probably important. If Americans had it their way, fucking all derivative markets might be banned, and like all short selling might be banned, and the whole fucking stock market might be banned. Like, I don't know. Like there probably needs to be some level of influence on the other side. Like there's a lot of people on the left now that thinks the entire stock market is like a worthless rigged game and it shouldn't even exist. So it's like, okay, well, holy shit, like.
I agree there should be influence on the other side, that there be interest of the public. I would say that, yeah, that's fine. That I'm not opposed to corporate interference, right? Corporate interests being known, being able to put resistance up within Congress, right? That doesn't bother me, right? That they do that. What bothers me is that they have an advantage through the money. That's the problem. That's all it is, right? So there are competing interests within any government, with any group, with any organization, right? And you have to balance the interests of these different stakeholders, right? But one stakeholder, if a certain set of stakeholders has a massive advantage, some sort of structural advantage over the others, right? And that's where the issue is.
Okay, I understand.
All right.
I agree, but for me, I would have to see that advantage is being used in a way that's detrimental to the American public or contrary to their opinion. Then I would care. But until that's demonstrated, I just don't care much about it. I think there are other more important changes that can be made first.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. It seems to be there's a fundamental disagreement here. That's all right. Mm.
What's your next
How
panel
you
going to
doing?
be on?
What that I'm gonna be on, or that you're gonna be?
That you're going to be on. What's your next panel on?
I have no fucking clue. I don't know.
Well, don't you have like weekly? Don't you have like the Lily Amazon thing? Don't you have the?
So I have the Reverie. That's so Reverie on Monday. Amazon Lily. Reverie is our general politics discussion. Lily is focused on women and trans issues oftentimes. All Black Everything panels focus on Black issues, right? I hope we can figure that out. And then we have our Primetime Morale, which is our game show type thing that happens on Saturday. And then 6 days a week we have an open panel where we discuss anything. So that's my schedule.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I mean, we'll link your stuff. I appreciate the conversation. Do you have any other final parting words or anything for us? Wait, what time Monday night is your panel, the Reverie?
Reverie, 8 p.m. Eastern. Everything starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. Those closed panels.
Okay.
And I have a schedule on my Twitch page if you want to take a look at that. But I would say I would leave it up to the audience. I think so. I'm gonna try to reach out an olive branch to you, Stephen. Right?
Okay.
Yeah. No. So I'm just gonna reach out an olive branch with our closing statement here. Is that I think that in terms of proving these links, it's extremely difficult. Right? These things aren't very obvious. I think that all in all, though, if you look at the body of work done showing corporate influence, is that their priorities are at the top, right? That they get top billing in whatever legislative agenda that there is. I think that itself is a problem. You don't think that's a problem because you think that overall this might not go against public interest. I would say that corporate interests oftentimes don't align with a public interest, right? I think, for instance, the Disney example is one way in which when our cultural artifacts are literally decaying in front of our eyes, but that's a clear example of these interests deferring, right? Like, so Disney needs to protect its IP, right? On the other hand, people want to protect these myriad of cultural artifacts that are going to disappear before Mickey Mouse is in public. I see your point. I do see your point. That changing the system, right, requires a massive amount of effort, and it's difficult to get buy-in on that if you can't draw these direct links, right? So if there isn't a guy within a room, a back room, like handing over money to a politician, stuffing his pockets, right? Then how do you get the public to buy into these, right? When a lot of these things that are being affected, right? Not always. Sometimes it's bigger things, but a lot of things that are being affected are things that aren't at top of mind, right? Aren't the most salient, right? Like, I care about my healthcare, I care about my job, I care about my environment at some point, vaguely, right? I care about the environment. I care about my food safety, right? I care about these things, right? But maybe the minutia of food safety, I think the actual like regulations behind it. Well, I don't know. I don't really know, right? I have no idea, and how that's right. I'm just gonna leave it up to the politicians, right? But like, do something good with food safety, right? So how do you prove? That within our system that if a politician would have, if a politician was going to change a food safety policy, right, that seems to benefit corporations, that they absolutely would not have done that otherwise, right? Well, I would say that the proof is in the overall lobbying market, right? The fact that that these corporations feel the need that, like, they should indeed make these investments for these benefits, right? That in itself is a problem. That there is no proper balance, like the corporate public balance, with corporate balance and balance between what private citizens want. Like, that balance is completely shattered by the amount of money on one side, so that speech simply drowns out everything else, and that in itself is a public harm. So I think, yeah. So I that's why I contend that itself is a public harm. You don't seem to agree with me on all those points, but that's okay. I leave it up to your audience. Like, do you think that's a problem? Do you think it's a problem that one side floods out the other? Because I think it does. I think on the whole, then there are other priorities that you may find important that simply aren't going to be taken. It's just not going to happen. Because legislative priorities are skewed to corporations with that flow of money. I'll give you the last word in case you want to say anything else. But I think I summarized what you were saying before.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, like, if we really felt like legislative priorities are being ignored so hard, you would expect to see voters punishing politicians for it. So, for instance, we have seen times where it seems like voters were unhappy with politicians, and when it happens, then you see like a huge wave of politicians getting ousted. So, for instance, in response to the '94 crime bill, I think a lot of the country was unhappy with the assault weapons ban provision of that, and Democrats were punished harshly in the next legislative section. Under the ACA, under Obama's administration, it seemed like that was something that there was a great deal of political capital expended on. You saw Democrats being punished under that government legislatively when people being voted out. It seems like if people really disagree with things that politicians are doing, eventually they'll start to see consequences for that in office. The idea that a politician can just do something that's unpopular or on the fringes over and over and over again because of corporate backing, there just doesn't seem to be any like good example of that other than fringe, like this small exception to this larger piece of legislation got pushed by a corporation and there's no evidence that anybody was even opposed to it. So, yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, I'll leave it at that. Destiny, thank you so much.
Okay.
Really appreciate it.
All right. Bye. I love you. Be careful. Okay. Bye.
Love you too.
What's up, guys? Jesus. What terrible examples. The ACA is hugely popular. Rough debate for Destiny. What? I'm sorry if you're fucking stupid. The popularity of the ACA at the time, maybe I'm wrong. Before I commit myself, I don't know. Let's check. My understanding is that it flipped pretty hardcore. So when did Obama lose that? Was it both halves of Congress? Was it in 2002? No, I'm sorry. 2010, the second year in. He was voted in 2008. Hold on. Was it just the House the first time? Larger shares of public view. So the ACA is favorable now, but at the time, the ACA was not favorable, right? General polling moved against it, especially 2013, 2014. And Obama was in office until the end of 2017, right? Like, generally, for most of his legislative sessions, like, it was unfavorable. He lost the House in 2010. He lost the Senate in 2015. That's because of healthcare industry spending on advertising. Okay. I don't even think you're memeing. That's Obamacare was unfavorable because people wanted Medicare for all. Oh, of course. They wanted to go even further to the left. True. Every single time something fucks up in the United States, it's because people actually wanted it to go even more extreme in one direction. That's actually the real reason. Everyone in the U.S. is a socialist / ultra progressive. They just don't know it all the time. That's actually what's going on. True. Can I get some trues? Why is it that when an action finishes over here, if I'm tapped out, it makes that noise? How do I make that not happening? Because holy hell is it fucking annoying. The idle notifier. Where is that at? My eyes are bleeding. Can you turn on anti-aliasing? I turned on anti-aliasing. I don't think it did anything. The spanner at the top right. Wrench. Idle notifier. Oh. There. Oh, okay. Donation, catch up. Here we go.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
You gnome fuck!
Smile. Smile. If donors can wield undue influence over the recipients of their money, why is that Destiny donor walls me? Q. E. D.
You gnome fuck!
Do you only have the TTS say the name of who
My
subs?
evidence of politicians winning
I think it's a
through
good
money
meme.
Are all of the cases you or
Yeah.
I don't know about.
Because
Any
people like to hear the
example
donor
you can
names. I think
name to
it's
the
part of the
contrary
meme.
is high visibility and therefore doesn't count. My evidence of politicians winning through money are all of the cases you or I don't know about. Any example you can name to the contrary is high visibility and therefore doesn't count.
True.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation. Come into chat, type 3-word comment, eat first ban of stream, have to donate $5 to type again in chat, second TTS I get in 6 months of subbing must be a tier 4D.GG sub.
Have you done the Knight Sword? I'd have to look. I haven't decided if I want to level defense on this character at all yet.
According to chat, you're losing, ban them, Stephen.
Because it used to be that I had to look,
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal
I had to look up all the
nation.
quests that wouldn't level my defense before, or attack, because I used to have a peer. I think I want a peer again, right? Why not?
You gnome fuck!
Undefined
Or maybe
is
not.
has
Maybe I
joined
should
the
just have
omniliberal
defense since I'm playing
nation.
hardcore Iron Man, right? It's Iron Man though? Yeah, maybe there's no point. Oh god, leveling defense just feels so wrong. Ugh.
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
You gnome fuck!
Balls.
Why does the
Balls.
anti-aliasing do like nothing?
The RuneScape gameplay is a fitting accompaniment to Prime repeatedly hitting himself in his confusion.
You gnome fuck!
Good evening, buddy. 8 chat, someone needs to calm that bot down, so triggered 7 omega 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 neighbor Eno to the north. Good evening, buddy. 8 chat, someone needs to calm that bot down, so triggered 7 omega 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 neighbor Eno to the north.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
You gnome fuck!
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
Oh no! Oh fuck! No, really? How did I miss this?
Ben MC, £5. Ye neither lose, Pepe neither win.
Out of the 15 House districts that got flipped in 2020, every single incumbent outspent their challenger besides one. Fuck! Oh, nice. Paul suck.
You gnome fuck!
I
Damn.
am subscribing to you. I am subscribing to you.
You gnome fuck!
You gnome.
Undefined this has joined the omniliberal nation.
Did I mention the Vine sauce thing all day? Dude, I read through like 4 or 5 pages of that.
Well,
how fucking stupid. I don't even know what the fuck the... I don't even know what the allegation was. That the guy... I don't even know, dude.
Picnic. Why don't we all celebrate them by shouting it in the chat all together? Ready? 3, 2, 1.
I tried to listen to other things. People were saying that like he gave her an STD and it was HPV. Come on.
Can't believe I got away with it. Is Bernie Sanders a centrist on the global political scale?
No.
Also, is the US authoritarian right compared to Europe?
You gnome fuck!
Notice me ooh. Notice me ooh.
You gnome fuck!
I know there is no evidence that politicians aren't doing what's in their party's interest because of lobbying, but what about the evidence that lobbying has helped form public opinion to that of the company, which has led to bad things? I know there is no evidence that politicians aren't doing what's in their party's interest because of lobbying, but what about the evidence that lobbying has helped form public opinion to that of the company,
maybe.
which has led to bad things?
Who knows? Maybe. HPV can give you cancer if you're a woman. I mean, pretty much. Okay, HPV is something that you just like. I think default assume that like every man has. I'm pretty sure. I don't even know if. I think I've asked to get tested for HPV before. I don't even know if they test for HPV. Like, there's a reason why in high school now, or even it might even be in grade school. I think they just give girls HPV vaccines. Everybody gets an HPV vaccine if you're a teenage girl these days. I'm pretty sure that's like standard issue. I don't think there are any fucking cis women in here to know that, but like that's just like everybody, like it's more common than like HSV, which more than herpes. Like everybody has HPV. Like if you have casual sex, you most likely have HPV. Yeah, women get it when they're like 13 or 14. Like the idea of complaining about like, yeah, guys even have HPV vaccines. The idea you complain about getting HPV from a guy, that's such a bizarro fucking claim to me. That like, yeah, if you're fucking a guy raw, you would assume that he has HPV. Like, what the fuck? What are you thinking about? Yeah, I don't know. Just. And again, I'm not even, because I feel like, because I got tested for STDs quite a bit. I don't know if they, I'm trying to remember, because I know I've asked at least one time, do you test for HPV? And they just said, no, we don't even offer the test. They must offer it somewhere though, right? But I've never been able to get tested for HPV before. Is HPV what causes warts? I think generally, any wart, I think it's said to be caused by HPV. There are different strains you can get, but the problem with is in women, HPV left untreated for a long time, which is actually similar with gonorrhea and chlamydia, untreated for a long time can cause problems. So HPV can lead to increased risk of cervical cancer, for instance. You can't placeholder your inventory, can you? Like if I want to withdraw equal parts tin and copper, I probably can't do that, huh? And I can't withdraw 4. What is the... Oh, I need to withdraw 14. Okay. It's not that they don't test for it in men, it's that they do not have a test for it for men. Oh, okay, well, that's why I've never gotten tested for it then, yeah. Is there any STD that is actually scary nowadays, or are all of them treatable / manageable? HIV is still fairly scary, because you're going to have to be on big medication for that for the rest of your life. Syphilis can get really bad if untreated. Gonorrhea and chlamydia are pretty bad if untreated. They can lead to infertility. I'm sure there are others out there I just don't know about. You can smelt all. Oh my god. Ruinite, adamantite, mithril, gold, steel, silver, iron, blurite. What the fuck is blurite? Sounds like some cuck ore. Wait, am I supposed to be able to smelt all? Or is that like some weird hack that this thing is giving me? What happened to Valheim? I think we beat it. We beat all the bosses. Why tweet this? I don't know. Fuck. There's a new plugin called Quest Helper. Oh, is there now?
You gnome fuck!
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
Oh, Quest Helper.
We're done. Dottenfndinjoud, $5. You were wrong in the pre-election debate. Anti-vax sentiment is much worse in Europe, especially France. Just look at the measles infection rate.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but okay. Wait, so where's my Quest Helper? Show the ones we meet the requirements of. Oh, and this should show like the rewards or whatever. Jesus Christ. Wait, it doesn't say the rewards? Or am I just missing it? Smithing at Edgeville is a shorter walk to the bank and furnace. I don't even know how I'm supposed to get to Edgeville. I don't remember, to be quite honest. Edgeville is that the one that's north of Varick, or is that west of north of Varick? Is Edgeville the one with the monastery inside? They removed it from the game? Oh. Northwest of Varick, yeah. Whoever said that is lying? Why does he read the one troll comment? Oh, okay. Go back 1 second.
Left home, look what a nigga brought back. Whole lot of bullshit, oh shit, not gone. Just care a little less, cause the lights back on and your bank look good. Home look nice, got good weed for a real good price. Cop roll by and they don't look twice. Yeah, right, gotta duck that steel. Too much lip, gotta tuck that real. Nigga feel free, who don't want that fear? Came when I told mama, fuck that bill. Yeah, out here living comfortable. Came from a place dysfunctional, but I love my fam and I love my home. And I'm glad I ain't going with the Huxtables. What a tangle web do we weave here? I live here, I grieve here. I finally found a little piece here, but I don't think that I can leave here yet. Cause I told my people that I got them once I got it, and I got it. Yeah. I told my people that I got them once I got it, boy, I got it.
Yeah, not to brag, but I talked to this guy on stream quite a few times. Just letting you guys know that. I just call him a dog for Aryan. I'm just kidding. Don't say that. You buy a hammer from the journal store. What's the furnace? You can use the anvil nearby to bronzesmith stuff. What anvil? Oh, there's an anvil right beneath me. Fuck it, we'll do it all in one trip at a time.
Nigga, we go back like 4 flats on a Cadillac. We're from Mad Dog 2020 to some OE. Then we drink a yak. Now I ain't even drinking that. Couple shots of Louis cost about a rack. Spend it for my dog. Now I don't even call. Fuckers up with that. This is facts, and I hate I had to put a real nigga in a fucking rap, but I always had your motherfucking back. Now
Do you like the new Lil Nas song? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. Thought you might like this from a music theory perspective. What does that mean? Now that's what I call a cool story, bro. Three and a half thousand comments. God damn. Are you a drainer? I drain myself into your mom. Drain it. You're under arrest. Oh my god, random events. I'm not botting. Wait, that was it? Oh, okay. Wait, he didn't even give me an item? How did I meet Shaq? I don't know, I was with Ice Poseidon. If you went with him, you would have got an item. Oh, well. Wait, what's the point of that random event? I felt like I could bot that random event so easily. God, I'm such a god at this game. They removed random events because they don't prevent botting anymore, but people voted them back in for nostalgia. Oh. Some of them were so annoying, dude. I feel like I used to farm... There was some wizard tower that I used to farm herbs in, north of... What was the city to the west that you would teleport to? Not Camelot. There's some other one. What am I talking about? North of Taverley? Ardone, maybe? I don't remember. God, some of the random events in this game used to be so shit. The maze was the worst one? Didn't you get a better reward based on how far you ran through it or something? I don't remember.
Movie Moth, $7 Canadian.
Oh, Chaos
Destiny,
Dreads.
please tell chat the treadmill story about the trainer in LA. YouTube chat never lose.
I don't know if this is a meme or not, or...
Undefined Dis has joined the omniliberal nation.
Wait, if I do the Knight's Sword, it gets my smithing straight to level 30? Is that true? Able to survive attacks from Ice Warriors level 57 and Ice Trance level 53. Wait, what the fuck? I feel like I would get crushed. You can just one-shot him? Yeah, but when I can run past him. Won't I get one shot, though, if they, like, catch me one time? Okay. Apparently Vosh was on that channel I was on before. Oh, and he debated that big Papa Fash guy.
Already, I feel a kinship.
I wonder how this went. An hour and 22 minutes. Do I want to watch this, or do we want to watch it tomorrow? Oh god, I'm just adding videos to watch. August is gonna kill me. Fuck. I want to see Destiny do a fire cape and Monkey Madness. I'm trying to remember if I got... Was Monkey Madness the one that gave you the Barrows gloves? That quest wasn't so bad. If that's the right one. I don't remember if I got the fire cape. Is that the one you got from beating the dudes in the underground place? I don't remember if I ever got that or not. Oh, that's the Dragon Scimitar? Oh, Recipe for Disaster was the Barrows gloves. That was important for Piers, because those gloves gave, like... I think you had to level defense a little to get it, but the gloves gave like 13 strength or some shit, right? It was huge. Plus 12? I remember one of the meme PKing was you'd make a mage peer and you would get the you would do the early quest to get that staff of not Zamorak. I think it was Iban's staff. And you could, I think it could do 20 damage. You could one-shot people if you'd go out and PK at a low enough level. That was so cocked, yeah. Yeah, and the thing is that even if you killed the mage, it didn't matter because I don't think Iban's staffs were tradable, were they? So that you would just kill them and get nothing. Or were they tradable? Could you buy and sell Iban's staffs? I think it was just a quest item. You'd go talk to another one. You get coins for untradables now? Oh. I remember farming defenders because they would give a bonus to attack in the shield slot. Somewhere in the Western members only world. I don't remember. You had to kill knights or ghosts or something to get those.
Not so hacked. $5.
Giants?
Is
you had to
the
fight
war
people in like
over?
some room
Did
for
you
those,
lose?
didn't you? Oh. God, imagine ever using ancient magics. What a fucking rip-off shit fucking... You get decked out in your fucking ancient robes and shit. Be like, I'm gonna go PvP today. I've got my ancient staff, my dragon amulet, or my amulet of magic if I'm cheap. I've got my full shark. It's gonna be awesome. And then some dude with a fucking DDS would just run up and like two-spec you and you die. Or some poor and with a magic shortbow would just come and two-spec you and you would die. It's like, oh, wow, I'm glad I brought all this shit out with me. Oh, cool. Fuck that shit. I don't know if they ever made magic PvP viable. The only point to magic in this game was to get a Tangle and Teleblock, and then you would just use it while using other abilities. All the magic offensive spells were just so slow and unreliable. Nothing was more painful than hitting with a spell, and it like splashes over and over and over again. You'd be splashing on dudes in fucking full ruin armor. Like, what the fuck is the point of this? Oh my god. fuck was that? That of the trident? Oh. Did you watch all the dank PK videos back in the day? Ice Barrage was nasty. I don't remember. Like 15 years ago, all the ancient magics were shit. Like maybe you'd hit one time, but they were so unreliable. It just felt like it was so fucking hard to get magic to hit anybody. Even people in armor. Dude, nothing was more painful than going out in like full mystic and shit, or wearing like a ton of magic gear and you're still splashing on dudes in full ruin armor. It was so fucking lame. It was the dumbest shit in the world. And you'd have to have like so much money on you to like do anything, whereas people would just, with like DDSs, would just run up to you and like insta-kill you and shit. Okay. Huh. What's up? Probably just didn't have high enough magic level to use the real good shit. I had ancient magic. I think you needed 70 for the quest. I think I could use Ice Barrage, which I think was 94. Is there a way to look up your magic level on like RuneScape 3 or where my character is? Like I don't know where the fuck my old character is now, or if he's on like a high scoreboard or anything. What do I look? Log in? I don't want to log in. I don't want to download anything. I thought I looked here before and I couldn't find it. My old account was called Sage Destiny, but it's not here anywhere. So I don't know if they just wipe it if you haven't logged in forever. Oh, what's up, Ivy? Log in on Steam. Did you have any 99s? I don't think so. I think my range was either 97 or 98. I think my magic was either 94 or 97. I think my strength and HP maybe were either high 80s or low 90s. I don't remember. And then attack I think had to be 61 to finish all the quests. For the Barrow's Gloves, I think 61 was the minimum. Was your defense 45? I think 41. I might have got it up to 45. Because I think the Ruined Defender might have been 45 defense. You're going to make me download this shit. Is it going to make me like pay for it to... Free to play? To like log into my account? 3 gigabytes? What the fuck? Wait, wrong one. This is wrong? What am I supposed to get? Ban him, it's right. Oh, Yeti, you're a dumb fuck. You're off for the rest of the night.
Undefined is has joined the omniliberal nation.
I don't know what you're worried about. You may not smell great, but
Destiny.
I can't tell.
What is this treadmill story and why do we keep hearing about it?
Did you have anything you wanted to contribute, Red Charlotte?
Huh? Oh, it's like the conversation? I actually didn't watch the stream, so I don't know.
Okay, never mind. Okay, so you're just here to hang out. Great. And that's fine.
Could you explain what you guys talked about a little bit? Like just a quick overview for anyone that's joining us recently?
Yeah, please. Honestly, I came in late to the stream.
Apologize, Brian,
Admittedly.
but I
Yeah.
would like some context.
Oh, that's a lot of context. We talked for a very long time. Oh God,
A short summary will do.
Okay, sure. We're talking about the effects of money in politics. I argue that corporate lobbying has a corrosive effect on public policy and public discourse. And Destiny argued that it did not, that you could not actually see that effect, you could not actually pin that effect to anything in particular.
Wow, this is epic. Your account has been involved in serious rule breaking? Wait, what? What was my account doing? You can check why. More info. I wonder if I gave my account to someone. Or I wonder if my account got hacked. Oh, yeah, I guess so.
You gnome fuck!
For
Pepe IN
macroing major.
4321 post Pepe if you are a communist and or Nazi. Pepe IN 54321 post Pepe if you are a communist and or Nazi.
Well. Show expired offensive. Website advertising. 2006? What was this for? Offensive, inappropriate language. Well, we used to be a bad boy out in Varick. Wait, can I click? Oh shit, hold on. Well, now I don't know what it was. There might be some old N-word logs in here. Let's check. You cannot guarantee the evidence you're requesting is not offensive. Oh my god. Dude, oh wait. Dude, I was such a scammer. Oh my god, what's going on here? Oh no. Okay, hold on. Okay, I just want you to know, okay? This is old Destiny, okay? New Destiny would never do this, all right? I'm a good human being. I don't know what this context is. Was the arena and shit out yet? I was risking full miss with DDS and he prayed a sim. What the fuck? How much? Sure, I already have an archer ring. Might as well have this. Weight attack bonus, no strength bonus. This ring blows, plus 4 to slash. Hot dog, I'll sell ring for 600k. I don't know what we're talking about here. Oh man, I'm totally an awesome merchant. I'll split the profit with you. Now everyone wins. Selling freshly PK'd full steel armor. Worn by the legendary... Oh, I think we were shit-talking. We must have been shit-talking each other on like the Wildy Edge or something. Something happened. I can't hear you. Stop abusing censors, please. Oh, because the guy was probably trying to talk shit. I'm going to have to report you for trying to swear at me. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You're reported. Fight me again. Fight me again. No food if you win. It's like 6 million GPBK. Who is this poonage noob? Stop abusing Break. He's in a very fragile ego state. He just made a MySpace. Seriously, give me your pass and all your items, and I'll give you an Iron Defender. What do we do? I don't know what the fuck is happening here. It must just be like fucking... We must have just been talking shit. This isn't even a legitimate scandal. I think it's just talking shit in the wildy. What did I even get warned for here? Jesus. How many layers of irony were we on? This isn't even bad. I think you're trying to lure him. Yeah, maybe I was just standing on the outside trying to lure somebody in or something. All right, hold on. This is for website advertising minor. Is it because I typed in MySpace? Does it mean minor like a minor infraction or a website for a minor? What does that mean? Okay, let's check out offensive, inappropriate language. Oh, it's a minor infraction. Why am I saying refill? Could you refill your pots? I don't think you could, right? Maybe like restock? I'm so confused. Okay. Offensive / inappropriate language. Must a splash, refill. I know, no thanks, K. Let me get TB. I can TB too. Oh, teleblock. 90 magic here. Oh, so I had at least 90 magic. My clan is about to log in like 5 minutes. Oh, I think we were trying to backstab this dude's clan at the time. I think, because he was going to take me out. We were going to go find him and kill him. I think? Maybe? Not really. Your PJers, pile jumpers. Why hit him? Oh, I see. Nah. Hey, food plus pots, refill. Why do I keep saying refill? What did that mean? I'm so confused. You could fill your 2 out of 4 dose vials back to 4 out of 4 by using similar pots on them. Huh. That's it. No tele other? What is tele other? What did that do? Can you teleport another person? Did you use vent back then? No, we talked on phones. We used telephones. Jericho just KM. He'll be out of the way. You bore me. Need specs. GG. He's teleblocked. He just lost skull. Bad face. For fuck's sake, waster. Cut web. Thank you. No thanks. Mother Ufka. Oh no. Holy shit. Damn. Offensive / inappropriate language. 2006. I would have been 16 or 17 back then in November. Let's see. Macroing major ban. Coming from Macro old school, our macro detective system monitoring your account closely and stick to use illegal third-party software to violate. Jeez. In 2020. So I guess my account, some bot logged into my account and started doing this? This was only last year too? Yeah, jeez. But they couldn't even get into my bank, right? Because they didn't have my PIN. So what the fuck would be the point? I guess you can just bot and drop shit? They don't need to bank. PIN reset is 14 days. Oh. Can I look up my account stats on the site? I don't really care getting the account back. I don't know if I care that much.
Why did bad thing happen?
Ruin
did
metrics?
the DNC rig it? No? Okay. Did the CIA influence it? No? Okay. Did media manufacture consent? No? Okay. Did corporations pay off the politicians?
Not if you're banned? Oh.
No? Okay. The low information voting needs to fucking stop. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Okay. Maybe I'll appeal that later.
Again, or that's a huge amount of people. Like that's millions of people. And it can't just be like ignored. I don't know why Destiny would say that like it has like no effect, especially when we can measure that like business interests are basically manifested through the Republican Party.
So again, exclamation point open in chat if you want to join the conversation. Especially since a lot of people have a lot of opinions on how things went, but only a few people are actually showing up to talk about it. I find that's fascinating. As usual, people have a lot of shit to say, but then when given the opportunity, they don't want to say it. But yeah, so I guess he would argue that like that corporate influence, that corporate media, right, has changed the minds of voters, right? They've looking at the evidence, right, as presented by Fox News or whatever corporate media or right-wing media, changed their minds, and so those politicians are now responding to the desires of their public.
Okay, I guess that gets like. I mean, I guess it's the argument then that like we don't care about corporate lobbying because like big money interests will just get around the ban on lobbying by just going straight to the public and misleading them in order to get the policy proposals that they want through. In which case, we should also like restrict that in some way. Like the goal is to like not have like public policy be dominated by like big money interests. It dominating it in some other way, it's still bad. Like I feel like that if that's his argument, like that's still not a very. I'm not very convinced by that. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, I'm finding very convincing either. So go ahead, Casino. Did you want to say something?
I mean, I hate lobbying too, but like, if we get rid of lobbying, then we also can't fundraise like at all for our own people at all. We just have to. Could you even like ask for donations at that point? Because if you're getting rid of lobbying, like, what does that entail completely? Like, just straight up giving money, or like, do you want to get rid of donations too? Like, it's more to it than get money out of politics. It's like you have to find like a good legal reason why, and also like depending on how you write it in the legal documents, it could fuck up like a lot of shit. So you shouldn't just be like too gung ho about it.
So I was saying that we would instead finance our elections publicly, and so everyone would have access to public funds to run a campaign, right? Everyone who wanted to, candidates who wanted to, could have access to these public funds. So yeah, that's why. And then
how would you choose who gets it?
And well, everyone supposedly gets it. If you make it past a certain stage of vetting, right? Like you could say you get 100,000 signatures, or you get whatever the case is.
Yeah,
but if I could just say real quick, like pointing out outliers, like what Destiny did, where he's saying this would hurt Bernie Sanders, or this would, potentially hurt someone like AOC. If you point out outliers, that's not disproving like a general rule or a trend. Just like if someone says, well, if you smoke cigarettes, you're going to get lung cancer, and you say, oh, my fucking uncle, he's 80 and he smoked a pack a day and he didn't get lung cancer. Great, bro. I mean, you're not. I mean, the point is like there's a tendency, right? All right, that's all. Sorry.
What about that position, right? When you have like a few points to influence, but if you have it decentralized, where you have just local governments across the board, it becomes very difficult for a corporation to actually lobby all of those localities.
So that's not something we discussed. Thank you, SA, for the donation, for the sub. Okay. Hey, Destiny, he's back.
Oh yeah, wait. I just asked a quick question, then then you guys can talk for as much as you want. Does anybody here have a single example of one major like legislative initiative that the American public was opposed to, the corporations were in favor of, that passed?
I can't bring up like an anecdote, but I can present you a data set.
And the Trump tax cuts, you got stumped on those and just gave up on that.
Wait, stop. So
there's nobody. Okay, I think that if you wanted to destroy my argument, I think that, and I look for these. So if someone's find one and I didn't go for it, welcome. I'll change my decision. But if you can find something, and not like a 20% of the bill's tax cuts went to like like an actual concrete, like this is a major legislative initiative that most of America opposed, but like corporations supported, and somehow it got through despite the American public.
Yeah. So why not instead of?
There you go. I sent you.
Okay, so one at a time. One at a time, right? So Destiny wants to interact.
Please. Also, real quick, don't email me anything about that fucking horrible Page and Gillen study. Please do something more recent.
No, it's a response to Gillen's and Page.
Or Gillen's and Page.
Net neutrality for one, right?
Net neutrality is a horrible example.
Okay, so hold on. One at a time. Okay, I'm going to call on you. And so you have an example. We wanted to present the Destiny.
Oh, I have one actually, right? Yeah.
So one at a time, right? So we'll start with you, Chum, again. Do you have an example?
Yeah, sure. So there was a pretty popular one under Trump. It had about like a 7% public approval rating, and Trump signed it through executive order. It allowed ISPs to sell customers' data to private companies.
Yeah, sure. So executive order does not count as legislative initiative, right? Like, if you sign it through executive order, you don't need popular support to pass it. And Trump lost the election. So, I mean, like, that's...
What? Wait, how does him losing the election, like, disprove that, but like him losing the election with, I think the inference that you want to make there is that he lost the election because of popular backlash to this specific thing. But I mean, there's a whole host of reasons that he lost the election. I think the point is just that the corporate lobbying has undue influence, and whether or not it was through a bill or executive action, I think is besides the point there.
This isn't, if this is an argument, this is an argument for removing like executive order power, not.
Well, no, I think the contention isn't over bills versus executive orders. The contention is about corporations' undue influence on politicians in enacting legislation.
So my issue is whether or not, like, what is the overriding thing here? Is it going to be what voters want, or is it going to be like corporate influence? Like showing me that a president did something via executive action, like whether it was by a corporation or not, is not what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is like, can people in Congress, can their views be eroded by corporate lobbying, as opposed to like trying to maintain like a voter loyalty or whatever?
Okay, well, that's the president, but all right, I'll let other people go.
Okay, and if you think of something else, it's fine. So then I'm going to go to what's the guy in the top left corner? So I don't know. You're new here, so lighter up.
Lighter up. So I think three things off the top of my head come to mind. First, foreign military aid is consistently unpopular, and we consistently fund large amounts of it. Defense spending, also very unpopular, consistently fund large amounts of it.
He's talking specifically things that corporations are in favor of and people are not.
Yeah, defense contractors are corporations. They profit hugely.
Wait, you're telling me, hold on. Wait, real quick, before we just rattle it. So you're telling me that if I look up like military spending United States, like this isn't like massively popular like on the Republican side or anything? You're telling me that like this is like just...
On the Republican side, there's going to be like more popularity for it. But on the whole, if you ask people whether or not they want to decrease foreign military aid and defense spending, they want to decrease it. That's true. And it goes up almost every year. At least during the Trump administration, it went consistently up. During the Obama administration, it went down a bit. But it's been like over 2.5% for like the last 30 years. It's basically at like 1980 Cold War levels. Which makes no sense. Like there's a lot that goes on there that I think is indicative. And then you also talked about tax cuts, and you talked about how there's sort of a compromise within that sort of was giving a break to the richest Americans. And I don't really understand why there should be a break being given to something that's not in the public interest. That seems like, even if it's part of a larger bill that some Americans like, why are some Americans being forced to deal with things that are unpopular with the majority of Americans? That seems like a very bad way to conduct our legislative business. And then finally, I also think that like a big part of the way corporate lobbying influences politics is by influencing politicians who then use their platforms to influence the public. And so when they go on and do that, that changes the way the public views an issue. And it often misleads them into viewing an issue in a way that's not sort of understanding it in a way that they sort of lose sight of why the policy might be in their interest. And so I think you kind of discount that in like the way you think about this argument. I think it's an important part of it.
Yeah, so I have to. So the hard part about this is I have to look up like every single point you bring up, because if I just take it off for granted, obviously. So the military spending thing is just 100% dead wrong in terms of like what Americans' favorability. Like right now, we're almost the highest favorability we've ever been for describing the U.S. defense spending. That's if I just assume this one Gallup poll is accurate. There might be other polls that contradict this, but it doesn't look like, for the most part, like. There have been periods in our history where we said it's too much. It seemed like in the 80s we felt that. But then like 96 onward, fairly consistently, we've thought that it's been about right.
But like Destiny, like if you've seen the Gallup poll, well, I don't agree with this specific take. If you see like the huge dip,
why is everyone so fucking loud in Discord? Oh my god!
This was when because how people view the defense spending is influenced by the media they consume, obviously. And there was a huge controversy over the increase of like $60-70 billion in one increase, right? And so like maybe people in their minds currently, like since that isn't in the news anymore, they're not thinking about increases like that happening like so largely at one point in time. And they only were so against like spending at that point in time because like that news was in like the forefront of the national
Yeah,
conversation.
sure. I don't necessarily disagree with that there's like a complicated link between all of this, but just the idea that just a corporation spending money, like I think it's going to be like a much bigger feedback loop. Whatever's popular at the time, whoever's spending money on it, how politicians are responding to it, what's going on like in the news in terms of world events. I think that like all of this stuff is coming together to form a picture. It's not just a matter of somebody pushing money on one side of things.
Yeah, so like you said earlier, bringing up specific instances, right? So we can bring up instances that are a little bit more strong. So like you said, not to bring up the effects of the tax cuts. I agree. We don't have to look at the effects. We want to look at like how people viewed the bill, like the 2017 tax bill that cut the corporate tax rate from 35 to 21, right? From the Gallup poll, it says this was not popular. Like people did not want this. And it was like overwhelmingly pro-business, right? Because it was a cut to the corporate tax rate, right? So that would be one example, right? But so you said not to bring up Gillens and Page, so I'm going to bring up like the response paper to Gillens and Page, right? That show that Republicans basically do not reflect like their voter base or like advocacy groups, and they basically the only statistical significant like predictor of their policy adoption is business preferences. So like by and large, Republican policy is reflective of business interests and not their voter interests.
Well, then how do they win elections at all?
It's so like there's also really interesting articles that have been written how like Republican voters, one, they vote on certain issues only, like for one like social stuff, and also for a lot of economic stuff they don't know what their party supports. I think it's like 80% of Republicans think like Republican base, not like lawmakers, think that the Republican Party is for protecting pre-existing conditions, like in healthcare. Like
wait,
there's like
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Like there's this article, I can find it, where they talked about how the Republican base doesn't know what their party supports, like for like economic policy. And one of the examples they brought up was the Republican Party's belief in protecting pre-existing conditions in like health insurance or whatever. When like the Republican lawmakers don't support that, or at least when it was asked, didn't. I think they are more now.
Wait, I thought that, hold on, I could be wrong, but I thought that one of the biggest drives under Trump was saying, because Trump tried to co-opt that, didn't he? Saying that he was going to protect pre-existing conditions. As somebody that, okay, hold on. I'm being way too passive here. That was absolutely a huge thing under Trump. Like Republicans literally co-opted that from Democrats, and people made fun of them for it. That Trump kept saying like, oh, we're going to protect pre-existing conditions. That became a huge Republican talking point.
Here, one sec.
And then wait, are you talking about like the most recent tax, the most recent GOP tax cuts, like the one in 2017?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just looking up like, I'm sorry, this is all hard to look up like on the fly. So like the polling that I see on this from Gallup shows that these are like wildly popular in the Republican Party. Do you approve or disapprove of the tax bill passed by Congress and then signed into law by the president December 2017? So going all the way through April of 2019, it seems like 78% of Republicans, if I'm reading this.
Is this the same article we're posting?
I'm not posting an article. I'm just posting the Gallup.
No, not article, like Gallup page, whatever. Because it says here, at least based on the public opinion data we have to date, Americans remain more likely to disapprove than approve of the law, with 40% approval, 49% disapproval in Gallup's latest update. Other recent polls confirm that the tax reform is viewed more negatively than positively, including surveys conducted by Pew, 36 to 49, Monmouth, 34 to 43, and Economist YouGov, 34 to 40.
Oh, yeah, sure. That might be the case. But what I'm more interested in, because if Republicans are the ones that are holding Congress and 70% of Republicans support something, but like only 30% of Democrats do, then I would expect Congress legislatively to be pushing the Republican agenda, seeing as they're the ones in power, right?
Well, I don't have polling on what specifically Republicans think about.
Well, but that's really important, right? Because like they're the ones that are in power. I don't care what the country thinks. Yeah.
That a Democratic president with a Democratic House and Congress be pushing Medicare for all, but they're not.
But that's because Medicare for all isn't dramatically supported by even the Democratic Party. It's not wildly popular.
It completely depends on how you ask the question.
So it's becoming more popular. I think it's edged over 50% finally into like 51. But like back in 2016 and even like during the heat of the election, like when you delineate in the poll between do you want like universal health care while banning private insurance and versus universal health care with also private insurance on top, when you add the like we're going to ban all private insurance, it drops by like 20%. Like people don't like that in America, at least.
it's the same with the tax cuts, right? If you ask Republican voters whether or not they like the Trump tax cuts, they're going to think about Trump and how much they support him. They're not going to think about, what is going into those tax cuts and how they affect them. If you ask them a question like, do you support higher taxes on the rich and lower taxes on the poor? You're going to see like a vast difference between those responses compared to their support.
Yeah, sure, but that just has to do with voters being stupid. You don't need any type of corporate tax influence there, right?
Well,
but this
well,
is why
no,
I
but
brought
I
up.
think part of the reason why you need to reduce the influence of sort of corporate lobbying is so that you have only public interest groups who are protecting citizens' interests and rights influencing politicians. If you have like large amounts of private interests that have a profit motive to influence something in one way or another, it's very easy for politicians to do things that are bad for the public as a whole. And
Sure,
I think you need
I
a
understand
lot of,
that. To be clear, though, there is no such thing as like a public interest, right? Everybody is their own particular interest group. There, as far as I'm aware, there's not a group that's like, we represent all of America, right? Like, it's usually different particular interest groups. I think it'd be cool if these people had more money or more funds, if we think there's an unequal spending on the corporate side. But I'm not really interested in whether or not there's an unequal spending. What I'm wondering about is like, is there legislation that's wildly unpopular with Americans that like legislators are just supporting because they're getting paid so much money by politicians to? Because that seems to be the claim that's levied over and over and over and over again. And then when I try to have a discussion about it, then it becomes way more nuanced. It's like, well, I'm not saying that ever happens. What I'm saying is that maybe 49% of Americans would support something, but if corporate lobbying spends money on politicians that go to the media and get a lot of attention around a certain issue, then that 49% changes to 51%. Like, that seems to be the conversation, which that might happen, maybe, sure. I can, but that is like such a minuscule problem compared to other things in our democracy where people are pretending that like, oh, this thing would never be supported by Americans, but corporations are ramrodding through, they're writing the legislation. That seems to be the case of what people are saying.
I take the position that like money in politics, particular corporate money, is a problem mostly because of like obviously the amount of capital difference between people and institutions, right? But I also think it's a problem that is too focused on and that is a little bit overblown, even if it is a problem. The bigger problem is the Republican Party itself. So this is why I brought up the example, which I probably shouldn't have. I should have just stuck to the study. We don't have to work in like anecdotes or like single bills. We can just look at like their policy across the board. And the Republican Party is like definitionally like the party of they're like an oligarch party. Like they only care about business interests. Because of how the Senate works, right? How the Senate is like wholly undemocratic and gives like small states, red states, like way more power like than what I think they ought to have. This in turn gives corporations and business interests like what's the word? Disproportionate power to like what they should have relative to their size in society.
How are these companies like Amazon being bullied into paying people $15 an hour then? Shouldn't they be able to just tell like all these other politicians to fuck off and they'll just do whatever they want?
Here, wait, Amazon.
I'm pretty sure when they gave the 15, they removed like stock options and other kind of like employee incentives. Like, and then of course, if you're looking at like pay of specific workers in the warehouse compared to similar businesses in the area, it's actually lower than the average.
Is that actually true?
Course, yeah.
The stock option part is true. I don't know about the other part.
Anecdotally, I feel like that's not true. A lot of people like to jerk off small businesses, but in my anecdotal experience, small businesses pay dog shit compared to large companies. But
oh wait, are we railing on small business right now? Fuck yeah, let's go. Small business overrated.
Why? It's
big
like
firm
90%
good, big firm good.
Of businesses in America.
Big firm only bad because big firm undemocratic. Let's go.
No, fuck off with that. Oh boy.
I had a question.
Go ahead. Yeah, Rage comment.
To you, Destiny. A lot of politicians may not be voted out of office because they have like a whole platform. They may have like a specific issue that they voted against, what their voter base may have wanted, but because they don't want like the Democrat to win or the Republican to win, the voters will still vote for that person.
Yeah, but then people could primary them, right? Republicans had to deal with this with like the Tea Party. The Democrats having to deal with this with like the Justice Dems, right? You have to worry about people that could outflank you as well, right?
Well, that is true. Incumbents have there's a sizable advantage just for being an incumbent. You can't obviously incumbents lose, but that has to be taken into consideration. So if you have somebody and like there's only one issue that was voted on that the voter base is like, well, we didn't want him to go that way, but we think that this guy's the only guy who can win in the general. They're going to vote for that guy. And so small issues that people that are unpopular with the voter base can still be snuck in.
Yeah, that's possible. Sure.
Yeah, and small incumbents tend to have an advantage mostly because the people voted them in there in the first place, so they already have a base of support.
Sure, incumbents can have advantages for sure.
I have a question. Why do you think that Bill Clinton took away, or not took away, repealed Glass-Steagall Act in the when the Democratic Party is usually more so the party of regulation, I guess.
I would have to go back and look at the political pressures of the time. I'm not 100% sure.
Do you think the American public, or specifically the Democrat bloc, I guess, was very happy about that, or do you think there was other special interests that kind of made that that reality a bit more possible?
I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the polling at the time.
Okay.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah. What?
All right, cool. So you said that you didn't want your tax dollars going towards funding neo-Nazi parties and stuff like that. So would you generally say that you don't think that an individual should have to pay taxes towards causes that they don't believe in, or what would be your principle there to justify that?
I think that generally for the government, I think that there are some forms of discrimination that if you engage in them, tax dollars should not go to you. So for instance, I'm highly uncomfortable with religious organizations being tax exempt because they're allowed to engage legally in discrimination against certain minorities. So for instance, gay people or whatever. So I think that that's very strange. I think if your money goes to a public area, I think there should be a lot of forms of discrimination that are banned from that public area.
Tax them goddamn churches. Let's go.
Sure. Okay. So would you actually be more open to that idea? So the reason that you're against it is moreover because of what neo-Nazi parties espouse. So if you banned them from getting public funding, would you be more open to Prem's idea on that?
If you ban them from getting public funding, I just don't like the idea of publicly funding other people's campaigns. I don't know. It just feels weird. Even if I'm using neo-Nazis, but even if they weren't a neo-Nazi, even if it's just a standard conservative or liberal, I don't know if we should be funding their campaigns.
A lot of other countries do have some public financing, right?
Are you okay with the idea of using your wealth to gain an unfair advantage over the competition in an election?
Using your wealth to gain
an
yeah, I guess, because at the end of the day, almost everything can be measured in wealth. Yeah.
And you have $100,000. I have a gigantic leg up on you in getting elected, despite my politics.
Well, I don't know if that's the case. That's the thing. This is the big thing that ended up turning me against this. Is I had always just assumed that spending equals winning, but that's just not the case. It doesn't seem like you can draw those lines.
Yeah, but even for elections, most of
you have no money and I have a fuck ton. It definitely gives me an advantage, right?
Yeah, but if you have no money, that probably also means you have no support, which means you probably don't deserve to be running in that election anyway. Nobody probably, there are plenty of people with very little to no money that end up getting a ton of popular support because they're able to mobilize people around their issues.
What if your supporters are mostly poor?
I mean, wasn't Bernie Sanders bragging about the fact that his average donation was only $27? And he outraised every other person except for...
That's a brag.
What do you mean? Wait, you don't know why that's a brag? What do you mean you don't know why that was a brag?
That's so good. Wait, that's a huge brag. Are you kidding me?
The reason why that's a brag is because when your average donation is super low, that means that one, poor people are siding with you, and also that you have lots of supporters instead of a few big supporters.
On the billionaire sort of intervening in politics point, I think one thing to consider is Bernie Sanders was someone who was in politics his entire life. A lot of the billionaires who step into different elections, like Mike Bloomberg or J.B. Pritzker, who's my governor here in Illinois, they just kind of step into politics for the first time in their lives, and they just roll in with huge amounts of money, and they're able to go from being nobody to being one of the front runners in any race. And that's not something that anybody else can do.
Yeah, but
that's why I think that much wealth is a problem.
I would have to look at those specific examples because I've been given these so many times and it never turns out to be the case. It's literally never been the case where some random guy just shows up, spends so much money, and wins an election. Or there might have been one or two times, but it just seems...
J.B. Pritzker is governor of Illinois.
Sure, yeah, I'll look it up. So here's something that was thrown at me a little bit ago, and I wasn't even aware of this on hand, right? So of the 15 House districts that got flipped in our last election, every single incumbent outspent their challenger besides one other person, and those people of those 15 House districts all lost. for the ones that got flipped. Like I don't know. And then like if you look at the election in 2016, Hillary Clinton, and everybody talks about this, massively outspent Trump, almost 2-1, and she still got beaten by Trump. Like Bloomberg had clout as a mayor and was a billionaire. Like everybody knew who Michael Bloomberg was. He had name recognition, he had clout, he had media performance and everything, and he massively outspent for a long time, and he had like a whole stretch around and still got absolutely crushed. Like
he was also late into the election. And hold on, let me just respond really quickly to this. Let me just get one like quick thing in here. I think like one of the important things about those House races that I just want to get out there is that a lot of them were, there's a really big selection bias problem here where you have very competitive House races where you're spending a lot of this money, and same with Hillary Clinton with this very competitive race. Where I think money makes a really big difference is in perhaps less competitive races, in primaries, and you see this also on a more local level, right? Where you have people who are millionaires or multimillionaires or even billionaires running for Congress or Senate, right? You have like the 2 Republican Georgia senators who lost, right? Like, but who had previously held office. They were just able to sort of buy their way in there on the first round. And that's a very common sort of thing to have happen that I think.
Yeah,
is,
so
like,
I don't
also
necessarily
kind of a
disagree
problem.
with you, but the problem is I feel like so many things could tip at that point. So it might be somebody with a lot of money. It also might be somebody that just comes in with a big endorsement. Or it might be somebody that comes in with the endorsement of a major union. It might, like, I feel like
I'm
there are
okay
so
with
many.
those as advantages.
No, you're
I'm
not.
okay with
Don't
the
say
money
that.
one.
You're lying if you're saying that. Because if I were to tell you that,
Why?
like, a police union endorsement is what determines, like, who's the mayor of a particular city, I have a feeling you would have a big problem with that as well, right?
I mean, I don't think that like police union endorsements swing major city.
Oh
races
no, my
in
God!
any
No,
cases,
police
especially-
union. Oh no, careful with that. In Republican areas, I know that in my city of Omaha, like police union endorsement is a
Republican areas,
really big deal. Like some of these union
I'm being
endorsements
major
between like
areas.
special services, so firefighters and police, or like teachers union endorsements, these could be huge swinging things. And I'm not saying that's bad or good, but I'm just saying that like money is one dimension of it, sure. But somebody having run for office in the past, somebody having a husband or family member in office, if you're a Kennedy, if you're a Bush, somebody getting an endorsement by a major union or a national level figure, like should Obama or should AOC or should the Young Turks, should they be allowed to endorse candidates? Like, I'm just saying there's so much of this shit that flies around that to just look at corporate money is like one part of like 37 dimensions that affect like how elections are influenced.
Yeah, so I don't know why this conversation. No, so this conversation is like heading into the path of everyone is just like throwing intuitions at each other and like conjecture, and it's really weird. Like, I think money bad. I think why don't we just like deal with like evidence that we have, the empiricism, like the actual material facts as like an independent variable of money and politics on election outcomes and like bill outcomes. Like it seems like this is the easiest solution to like people to just like endlessly fucking like yelling at each other for no reason. Like I posted a bunch of stuff in chat. Like money
agree.
does affect politics, but it's not like the end all be all. Like Destiny said, there's like your public image, your clout, policy, your how you present yourself, how you speak, the way you look. Like all of these different things are like each variables that affect like how well you're going to do an election. And money is a big part of it, but it's not like the deciding factor. Like
Wait, Red Charlotte.
like what was the thing? What was I think I see the thing was like if a politician has like a beard, that like slightly increases their chances of winning because they
Or
just
is tall.
look better. Yeah.
So
like
I am okay with a lot of these other influences on politics being part of the factor, right? Even unions that I don't agree with their politics of, they represent a large part of our electorate. They're not a single person or a single private interest that's able to have much more outsized influence relative to the actual number of people involved. The issue that I have with money involvement in politics that I was going to get at was that it's anti-democratic, right? It's giving some people more than one vote. It's not one person, one vote.
Yeah, but that's
some people like 100,000 votes.
I understand, but that's the problem, is that our system, like lots of things about our system are quote unquote anti-democratic. Your last name might determine a lot of your political legacy. That's anti-democratic. The endorsement that you get because you have a friend that works in a union might be anti-democratic. Like,
should the goal to be as democratic as possible?
Yeah, but the point is like even if you can't
let Stephen give his original point out, then you can respond to him. Stephen.
Yeah, that was my point. Yeah, I'm just saying that there's like tons of things that can swing an election that aren't just like, it's not like a pure merit-based thing, right?
Yeah, so like you said.
One at a time. Well, stop. I'll call him. Sorry, I've been heavily distracted here. And Stephen, if you could turn on your camera, that'd be really great. It'd be convenient. If more people can turn on their cameras, that'd be quite convenient. Okay. Thank you for that. And so I'm going to call on Red Charlotte. So Red Charlotte, you can finish your point. I'm going to go back to Ladder Up so we can finish your point. Growl, if you're there, I'll let you finish your point too. All right. So first, Red Charlotte.
Yes. So like Just because it's impossible to literally make it so everyone makes impartial decisions in an election doesn't mean you can't make it as fair as can possibly be optimized through like policy, right? So like, for example, limiting like how campaign ads are done, or like certain things about like how you run a campaign, how like donations can happen, all these like little things. Like for example, I don't necessarily agree with this one, but like in Cuba, for example, when you run for your local like legislature, you basically just like have your policy, your beliefs, and a picture of you, and they put it like in the city board, like that. You can't run like a campaign. You can't run like rallies, or like campaign ads or whatever. It's just like a board where people go and they see who they like the best or whatever, and then they vote for them or whatever. I don't necessarily
Yeah, but
think that's
I mean,
like...
I don't care. Fuck, Cuba's a fucking single party state. Why the fuck would I care?
I'm not saying like I'm not talking about the outcomes. I'm talking about like the model of like trying to limit like the effects of like clout and like your image and like your rhetoric.
Yeah, I know. I understand
like,
that, but like, don't we want there to be sometimes like people that have like a disproportionate influence on our political system if they can get popular enough? Is that not something? So like the common white people examples, if we go to like MLK, isn't that somebody that we want to have more influence than like an average person in the United States, or somebody like AOC, or somebody like Bernie Sanders? Like, aren't these people that we want
no,
to have?
Sure, but that's why I said like I don't necessarily agree
It's
with all of
good
it.
to
But
have
like there are things
variety,
you can
though.
do to limit the things to make it as fair as is reasonable, right? While like eliminating like the egregious parts of the system. You don't have to like allow, you don't have to throw everything out because like it's impossible to make it truly impartial or whatever.
I mean, it sounds like your idea of fairness is just we have to make a system that will give money to unpopular communists so they can run and lose their
I'm
primary.
not a communist, so...
Oh, Red Charlotte, use your example of Cuba, okay.
Well, it's because it's the only country that does that. So.
Okay, great. Sorry. We're going to follow the order. We're going to follow the order. So it's going to be one at a time here. All right. So Red Charlotte, have you finished your point with Steven?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, great. So we'll go to Lighter Up.
Yeah, I really agree with a lot of what Red Charlotte just said. I think there's like a lot of other good examples of countries that also have either public financing of campaigns or more limited election cycles. The UK has a limit over like I think 6 weeks in which you can advertise. I think Germany has public financing. Japan also has some amount of public financing. So I think there's a lot of other countries we can think of that are like robust democracies that are not Cuba that we can look to. For the MLK AOC point, I am totally fine with people like them having influence, but they have influence not because they like made a lot of money in the private sector and then decided to use that to have outsized influence in politics, but because they're proposing political ideas that are popular. And I'm okay with people who have a lot of money going into politics and having like some great ideas that get them a lot of influence and that being very popular with the public. That's awesome. But like, I'm not okay with them just buying that influence.
But
That's what I'm not okay
yeah, but AOC and Bernie Sanders did buy some of that influence, right? By getting popular and raising money, they were able to mobilize people in ways that they weren't otherwise. Like look at what AOC does when she comes onto Twitch and shit. Part of what she does is fundraising. Or look at people like Nancy Pelosi. Like part of what they do is fundraising, is to gain money to push those opinions. Also, I don't know all the times necessarily if it's bad that a corporation does have a disproportionately large opinion because of the money they have, because oftentimes that influence might be representing on behalf of the interest of a lot of their like workers as well, potentially depending on what we're talking about. So like for instance, if a given industry is representing like fossil fuels, or even like unions to represent fossil fuel workers, might be representing interests that are relevant to a lot of people.
Okay. There's just a big difference between someone who fundraises from like a group of 10 people who have $100 million each and like 100,000 people who are each giving $20. There's a really big difference to me in terms of how that money is being brought or how they're getting that money. And I think the influence is really preceding the money they're making as opposed to the money buying the influence in their campaign.
All right.
Why is there a difference between those two?
So hold on. We're gonna follow this. Yeah, so we have Growl, Bostat, Mizzy, Rage, Casino. Do you want to go next? Okay.
Okay. Just as a quick warning, also, I'm staying for like 5 minutes. I didn't come here to debate all night, so sorry. You guys can.
Okay.
Okay, go for it. Yeah. If you have questions, I'm not gonna like skip out or whatever. Sorry.
Okay, Growl, go ahead.
I mean, the gist of my point boils down to this: is that like, while
can barely hear you.
have less.
Yeah, we can barely hear you, buddy.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Actually, you know what? We can all hear you. You sound great. Everyone in here is way too fucking loud. I've had to turn down every motherfucker in here. You guys fuck your volumes up so hard. Discord should never given you the ability to set individual volumes. It's ruined the fucking volume levels on this goddamn app.
Dude.
Holy shit. Okay, sorry.
My mic isn't that loud.
Okay.
Well,
You're
Jake,
fine.
Jake,
Go ahead.
Jake
Go ahead.
always turned his
Go ahead,
volume
Growl.
to 100, 300.
Growl. That's
I have
great.
my Discord volume at 38.
All right, shut up, everyone. He's got a limited amount of time. Go ahead, Growl. Go ahead, Growl.
So, my point, at least for me, is that I live in a rural area in Louisiana. So, like, for me, like, with local elections, like, the amount of money that you're able to fundraise determines the amount of, like, space you're able to advertise within the parish. So, if you have, like, outside money being able to help you out with that rather than, like, local money and, like, local community trying to gather together, like, a candidate, it can be really effective in trying to, like, advertise your campaign to people that may not know you within the parish. So, like, while on like a national campaign, like where money might have less of it, like kind of have diminishing returns, when you have like those really small elections, the money can have a really huge impact over like how effectively you can run your campaign. Like for instance, I was actually canvassing for Gary Chambers, who runs a campaign in New Orleans and Baton Rouge, because that's just the district he got gerrymandered the fuck into. And like having to run ads in both those cities as like a populist is incredibly expensive just for like one dude who's like relying off the money of like individual donors. But like he's going up against like oil people. So like
Sure, I don't necessarily, I understand the problem here, but like, let's say we got rid of the money thing. Boom, we got rid of money, and now we don't have to worry about it anymore. It seems like we would just have another thing that would do. Like, what if now that money is gone, everybody's spending equal money, now we have like, well, who has the most celebrity friends, right? Oh shit, I can bring in like fucking T-Pain or Britney Spears or, you know, some other, or Brad Pitt or Obama wants to come out. Now all of a sudden it's the influence game, right? Which influencer is the largest person that can, and now all of a sudden we're talking about like, hold on, it's bullshit. Like that we need to be taking into account, like you should only be able to advertise collectively to a certain number of Twitter followers. Like that would have to be the thing. That's my only problem. But like money can be raised from outside sources if they need to. And it might suck that sometimes like you might be gated out in terms of money, but there's always going to be some level of gating. It might be, yeah, go ahead.
Imagine like the Paul brothers choosing like who we have.
Stop. Go ahead, go. Counter.
So as a counterpoint to that, you've actually encountered this, like Joshua for Congress. Like he had like a bunch of online support and like quote unquote celebrity status online, but like that didn't amount to shit within his race. So like you're right to a certain extent, like celebrity status can be like important, but you know it only accounts for so much. And even then, like the Gary Chambers for Congress, he had a local artist, Big Frida, actually like create a song for his campaign, and she's huge in New Orleans. So like you're right, but like even to that point, it doesn't really matter as much as I think you're trying to sell it, to be honest.
But that kind, I mean, like, how much money did, how did he perform relative to the amount of money that other people raised?
I think that I don't have the numbers in front of me.
So I'm looking at Colin's performance, and it looks like he got 1.2% of the vote with $250,000 raised.
I think you might have misheard me. The name is wait, are you talking about Joshua?
I'm talking about the Joshua for Congress guy. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was.
He's a Republican running in California. I just want to say, like,
wait, what?
It's very unlikely. Yeah, Joshua Collins.
That's
no. Wait. Hold on. What are we talking about? I'm talking about the guy who was running in Washington. He was running.
Never mind. He was the Socialist Party guy. Whatever.
So the guy above him got twice the votes, and he spent half the money. And then Maynard and they're
talking about Joshua.
Yeah.
I think it was because it had less to do with the fact that he had a lot of money and the fact that he literally didn't do anything with it. He's just a dumbass.
Sure,
so,
but I know. I'm just saying that
this is like being a dumbass intersects with like your effectiveness. Like,
yeah, I don't disagree. All I'm saying is, or I agree 100%. That's what I'm just saying is like it's just more complicated than just money and results out. I think that there's a lot more going on. Is all I'm saying.
I think people are saying that there's a correlation, though.
I think.
Yeah.
I think people that are arguing that money has an influence in politics are saying that there's a correlation.
Hold on, stop. Growl, finish your point, because we got to.
Sorry, this is where I'll finish. I think that for me, like money in politics, essentially, like reduces the amount of outside influence. Like it kind of like restricts the amount of influence that people have to like how well you know within the community type deal. That's kind of like the appeal, at least personally, is that, yeah.
Okay, Ms. Izzy, whatever your name is.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that. Yeah, I'm sure we all agree that like like money is a bit more like a insidious force than like celebrity status, considering how like how fun like how liquid it is and what all the things you can do with it in a campaign versus just having a celebrity. But I do think that if we don't just like have publicly funded elections, it would be a lot better if we could like have easier access to people getting like donations like matched, or like have a different kind of scaled bracket, so that people who like just start out get like a couple donations, and have it be like a lot so that they could actually start, and then have the ball roll. Because right now, with like billionaires having so much like influence on our elections and in every like direction, I feel like it's hard to do anything.
Thank you. All right, Bastet.
Oh, I guess there's a lot of things. So, somebody was talking about all of these thriving democracies that were using public finance laws or public finance for their elections. I would like to point out that out of the top 5 democracies, only one of them does have that policy. The other 4 in the top 5 do allow for private spending. I mean,
do you know what an
like
independent variable is?
Can you let me finish my point, please? So I mean, it seems like this is another just sort of nothing problem that people are falling back on as an excuse when things aren't going their way. But I mean, it seems like every other it doesn't seem like every thriving democracy that we like has to have these policies. It seems like the better ones just have more of the population actually getting involved in elections. Better things like I think in Australia they have mandatory voting, and things like Denmark they just have mandatory voting, some good shit.
Guys, do you
In
lose
Denmark,
levels
they
when you
have,
die? Am I restarting this
it's like a
fucking
public
campaign?
holiday to go
What the
out,
fuck?
And they have more transparency when it comes to financing. But none of these countries have anything that's too different than America, than the United States when it comes to like limiting donation tops and stuff like that. I know it seems like we're crawling back to like, well, you know, if we use this one niche example from Cuba, then finally our democracy would be good. It seems like that's entirely pointless. There are other.
That's a really
I need to reply to this like really awful political analysis really quickly. The point of bringing up that there were a number of other democracies, I don't know what your sort of ranking for the top 5 is.
He's using the democracy index.
That's great. I'm sure, what is it, Germany's in there. But like, the fact is there are a number, some of outside the top 5, that are able to use public financing and are able to be functional democracies. That was the argument.
Yeah, there are ones who don't do that who are also functioning democracies.
That was never in contention, so it's just irrelevant.
Corporations most certainly
Wait,
have
then
less
what's the entire point of this
countries.
conversation? If we're not in contention that this will fix democracy or that it's necessary.
So one, again, you don't know what an independent variable is. 2, like the democracy index is a relative scale, right? It's not an absolute scale. When you get a 100 on the, or 10, I should say, on the democracy index, doesn't mean you're perfect, and it doesn't mean like you're the best that could possibly ever be. It means you're the best relative to everyone that exists, right? Just because like the countries you listed don't have this policy doesn't mean that that policy wouldn't improve their country's democracy. Like what you said does not substantiate your point. Period.
Okay.
Well, I didn't speak to whether or not it would improve that democracy.
Quickly respond to that.
You
but
literally said it's a non-problem.
After that, right? I want to give other people a chance to want to speak to Destiny. He's here for a limited amount of time. So, boss, that respond, and then we're moving on. We can tackle this afterwards.
All right. Well, I specifically said that some of the highest ranked democracies do have it. Seems like the majority of them don't. It doesn't seem like it's a necessity for a thriving democracy. It seems like I would say the 2 most pressing issues for the United States right now is first past the post and not having mandatory voting. And then after that, you can trickle down to like, more voting holidays. And maybe if we get really far down, we can argue about whether or not people should be allowed to pass out water bottles at the election booths. And then somewhere below that, we can talk about public financing for elections. It's on that important level. But
Okay,
it seems
great.
like you're like missing the important shit.
Great, rage, stop, rage, Mizzino, Mitch, yeah.
Okay. While I did listen to you, Prime and Destiny, your debate discussion, I'm kind of blanking because I'm kind of tired. I don't remember if you discussed what counts as like a donation. I think I remember the phrase like in-kind donations, and like so you guys did touch on it, but like some of these things get really vague, and so like a lot of people who say, oh, we want like Prime, your major movement or idea is like publicly funded elections, or you said, or there's other ways, but that's one of the ideas. Even if you have publicly funded elections, you'll still have to contend with other things outside of that, like documentaries that like attack the opponents or support the opponents, endorsements, and other sorts of donations that aren't directly money. And so I don't. And
I acknowledge this. We acknowledged this during debate. Sorry, we acknowledged all this. We talked about this during debate. Yeah, that was a thing. Yeah, we talked about that. And something I didn't get to discuss with you, Destiny, was like the issue of transparency. So I'll just put it out here now. And you don't have to respond if you don't want to. It's okay. But just during, I think part of the problem is a lack of transparency, that people do not know who is talking to who, like what money interests are involved. So there was one solution, right, that some policy group came up with. And it was like having a central clearinghouse for all of these things, right? So you would have like a website like run by the Library of Congress, for instance, right? Which would have all like bill proposals, right? And things of that nature. And you could see who is commenting on what, right? So everyone could comment, including citizens, including lobbyists, right? Everyone would be going through this clearinghouse. And you could understand like which lobbyists are tied to which groups, right? And they wouldn't be able to play off one another, right? So like go to one politician and say one thing. And
so real quick, I don't think any of this would matter. Like we've already got a lot of this information available on Open Secrets. My guess would be 95% of Americans don't even know this website exists. I just don't think that more and more. This is something that we've proven over the past 25 years. I never would have imagined this when I was 10 or 11. But more information does not equal a more informed population.
So it's not just more information. It's that like now everyone's on a closer to even playing field, not an even playing field, in terms of being able to contact your politician and comment on these specific policies. So
yeah, but like how many? If people don't even know that Open Secrets exists, why would they know that this other website exists?
Well, I mean, like we can advertise. I mean, like if people don't know that, like
we could advertise Open Secrets. People still don't know what exists.
Yeah, sure.
So why would anyone know?
But I'm saying that in itself, Open Secrets itself doesn't fulfill all the functions that this website that's being proposed does. So I would say that there's more functionality to that. So it's not just that, but people being able to comment, right? So it's transparency part of it. Everyone being able to.
Sure, I understand. I don't know if the Bastard guy was the guy talking earlier. This is like one of those things. It's like this is like problem number 60 that would need to be fixed. It's like you have a person that's like having a heart attack in a hospital, and we're arguing over like whether or not he should be eating brown rice or white rice in his next Chipotle meal. Like it is so far down the list of things that could make our democracy better. But for some reason, it demands so much talking time because it's so popular to just screech corporation bad, lobby bad without anybody having any idea that like the natural end of these policies is literally destroying the NAACP, the ACLU, like Planned Parenthood, like maybe not Planned Parenthood, the lobbying part of them for sure. Like, and there's just like so much horrible bad fallout that comes from following any of these suggestions down to their logical ends when we could instead just push for like mandatory voting, which would cause like the biggest fucking shift of legislation in U.S. history. But instead we focus on like the corporate lobbying thing. Like,
okay, so first of all, we've talked about all of those things. We've literally discussed every like in terms of mandatory voting. Yeah, we discussed those things. Like, so we can talk about multiple things at once, right? So we can say this is a problem, right? So let's say it's number 60th, right? Like 60th on the list. So then we're talking about the 60th problem. If that's what you believe, that's okay. But like we can talk about that. Right? We can say that.
But it's about what gets the most airtime.
Why are you mad that you're talking about it now? This makes no sense. Like this is like what are we at this point in the conversation where you've given up on actually debating the topic and you're like, it's actually not that important now?
Wait, me?
Like, yeah.
No, that's
like,
part of my whole point on this topic. It's not, and my
that important?
Well, no, it's not that important relative to the amount of attention people pay to it. So my debate on the topic, so when I debate this, my debate is that like if you really want to cause a change in what legislation looks like in America, you need to push for shit like mandatory voting because you can cry all day long about this corporate shit. None of you can even prove that it's a huge deal in American politics compared to any other number of like influential factors. That's all I'm saying. There's like so many other things to focus on. Why the fuck does this get all the airtime? It's because corporation bad.
When y'all say mandatory,
So
when
like,
y'all,
so
hey, wait. When y'all say
stop, Juan,
mandatory voting, what does that mean to y'all?
it means you have to vote.
That means you vote or you get a fucking fine. Amen. Hell
in
yeah.
Australia, it's actually really good, and it's actually
it is
it's good for
penalized.
liberals and leftists because it increases left wing seats.
You know-
So like, I agree that like I would say more like 20 and not 60, but like it's also because it's really popular. Like people want to restrict lobbying, and also like I said in the Gillen's like response paper, that like corporation, well maybe not on the election side, right? Like getting elected, right? On the like policy adoption, they most certainly do have a huge influence because of the Republican Party, and it's we're not going to be abolishing the Republican Party anytime soon, unfortunately. Right, and like stuff like mandatory voting or whatever is super unpopular. Like in America,
Why would we
like,
push for?
It's something that is both is a measurable problem. While it's not the biggest problem, it's also popular, and it's like can be like fixed in like a few
It's
bills.
popular.
Corporate. Wait, no, hold on. Wait, to be clear.
One time.
Just,
Steven,
I just want
respond.
to be clear. Corporate lobbying will never, ever be eradicated because what
No,
you're
I didn't
talking about is getting rid of stuff like people
No.
like. Or go ahead. Sorry.
I didn't say we should get rid of corporate lobbying.
Yeah, and neither did I. No, stop. Hold on. Stop. Don't stop. I don't care, guys. Look, we have limited amount of time here. Okay, right? And you keep turning off your camera. Like it's very confusing when you do that, dude. I just want you to know it's extremely confusing when you do that. And there's like a lot of other people who also have their hands up and raised. So we're running down this, right? So if you want to say anything else, Rage, but we got to go down this list. Okay, so there's we still have Casino who's been waiting, then Mitch has been waiting. Okay, so hurry up and finish your point. Did you finish your point, Rage? Oh, sorry, Red. Okay, great. Moving on. Casino.
I mean, we've gone so far past where I wanted to.
Okay, all right, Mitch. Then thanks, Mitch.
All right, cool. Destiny, I was just curious. Could you expand a little bit more on earlier? You said that you'd be against like any sort of like taxpayer funding to go towards like conservative parties, liberal parties. It wasn't just neo-Nazi parties. So like, I'm kind of confused.
The idea of like paying money. Okay, there's two huge problems. This is what I have problems with when I argue with Vosh about socialism. Okay, when we start restricting things to being publicly funded, and we say that's the only way to do it. My question is who makes the decision on who's allowed to run? Because that would have to be decided at some point. And the idea that like I might live in some district where my money is going to funding candidates that like why the fuck am I paying for this guy's campaign? Like I gotta understand paying for the functions of the government if a party's in charge that I don't like, but I've got to pay for this guy just to run? He's not even part of the government. Like that whole idea, and then the idea of like how do we choose who gets to run are questions that I don't know if those are answerable. If you have an answer to the question of how do we choose who runs, that'd be something I'd be interested in hearing.
My question for that is what standards do you have to keep neo-Nazis out of running that we couldn't also use for, let's say, really hardcore libertarians or communists?
Wait, what?
What?
You should. Well, neo-Nazis should absolutely be allowed to run if we're going to do a public funding. You have to let all political parties be.
A few people mentioned that they didn't want to allow neo-Nazis to run. I just wondered what the standard would be.
They can have all the money they want. If they're a shit candidate, they're not going to get elected.
So this is
I also think, hold on, like we would actually under public funding have more influence over what kind of people we're allowed to run than we do now, right?
That seems more
anti-democracy in a democracy, right? Like we would be able to vote for representatives who would say like, here are the kinds of political parties that are acceptable. Here are like rules and regulations we would set out for what they would be allowed to do. Whereas right now it's completely up to in terms of where the funding comes from.
So we're voting for people to get into office to say who's allowed to vote to get into office.
Okay, great. Everyone shut up. Great. So what we're going to do, Womp has had his hand up. Swamp Fox has a hand up. If you want to talk, put your hand up. All right, Shiishu Gambit, you got your hand up. All right, so we'll go there. Womp, Swamp Fox, Shiishu Gambit. Make it quick. Destiny's not going to be here all day. So if you want to get your point in,
don't
make
pressure
it
me.
quick.
It's not on me. Okay, you guys have your own.
No, it's on you. It's on fucking you. You know it is. All right, go ahead, Womp.
Without wild reform, which is what I would actually suggest, I would say we can fix this problem by having pools that you donate to. Instead of donating your money to an individual politician, you donate to the race, and then each politician has an equal share of the pool of money donated to that race.
Wait, why would you why would you ever want to do that? Let's say that you live in an incredibly progressive district and the people in your district are very progressive. Would you want a moderate Dem to be able to just come in and start taking money from that pool? What if that causes your progressive candidate to lose in the general because other Dems came in, moderate Dems, and exhausted that money available to them?
Well, the idea would be the most popular candidate in that area would win. right? So if you donate to candidate A and candidate B, candidate A very popular.
Wait, but
candidate
you're
B
saying
very
that you're
very
not donating to
popular.
those candidates anymore. You just donate to a pool that they both
No,
draw
no,
from
you'd
evenly.
be donating to the race.
Yeah, but
I
wait, what do you mean donating to the race?
So if you had like a Senate seat, right? You would donate to the race for that Senate seat, which all candidates would get an equal share of.
So that means that if you theoretically had a district that's 80% blue, 20% red, any red candidate could come in and run, and they'd be entitled to 50% of the donations of the funds for that seat.
Sure.
Okay, I hate that idea. So I
we
don't
also
know
already have a pool for these elections called the Democratic and Republican parties, right? They share that money with each other, right? The money that you donate to some really safe district, that's going to some competitive district somewhere else.
depending on how you donate or what channels you donate through. But yeah.
Okay. All right. Moving on. Thank you, Womps. Next, Swamp Fox, and then Growl. You had your hand up. And who else? Okay, I see you. Lighter. Oh, sorry. I said GSU Gambit. So I said GSU Gambit, Growl, then Lighter. All right.
All right.
Swamp
So
Fox
this is probably gonna. If I hope you guys can hear me. I know my
you
audio
can.
is
Go ahead,
really
please.
low,
You're
but
good.
so I think lobbyism is a cancer, or lobbying is a cancer, right? I think it ruins politics. I mean, lobbyism is only as functional as like people like Mitch McConnell blocking every single bill that goes to his desk, right? As far as no, it's not a different issue because you can throw as much money you want into a pool and it still not get anywhere because people are blocking it.
Yeah, fucking opposition parties not letting us pass everything we want.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is lobbyism is cancer because people throw money in. They make running for Congress, Senate, President so expensive, so you don't get these statesmen. You know, these people that have real issues that are like, hey, I grew up in this fucking shitty area, and I'm trying to make life better for the people that I grew up with. That never happens. You want to know why? Because it costs so much to run for government. And that's an issue, in my opinion. You know, like I grew up in a super poor area, but would I ever run for Congress or Senate or even the local state houses? No. You want to know why? Because it costs so much money. I mean, the other part of that is I drink too much. But right?
What?
I'm saying it costs way too much to run
You
for
think-
to
you think
be
it-
to be
AOC
held
is
legitimate.
okay.
You have to have money to run for fucking government.
I don't know.
and
I hear
that's the
people
problem.
with facial hair do really well. You should try it.
No,
think running our
there's not a
country-
single person that has run for president that hasn't spent like $1 billion or $1 million to run for president. Let's be real.
Wait, you think running our country is not going to be expensive though, given the power and
Yeah,
control?
it shouldn't cost to get into that position. That's my problem with how government is run.
Yeah, he's talking about public financing, right? Yeah.
Yes.
He's talking about financing. So yeah, there's something we talked about. The Destiny I disagree on heavily. That's okay. You finish your point, Swamp Fox. I want to make sure.
I finished it. Go ahead, guys. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. No problem. You did a great job. Thank you. GSU Gambit.
Yeah, first off, Destiny, you made my life harder today. Because everybody calls me a conservative and now like
listen, now I know why people do it to me, because every time I come in here it feels like you're arguing against all these crazy fucking socialists. So I just assumed you're a conservative.
Like,
yeah, but you know what? I'm
like,
I'm sorry,
anybody
dude.
Destiny should understand what I'm going through.
I'm sorry, I fucked you hard. My bad. I fucked you, dude. My bad.
And I corrected the record, buddy. I had your back.
I appreciate you, Brian. But so I don't know how the mandatory voting thing came up. I'm far more in favor of like making it easier for people to vote, like voting holidays and stuff, than like finding people for not voting. I don't know if y'all already talked about that, but I did want to bring up what was in chat earlier. Because I think one of the primary questions you were asking, Prime, is show me an example of corporate interest being different from the voters.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a better way to look at the problem is there are things that the voters want that aren't pushed for, and they settle on the things that are a part of the public conversation, right? So us on the left, like there are things like if this left and right, there's a bunch of support for decriminalizing marijuana, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's something that doesn't exist in policy because of like people that y'all have talked about all day now. They aren't pushing for those policies, but that's something that the American public want. So I think the way you phrase it is a bit impossible to argue against, because if we're going to exist within like the public space, we're going to talk about the things that they're actually attempting to try and push. But the things that we also want that they aren't pushing, that stuff doesn't get written into legislation. And the reason why could be something like lobbying, like what Prime was saying. So I think that was a better way to put out, I think, the point that Prime was trying to make.
Yeah, I think that like most of this, in my opinion, like usually comes down to, I feel like people just have, I think people just have a different idea of what like people actually want. So for instance, okay, let me when marijuana becomes like a really big issue in a state and a lot of people want it, like I think what'll happen is eventually it's just thrown up to a referendum and like.
Yeah. My state just passed it that way.
Yeah, exactly. And like I think in California recently, I think they failed in the past, at least recreationally, but just recently in 2016, California passed it via referendum. When enough people wanted it, they put it up on the ballot and then it won. Like,
no, my state can't do that though. I live in
Shout out to
Minnesota.
New York,
We
though.
don't
Sounds
have
like your state
referendum.
sucks. Oof.
you don't
It
have
has to get
referendums
passed
in
through-
Minnesota?
It has to get passed through state legislation. They have it with
that
cities, but they don't have it throughout the state.
Mhm.
So we've been trying to pass cannabis for a while, but we've had the only split legislation for like the past 6 years or something like that. So
What is the in Minnesota though? What is the support for recreational marijuana use?
I don't know the polling anymore, but I know we have an issue where there's a third party that runs strictly on making marijuana legal.
Sure.
And it's typically funded by the Republicans. Well, they'll get like candidates that can't win that will do it. And this came out really big in 2020 where like I actually know somebody who was asked to run. They said they would give them $15,000 to run under that party. I can't remember. It's the cannabis
so this is
legalization party or something like that. And and we're one of the few states that has it where that party actually got passed.
Sure. So this is something where I'm looking at the polling. So this is an article from February 24th, 2020. And this says polling in Minnesota shows that 51% support legalizing recreational pot. So that shows that it's like just getting to where the majority of the state would do it. But then when I look up further on down the article, support dropped to 39% among people 50 to 64 and only at 37% of people 65 and over. So in terms of like getting it passed in this state, what would the number one thing be to do? Mandatory voting. Boom! That would get your like majority
we have the highest voter turnout in the country.
Yeah, but your highest voter turnout is probably like 35% of local elections.
If only there was some sort of special
that's-
action group that could lobby to the Democratic Party on weed.
But that's decriminalizing and legalizing are two different metrics, though, right? And you agree that legalizing.
I don't think I don't know if this can states I don't know if states can legalize marijuana. I don't know how the fuck that works.
I'm just saying the poll that you're looking at. The one that you was
for
looking at was a poll about legalization, not decriminalization. That's the only thing.
Well, yeah, but legalizing is usually the stronger poll, right? That's the one that's harder to get support. So if 51% support legalizing it, I'm sure that if they made mandatory voting a thing, it would be legalized tomorrow, right?
Okay, so we had to keep moving down this list. Okay, we got a growl, we got light, justice. I guess you already talked. And you have is that Chum? Is that your face?
Yeah,
I haven't seen your face before. Okay, that's your face. Great. And who else? Okay, that's it. Oh, Nacho, I see your hand up. Right.
Wait, so since I didn't do the tutorial, I have to pay credits to fucking store my shit here? Is this real life?
Let's go. Growl.
So I want to kind of backtrack a second here. Destiny brought up an interesting question of how do we determine who gets funding? Who do we determine like is able to run? So I want to bring up an interesting case study, or at least an interesting town to talk about. How many of you guys have heard of Harrison, Arkansas? It's like the KKK.
No one on earth. Nobody has.
It's the KKK town in like the USA, like essentially it's the white supremacist capital of the United States.
Just quickly. We got a hype train in chat. If you could help us out, the first hype train kind of died pretty sadly. If it helps out this hype train, donate bits, donate subs, sub yourself if you haven't to the channel. If you're enjoying this content, we provide you this all the time. These moments happen all the time on this channel, but I need your support to keep it happening. So thank you very much. Go ahead, Growl. Back at it.
So my question is, if we were to take into account what the popular opinions of the town folk would be, which is they're KKK members, how would you determine who would get funding? Are we going to actually allow this very real town who has a bunch of racists in it to get funding? Like, if we were to practically apply this with this, how would we go about that? It's something I think is interesting. I mean,
they're a city. You can't just not give a city funding, right? Like,
no, but like if we were to do the giving candidates funding through like the government, either through a federal or a state level, however we would just, it would be done.
So
we would have to be able to, how would we litmus test it?
Shouldn't they? So you're saying there's a town that's got it's filled with a lot of neo-Nazis, or sorry, not KKK members, right? And they will. How can we keep them from putting up officials, right?
How
Well,
could
if the
you keep
town,
up? Yeah, like how could you keep KKK members from getting into like roles of
we
government?
can't, and we can't, and we wouldn't. Why would we do
Wait
that?
a second. How many people? How many people on this panel?
Like, holy shit.
How many people on this panel are tier 3 subbers?
I don't think anyone on this panel. Is
you know, I used to be, but
how many people lobbied? How many people lobbied to get into this? How many people lobbied to get into this room? Prime K's.
I just joined it. Apparently, I have the rights.
Not a
the
single
whole
person.
thing is like the prescription to the KKK town.
Stop
isn't
the
to, like,
vote.
Not it is to like stop them, not like stop them from engaging in democracy. Right. The goal is to make them not KKK members anymore. Like you can't go into a town and just like shut them off from democracy. Like there's like this would be a horrible precedent. Like there, like I feel like this is an indefensible position.
That sounds like some
when
shit.
the anti-fascists become the fascists themselves. Holy
Yeah,
shit!
and we have and you don't need a KKK town, right? KKK town. We have other towns within the South, right? We can measure these.
Yeah, Montgomery, Alabama.
In terms of their racist feelings, right? In terms of their racist leanings, and we can measure these things, right? And they can produce. And they can produce individuals, right? Elected officials that can reflect that. So I mean, it is what it is, right?
The question was, who do we decide gets funding? And that's what I'm trying to provide a litmus test.
Everyone who wants to, everyone who maybe gets a certain number of signatures can get funding, right? So you can start.
I would like to shoe in here because I googled Canada's system since they're one of the mentioned ones that's subsidized. The cool thing about what Canada does, and I actually support that, is it seems like this is also normal for a lot of the other countries that were mentioned. They don't force the parties to pool from like equal pools of money to do their candidates. The government just subsidizes individual citizens to make donations where they want. So people who are giving the donations aren't stopped from engaging in politics because of like poverty. I don't understand why that.
This is the democracy dollars thing.
Yeah. So, and I would say again, first of all, we got a hype train going. So we have 2 minutes left on the hype train. Please, we have level 2 hype train. Help us out, everyone in the home. If you're enjoying this content, this is our 7th day of content. We usually only do 6. 7th day of content. If you could support us, and we can continue this type of content coming your way, it doesn't happen without all of you. So help us out, please. Okay. So we're going to go down that list. Light, it's your turn. Then Chum, Nacho, Basta.
Thanks. I think the comment that Rich Ollitt made on the Nazi issue is exactly right. There's not going to be some sort of change in the presence of Nazis in politics as a result of public financing. They already have access to financing. All it takes is some rich Nazis, and they can run for as many offices as they want. And I think, honestly, having public control over those finances would offer a little bit more democratic control over that issue. I had a question for Destiny and Prime, because you guys talked a lot about legislation and corporate influence on legislation that would be negative, but a lot of government power is exercised through the executive and the enforcement of rules, and we see a lot of revolving door appointments where people who, for example, like Bryant Montgomery was pretty famously the federal housing commissioner and was part of HUD during the Trump administration, and prior to his being appointed there, he had worked for a private company that had benefited from rules he deregulated the last time he had served as an appointee of the Bush administration in HUD. And so you have this other avenue in which you can see sort of the influence of money in politics that's not going through the legislative process, but going through the executive branch. And I wonder whether or not we think there should be steps that should be done to address this issue.
I've heard really good, real quick, because I flew through listening. I've heard really good arguments on both sides of that. On one end, people say that it is corrupt, that somebody can go from the government working to the private sector working to the government because they might have a bad influence there. But then on the other end, people say, like, why would you ban every single person that knows anything about those sectors from participating in the government in those areas, right? One of the big things that we did, this is so barely related to this, but when we disassembled the government in Iraq after we got rid of Saddam Hussein, part of what we did was we said nobody in the Ba'ath Party is allowed to participate in government. And the idea was a noble one, right? Well, these guys were all assholes. They were oppressing not the Sunnis, but the other people. Well, the Kurdish people and the other.
Shiites.
Yeah, the Shiites in the country, right? Yeah, it was just horrible for those people. So we're just going to ban all of them from being in the government. But then what happened afterwards is we realized, like, okay, holy shit, everybody that knew how to run fucking anything is like now banned from the government, and we had good intentions, but holy fuck. So I worry that a similar thing would happen with the with the government, where it's like, okay, no more lobbyists are allowed to go from the private sector to government or government to private sector. Fuck that, and then we just start getting like clueless people in there who don't really understand how these industries work. Would be my worry. But
I do think there are a lot of more career bureaucrats in the United States who you would be able to pull from, as well as other institutions like universities, nonprofits, that you would be able to access some of the same expertise without having the same concern about the potential ulterior motives of the people. I also think you could set it up in a way where you don't have people who they're able to go from the private sector to government once, but I think having people who go from government to private sector to government, or where they cycle in and out, where they are on both sides repeatedly, makes it a lot more difficult to feel like the system is worth trusting, I think, for a lot of people. I think with good reason, because I think you do see some evidence of corruption and some bending of the rules when people do that.
Okay. I love you all. Be careful, okay? Stay safe.
Okay, bye. Have a good one.
Okay. We love you.
Okay. I love you guys. It's been fun. I'll be back tomorrow at my normal time, I think. My sleep schedule's been shit, but we'll try my hardest, okay? I love you guys. We're going to cappuccino, pappuccino, cappuccino, 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 my deuterinos. I will catch you guys next stream right now. Be careful.